Hello and welcome. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know. Super pumped to be doing this with you today. Hey Kim Mai, welcome. All right, let me see what's going on. No sound at all. No sound at all. Oh, you can now, DNA. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm super grateful you let me know. All right, let me do a couple pieces of housekeeping called get the live stream up in my Safari window so I can track you guys and get the live stream up on my phone so I can track what's going on. I thank you all for your patience. I needed to get the Sagittarius full moon for twin flames video up and that took a bit. So I really appreciate you guys being patient. Now that that video is up, you guys can check that out. You guys are welcome to check that out after we're done here or while you're waiting on your turn. So let's see. Let me get into the right account on Safari on my desktop. I've got Safari on my phone open. So many things. I've got the Zoom going, the payment apps up. Gosh, it takes a lot to run a live stream. Okay, videos, playlists. Let's see. I want to do that. I want to do this. And I want to give you instructions. So we're going to do something a little different today. What we're going to do is give you guys the opportunity. For the 4 of you who hit like, thank you. I deeply appreciate that. If you haven't already hit like, please do. Here we go. We're going to do something a little different today. Yes, Gemini Princess, that's it. I'm also going to add today. I'm going to add a tarot pull today. So if anybody wants to do the tarot pull, you can. So that's just for added clarification. And that it's a 3-card tarot spread that I do in addition to reading your chart. And that 3-card spread adds some extra clarification. It's not an extra question. It's just extra clarification about what we saw. Okay. Okay, got it. And we can do either tarot, like straight tarot, or if you've asked a spiritual question, we can do a pull from the Lightworker Oracle deck instead. So that's how that goes. I did forget my charger, so I'm going to have to go run grab it, but I'm going to let you guys get your payments in. And once your payments are in, then we can get started. I'll be right back. And if you haven't already hit the like button, please do. Okay, joke's on me. My charger was sitting right next to me. That's hilarious. Oh, too funny. All right, let me go ahead and check the payment apps and we can roll. Let's see. Excuse me. Boop-bitty boo. All right, who's hit me up in Venmo? All right, Miss Haley hit me up in Venmo. So you are first on the list. Haley, please get your question ready and your details ready. Maricela, reality over internet. You're next. You're right after Haley. And just so you guys know, this is the information that I need from you, Haley, and reality over internet. Let me paste that for you so you have it. And then let me check the PayPals. All right. Let's see. Okay. So we have Michelle B. Cosmic Love Tarot. Hey. Cosmic Love Tarot, if you've got links for your channel, drop them. Go ahead and feel free to share. I am a sharer in that way. Diva G, Kim P, Julene K, and AR. That's who we're going to read for and the order we're going to read it in. And it looks like Michelle, you have one question. Cosmic Love, one question. Kim P, you also got the 3-card pull. So I'll just make sure to get you that. Julene, you also got the 3-card pull. Great. AR, you got the 3-card pull. And then in Venmo, what did our girls do in Venmo? Haley and reality over internet. Both of you got the 3-card pull. So I'll be doing that for you. Cool. All right. So Haley, did you send me your details yet? Where is it? I'm scanning the chat and I don't see it. Yes, Haley, post it now. And then reality over internet, then Michelle B, then Cosmic Love, then Diva G, then Kim P, then Julene, then AR. That's our list order for right now. Okay. All right. Cool. No babs, you cannot skip forward in the line, but what you can do is when you come back, if there happens to be a break, then I can read for you in a pause moment, okay? But nope, you can't skip everyone else. That's not how we do here. That wouldn't be fair to them because some of them also have things they need to do. So that's how that goes. So you wait your turn, you get your reading. Dun, da, da, da. Okay. Babs, Gemini Princess isn't in charge of that. I am, sweetheart. So you just wait your turn. And if you have to go, you have to go. And if I miss you, you'll get a refund. Okay. It's okay to be focused, to do what you have to do, but no, we don't skip around in the line here or put you in front of other people or put your priorities in front of someone else's. they all have stuff they need to be doing as well. And I respect that. I respect that you have somewhere you need to be. And all I ask is that you respect that other people are doing what they need to do with their time as well. Okay. So that's how this is going to work. Okay. Okay. AR, you're there. Ken E, I got you. Miss Haley, let's roll. When will we move into a form of communication? Great question, Haley. Let's check out the situation. Let me share the screen with my loves. Where is my screen share button? Okay, and then let me pull up this chart. Ike, I got you. Okay. Haley A and twin meet date, Tel Aviv, Israel. And let's see, 11:30 a.m., 6/11/2018. So you guys see how Haley gave me her information? That's extremely helpful how she did it. It's very clear in one post, one chat. That's the way I need it in order to be able to do my best work for you. If you haven't already, hit the like button, please do. So Haley, I'm just going to pre-qualify what I'm about to tell you by saying that in order for me to know for sure, I would need to see your chart and their chart. And I would also need to know what the heck happened that has you not in communication. Because there's a level of 3D work that needs to be done here, as well as astrological pieces. And only that can be done inside of a twin flame reading, which I'm not doing right now. That being said, this particular union chart is showing me that things do start to look more favorable come the fall on your end, on his side. Yeah, come the beginning of next year. So fall through December, like I would say November all the way through December. And then he sits in a very favorable place for communication with you all of next year. I'm saying he, I'm assuming it's a he. It could be a she. She could sit in a very favorable place for communication for you in the next year. So, to me on my side, the stars are supporting it, but it's really going to depend on how the two of you left it. If there's, anything, any amends that need to be made, any apology that needs to happen, any mindset shifts that need to occur, the stars can't do that for you. You have to do that. So, the stars are supporting communication as early as November. That's exciting. November is right around the corner. So good for you. Let's get 3 cards for Haley on her communication situation. What does she need to know or understand to open the flow of communication with her twin? Her counterpart, what does she need to know or understand to open the flow of communication with her counterpart? One more card, please. I swear they never want to give me one when I ask for one. Okay. So Haley, I've got Queen of Swords reversed, Page of Pentacles upright, and the 3 of Pentacles reversed here, and the Page of Cups reversed. So what this is telling me, and as I'm, kind of tuning into the situation, the 2 things have to happen in order for a communication to occur. And this is just from your side, since you are the person that I am speaking to. The first thing that has to happen is you do have to drop your sword. expectations about him or her being a certain way, coming correct a certain way, responding to you a particular way. And, I'm going to open the door, but then they have to blah, blah, blah. And then if they don't, then I can't. All of that, expectations around right doing and wrong doing, have to drop if you want communication to come in. That's the first thing with this Queen of Swords reversed, in terms of the vibration I'm picking up, that there has to be a letting go of some of the coldness having to do with right and wrong and getting it perfect. That's the first thing. The second thing is speaking about really approaching communication from a I just want to be friends place. And that's the Page of Pentacles with the Three of Pentacles reversed, clarified by the Page of Cups reversed. There has to be zero underlying energy of this is a romantic thing that's going to get someplace in the future. It really has to be as basic as, hey, I care. Just want to make sure you're cool. Nice to connect. Maybe we can chat about our lives at some point. Just, yeah, cool. Oh, that's what's going on with you? Awesome. Cool. There has to really be zero expectations of this building, of this going somewhere, of this having any emotional type of disclosures or ties. All of that has to go. If you want significant communication to come in, it has to really be about establishing a foundation for a friendship. And if that's not something that's realistic for you, know that, because as long as that's in your vibrational field, it's going to cause this to crumble. It's going to cause this to not unfold the way it needs to. All right, Haley, I thank you so much. That's a read. It's what I can do in a single question reading. All right. All right. Next, we have reality over internet. Can you please post your question? After reality over internet, then we have Michelle B. Then we have Cosmic Love Tarot in that order. So let's go ahead. Cool. Haley, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Purposely accepting the friend zone, and not even considering it a zone, because once we consider it a zone, it's like, oh, there could be other zones that I could be in. It's even just kind of recognizing there's not another zone to be in. This is it. If I want to play with this person, the option is friendship or nothing. There's no other zone. That's it. It's just this. So that it's really just kind of surrendering to, okay, that's the place that they've created for me in their life. That's the seat on this bus. If I want to ride that bus, I guess that's a seat I'm getting on. If you don't want to get on that seat, you don't have to, Some people don't like the seats that other people provide for them. It's cool. You don't have to. You don't have to get on that bus. None of us have to. All right, cool. Marisela, I would like to know, what do you see coming my way as far as business and finance? Okay, cool. Let's get after it. Marisela P. Was born in Riverside. And she has a birthday of 12/29/1981, 6:05 a.m. Thanks everyone for being here and for giving this video a like. I super appreciate it. Okay, Marisela, business and finance. All right, so you're in for a reset when it comes to money in your world, Marisela. I see you have a 3-card tarot pull too, so I'll be sure to make sure we do that. Much of what's going on here, where's the ruler? Okay, got it. All right, Marisela, it looks like you're getting forced into a corner a little bit. And that forcing into a corner is about facilitating you stepping into your divine service work in a very particular way. There's something you're supposed to be doing in the world of work. And once you're doing it, it actually brings financial reward. Your second house of earned income is governed by the sign of Aquarius. Aquarius is the sign of the internet, the unusual technology, what's new, what's next. Ruler of Aquarius being Uranus and being Saturn. Uranus sitting here in your 11th, Saturn sitting in your 10th in the sign of partnership, Uranus sitting in the sign of truth. There is something in the world of business that you are supposed to be doing that will bring you value when it comes, but what has to be done in order to bring you value is taking your work to the masses through the internet and doing it in a way that is very truthful to you, truthful to who you are, what you want, and what your gifts, abilities, and skills are, and that sets you free and lights you up. This is not the time to play small, Marisela. This little energy that's transiting, big energy, I should say, and about to approach the ruler of your midheaven is saying, end the old way of playing small, of being nice, of trying to make sure that other people have what they want, giving them what they need. End that old way, Marisela. And I do have a question for you. I'm not quite finished here yet. My question for you is I would like to pull a Lightworker Oracle card for you rather than a 3-card tarot pull. But if you want a 3-card tarot pull, let me know what you prefer, because I can do either one, but it's one or the other. If you want to know more about divine service work, Lightworker Oracle deck. If you need concrete information about your money, we should probably do tarot. But this is saying that, just let me know, Marisela. What this is saying is that you're going through a period of time where you are being rebuilt and reborn into a person who's more greatly capable of serving the collective. But in order to do that, you really need to honor the callings of your heart, honor what you value, and honor your own self respect enough to be able to do what's true for you. And if you're not doing what's true for you, you will find that there will be restrictions financially. You'll find a lot of financial restriction, which is why I say now is not the time to play small. Now is not the time to cater to your fears, Marisela. Okay, so let me just pop back over here, see what you chose in terms of tarot card, Lightworker Oracle, please. All right. Let me go ahead and shuffle. Shuffling for Marisela. Shuffling for Marisela. Shuffling for Marisela. She needs financial guidance and guidance on her career. Ooh, girl. Oh my gosh. 2 came out and I just got the chills looking at them. The first one was spiritual service and the second one was trust in the plan, honey. Okay, so spiritual service, normally I only pull one because these have such long messages. So I'm going to give you the short version of each one of these. Spiritual service, Marisela. Self-doubt can be a habit that's hard to break. It can slow down your spiritual progress and the fulfillment of your life purpose. Ultimately, it's not going to stop you, but it can make your progress seem more challenging, Marisela. It's easier to fulfill your purpose when you acknowledge your own goodness and your own talent and do what you love to the best of your ability. Realize that you're enough, Marisela, that your work is good and that you have something of value to offer. It's time to let go of fear of failure. Concern about your ability and your right to live a happy and fulfilled life of success. The universe believes in you. You need to too. Okay, number 13, trust in the plan. Let me hit you with what that one's saying right now for you. In preparation for radical growth, there can be a temporary disorder and chaos. Whilst the mind may worry that something is going wrong, the spirit knows that this is a way for the old to disassemble so that the new can be formed. Although you may feel out of control during such times, you do not need to resist the process, Maricela. There's no need to attempt to impose your own sense of order upon the greater plan. You do not need to seek solutions, for there is no problem here in need of solving. What has been is being cleared away in preparation for the next chapter of your life. Have faith, all is indeed well, Maricela. So that's what I have for you. I thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. Truly a gift. And I'm glad you chose the Lightworker Oracle deck. I think those messages were really, really resonant based on what I saw in your chart. Okay, Michelle B., it is your turn. If you want to go ahead and paste your question, Cosmic Love Tarot, then Diva G. We'll go in that order. You're welcome. And then Diva G. Okay, Michelle. Is Bab still here, Gemini Princess? I wasn't able to keep up with what was going on with that whole thing. If she's not here, then we'll skip over to Cosmic Love Tarot. You're so welcome, Reality over Internet. Keep trusting in the plan. The old is disassembling, but that's on purpose. You don't have to put order on it. You just need to look for the signs of where to go next. That's all. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so I think she had to go. So we'll go ahead and go to Cosmic Love Tarot, who I think I saw post something. Okay, got it. And Jody, I'm going to come back to you, sweetheart. Cynthia, thank you for waiting until I call you. Wondering what my chart can show me what is next for career. Okay. Let's have a look. Let me share the screen. And then as soon as I'm done with Cosmic Love Tarot, then I'm going to check the payment apps for our next series of payments that came in, okay? Okay. San Bernardino. And 10, 1985, 7:54 p.m. What's next in terms of career for our girl? Thanks, you guys, for hitting that like button. If you haven't already done it, I'd definitely appreciate it if you do. Okay, so what we have going on right here. In order to get success in the world of career, you need to provide Aquarian energy to it with Aquarius on your 10th house. It's funny. You are kind of doing really good if you're doing internet tarot around love because the ruler of Aquarius, remember, Aquarius is internet technology, the new, the next. The ruler of Aquarius is Uranus, ancient ruler Saturn. Both of them are sitting in the house of love and partnership. So, bringing messages around love and partnership through the internet to the collective is one of the ways in which you can be extremely successful. Once you're already doing that, you have another symbol of success here in your chart, and that's Jupiter sitting right here as expansion, luck, and opportunity to continue to do that. I don't know why, but I just got the download that maybe there's a podcast for you that you might be wanting to consider doing. It could be because of the way the Sag Gemini axis has just been lit up, which is the axis of communication, Sagittarius and Gemini. And so there could be some sort of podcast or other type of communication work that you'll bring to the collective that will really help support the collective's expansion and understanding around love and relationships. So, if you're called in that direction, definitely go for it. Mercury sits here as the ruler of Gemini. Yep. Okay, Mercury is about communications, and this is your house of service. It's sitting at the cusp of the sign of partnership and transformation, Libra and Scorpio. And it also sits conjunct the partnership asteroid. So, Cosmic Love Tarot, that you're already having conversations about love and partnership over the internet is a sign to me that you're excessively on track. Let me see what the changes are calling you to do. When I look here, I do see that you are currently getting an initiation around what it is you're meant to teach when it comes to love. This ninth house is about teaching, and there is an old way of doing the work that's currently getting taken offline. Probably feeling a little bored with it, to be honest with you. Feeling like there's something new, there's something next, not really sure what it is. Keep paying attention to those inner yearnings and callings because they are trying to point you in the direction of what you are meant to teach. Because it's more than just doing love tarot, there's something specifically here about teaching. Cosmic Love Tarot, there's a message here that you've been given that you are supposed to be finding ways to bring to the audience you've already cultivated. And it has to do with communication, love, and partnership, and how to communicate in a loving partnership. So I don't know what it is you're meant to teach or how you're meant to bring this. But that's what's next, is stepping into your mastery around teaching messages having to do with love. All right. So, Cosmic Love Tarot, I hope that was helpful for you. I thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. It's about as much as I can do in a mini reading. If you want to go deeper, definitely email me at chrysalismoon@gmail.com. That'll get you that autoresponder, and that'll let you know how to book a reading with me. Okay, so after Crystal Allen, right, we have Ike, then we have Cynthia, then we have Anita S. Okay, Ike, Cynthia does a 3 card, and then, okay, Anita S. And then let me just check what's going on in our friend Venmo. And come on back to the chitty chat. Okay, cool. And Jody, I've got you. So Diva, it is your turn. After Diva, then we have Kim, Julene, AR, Crystal, Jody, Ken, Ike, Cynthia, and Anita. All right. All right. Let me come back into the chat. Woohoo! Thank you, Crystal. It's not your turn yet, babe. So as soon as it's your turn, repaste that for me. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 people in front of you. So I'm going to need you to hold that question until I come back with it. All right, DNA, let's see. The Fiji, I feel like my ex-employers are trying to sabotage my career. No. Advice on how to navigate this. FYI, you did mention this during the last mini. Girl, I don't even remember. You know, on these minis, I read for like 20 to 30 people, sometimes more. And then during the week, I read for another 30 to 40 people. So I have for my sanity's sake, I do my best to not remember everyone's storyline, because if I remembered it, mummy, you'd probably have to lock me up. I wouldn't be able to stay on planet Earth. So let's get into what I'm seeing today. September 17th, Lautoka, Fiji. Lautoka. And just off the top of my head, Miss Diva, have you been being called to start a new career in a whole other industry and direction and you just don't feel ready yet? Because if that's the case, that may be what's happening is the universe is just saying, hey, time to go. Closing out this chapter. All right, so let's just see um, what is going on. Let me come back into the chat from my phone so that I'm caught up. Okay. It's scary because you're seeing it now. Okay. No worries, Crystal. Just hang on till it's your turn, baby. All right. So let me just get the transits up. Scorpio, where is that Mars? Okay. And then Sagittarius, where is that Jupiter? Um, no new career, just starting up my own law practice. Okay. Got it. Cool. I'm going to start a law practice. That could work. That could work really nicely. What's going on in Libra? Yep. Career, rebirth here. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. And then what was your question? Advice on how to navigate. Okay. So, where your strengths are at this time and where your chart is really supporting you at this time. Especially now with the divine feminine energy moving direct in your house of creativity and creative resource. Venus retrograde in the first, about to move to the second. Oh, honey, you are going to be so fine. So fine. Jupiter just moved out of the eighth and is now, it's going to retrograde back for a hot second, but then it's going to pop out here. You are going to be so fine. This year is going to be a year of building and just being creative and really creatively doing the work to figure out, okay, how can I creatively get the clients I need, make the money I need? You want to be as creative as possible with the divine feminine moving through the house of creativity. And now that she's moving direct, you're going to find that your access to your own creative resources is really going to ramp up. You've also got Mars about to jump out here into your house of wish fulfillment. Mars is motivation. And so this is the axis of manifestation, house 11 and 5. The motivation to be the kind of creative that this is going to require is going to be in your energy. So that's really exciting. Venus is retrograding here in the first, but as soon as she's done, she takes a dip into the second. Venus brings wherever she goes, she attracts what that house has in it. And that second house is about money, honey. Second house is about money and self esteem. And so when Venus hits that second house next month, and Mercury does a little retrograde dance here this month in Cancer, the money that you need is going to start to come in. And you want to just be very careful about navigating getting the money through family, because that's the house that's here, or the sign that's here is family and emotional integrity. Make sure you take no retaliatory steps. It's going to feel good to want to retaliate. Your sign, your chart is saying, don't retaliate, do not lash out, and instead focus on your creativity, focus on your family and getting clients through family. And this could specifically be soul family as well as blood family. And so, as you're able to start letting people know, hey, I'm starting this practice, and these are the kind of people I can help. First consults on the house. Who needs legal advice? And just begin the work. And to the degree that you're able, where you're being asked to have boundaries so that you can minimize damage, Um, it's not what I'm seeing here at this point is less about sabotage and it's more about they're like, no, don't leave us. Come back to our organization. We need you. We need you. And so it's a little bit more of that energy as I'm seeing it today. That with all this retrograde energy back into the sign of organizations, um, there's like a oops, they need this from you. Oops, they need that from you. And so it can feel a little bit like they're dragging you back in. But what's actually happening is they're realizing they can't afford to lose you because they value you quite a bit. So hang in there, stay creative, don't retaliate. Know that as you've seen, organizations do not move. um, excuse me. Organizations don't move typically in straight lines as much as they should, and they don't go as fast as they can. So, you know, give them a little bit of grace. You just keep moving forward. Okay. Um, You got this, girl. You got this. Now, if they're actually being really shitty to you, I'm really sorry, Diva. Um, that's not nice. Hopefully, they're not being super shitty and instead they're just realizing that they value you a lot and they could be immaturely asking you to stay in very immature ways. So, Kim P, you have a 3 card pull or a Lightworker Oracle deck pull. So Miss Kim P, if you would go ahead and post your question, that would be fabulous. And then after Kim, we have Julene, and then we have AR, in that order. So let me give you guys 1 second. They're holding referee reports, which I need approval from Law Society. Yikey yikes. I don't even know what that means. But as you know, everything is moving retrograde right now. So if they're withholding it intentionally, that I would question. But if they're withholding it because of their own like bureaucracy and red tape and moving slowly and their own retrograde issues coming up, that's kind of what's going on. And so if this were me, be creative about how to get what you need. Can you go to the Law Society and get what you want? Do you have an in? Use LinkedIn to find your allies and your soul family. Okay. Hang on, guys. Kim, I'll be right back. I got to pop something in the oven. Kim P, let's see. Okay. Okay, hang on. Let me find you, Kim. 4/3/2017, 12:13 p.m. Sydney. Got you. We're living together for 3 years before separation 8 months ago. He says we will always be friends, but never in a romantic relationship ever again. Is this true? Thank you. Yikety yikes, baby cakes. Listen, men say a lot of things, and so do we women. I don't know the terms of the separation that you guys had. So I don't know what would prompt him to say never ever. I have no idea. But it sounds like what he is saying is that I need to not be pressured about it. I need to not ask questions, be not ask questions about it. And I need to, for you to accept that this isn't where I'm at with you right now. Um, Energies can change. And the fact that people say, like, never ever, I mean, it's just not realistic to say never ever about a lot of things. It's just not. We don't know. We don't know what the future is going to hold. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. Let's see, y'all split 8 months ago. So what was that? 12 minus 4 is 8. So that would be last August. No, we're now in month 6. So that would be last November. It would have been during Scorpio season. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that was brewing and it was coming. I got it. So listen, the reality is, Kim, I don't know for sure if this is going to be a never ever. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But I do, what I do know is that none of us know the future. Exact, not even him. So I'm sure he had his reasons. I don't know what those reasons are. But when I look at last November, what I'm seeing here is a separation in the house of partnership for this connection. Um, and a transit to the partnership asteroid that is talking specifically about letting things go that aren't in integrity, the highest integrity of both people. And so, if he felt like for any reason the connection was set up in a way where he could fully be in integrity with himself while in it, yeah, he was going to let it go during this time. That being said, I don't know what his reasons were. And this really isn't the place or the time to get into it. But what I can see is that support for the connection becomes available again. Uh, Actually, in the now-ish time, it also becomes available again. Let's see. 'Cause right now, what we have is, yeah, a lot of change energy going on here. And so as long as you guys are staying friends, staying in communication, talking, there is a level of being able to, you can't, how to put it, there is a way in which that there's a way that this could, potentially live again. But yeah, based on this energy that I'm seeing, all of this opposing the natal moon of this connection is letting me know that there was something here that needed to die, either an old pattern, an old way of relating, an old way of thinking, an old way of interacting around love and partnership. For whatever reason, it was built into both of you and the way the connection lived, and that connection needed to die so that that template could die, so that something new could be born. So that's what's going on here. And whatever that new thing is, he needs it to be in such a way with that particular type of language that it's non negotiable that he has this space and time to do it. And that it's non negotiable that if the door opens again, it's not by your hand, it's by his. So I would honor and respect that that's where he's at. That's how he feels at this time. I would respect that he knows his own mind at this time. And where he sits at this time is a feeling that this is done as far as he can see based on who he is at this moment. That could change. He could change, and that could mean his perspective could change. So Kim, you have a 3-card tarot pull. Do you want to do the 3 cards or do you want to do the Lightworker Oracle deck? I am happy to do either one for you. Just let me know. It's either one Lightworker Oracle card, unless they force me to do 2, or it's 3 tarot cards, unless they force me to do 1 or 2 more than that. So just let me know, Kim. Julene, you're next. So he is living with another woman. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean when there's another human involved, Kim, honestly, sometimes people say things in order to protect the other connection that they need to deal with. And so, for whatever it's worth, that was what he decided to say. But the meaning behind that is door is shut. I'm shutting it. I don't want you trying to open it. And that's the reality of where things are at right now. So, shuffling here for Kim. What guidance? His words were, "We are done." Got you. Yeah, I don't know what the terms were that would have catalyzed him to go there, but we can trust that he knows his own mind. So Kim's question was, is it over for real? For real? Is this done, or will it ever live again? So what guidance do you have for Kim as she thinks about this connection with this person? What guidance do you have for Kim? Kim's guides, if you could please come through and provide some insight for her. First card, let's get card 2 and 3. What does Kim need to know? Okay, I see. Okay, Kim. So what's coming through as guidance for you is the Empress reversed, the 9 of Wands upright, and the King of Pentacles upright. And what this is really telling me is that, yikes. Okay, Kim. So he felt threatened by you in a very particular way. And what this particular spread is showing me is that nobody here was perfect, but what was happening was a combination of 2 things. One was that spiritually, you guys were not on the same level of attainment. There was a level of growth that you had attained, and vision that you had attained, and energetic frequency you had obtained that he just wasn't able to calibrate to or match. So he was physically living in a different dimension than you were. That caused break 1. Break 2 was what I'm being shown here, is that his experience of you, now I don't know if this was true because I wasn't there, but his experience of you and his perception of you was that you, despite that level of capacity and growth, his experience of you was one where he felt like he had to defend himself because the way you were showing up and behaving was causing him to feel like he could really lose some things that he deeply valued by continuing to interact with you, given how he experienced you showing up, Kim. So he did what he felt like he had to do in order to protect the things that he valued and that mattered to him, which was, say, draw some lines, put up some walls. He had already been wounded enough. He recognized he didn't have anything else in him to keep going, to rebuild, to work this out. None of that. He had none of that in him to do. So he did what he felt was the only honorable thing to do: walk away and shut the door. There was just a recognition that in the connection you had more power than he did. That didn't make him less powerful. And simultaneously, there may be some things for you that you want to look at in there, Kim, about how you were showing up that would have another human being perceive you in a threatening way. I don't know what that was, but that's what's being shown. Jolene, it is your turn, my love. After we do Jolene, then we'll do AR, then we'll do Crystal, in that order. And each of you has a 3-card tarot pull or spiritual, not spiritual decree, a Lightworker Oracle. So I thank you so much, Kim. I know those weren't necessarily easy messages to hear, but what the bottom line of the communication, both from the card pull and from the chart, was that none of us can know the future, but he closed the door. That means that you can't open it. Only he can. And we don't know what he's going to do, but there is something for you to learn around the way you were expressing your power with someone who experienced themselves as having less than you. There's something for you to learn about how to interact in a way that doesn't have them slamming doors in your face. There's something for you to learn in there. So that doesn't mean he actually had less power, and that doesn't mean you were actually, abusing your power. It just means that there's a break that happened in here, and there's something that you need to learn about how to manage your power with people so that breakdowns don't occur. All right. Because by the time he left with that 9 of Wands card, he had already been pushed so far past. He had already been pushed so far past his limit, Julian. And that limit had been hit long before he left. So that's what there is to know about that. There were red flags well before he decided to depart, that he was at his capacity and his experience of you was being railroaded, being pushed past them. And sometimes we can do that, without meaning to. Sometimes we can push past people's limits without meaning to, because we see that they have more in them. We see their light. We see, all of their capacity. We see them through God's eyes, but that doesn't mean that that's what they're capable of, able and willing and ready to operate at. Yeah, Kim, that spread was not saying that. It was not saying that at all. He may have been in the 3D, but the reality of the situation was that he felt threatened by you. So, Julene, what's your question so I know which chart to put in, my love? Let me have your question. So, yeah, lots to learn from. You expected too much. Yeah. So, Kim, don't blame yourself for it. We all do that. We all do that, especially those of us who are initiated in love but haven't fully worked out our dependency stuff. It's very easy to find ourselves in that place where it's like, ooh, but don't you see your light too? It's so cool. Come play light games with me. And if they're just divorced from their light, that can feel like pressure instead of like playtime, So it's really important once you've been initiated to honor where the uninitiated are at. That's part of the wisdom of being initiated. Okay. Last mini advice was to open our mouths. I did that, felt good. 2 weeks silence after. He reached out, seeing and talking each day. Okay. Got it. I'm glad that the advice worked out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, Julie. You got to honor your intuition. But glad to hear it worked out. That being said, what is your question? You understand, Kim. Good. Okay, good, Kim. Things went wonky this past week. Something up in the energy, whatever you feel I need. Ooh, Julene, baby, let me explain. MY, it's so good to see you. He's been loving. Okay, that's good, Julene. That's good. He's been loving. Um, in the last 10 days, everything, almost everything in the sky went retrograde, Julie. Everything. And in the next 10, everything that didn't go retrograde is about to go retrograde. So, yeah, Julie, there's a lot going on in the energy. um, so let me just pull you guys' union chart. Let me just see, or let me just see what information you have. Bumpity bum bum bum. First date, Phoenix at noon. Okay. Julian K and twin meet date. Uh, 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 uh. Arizona. Phoenix. 7 4 2014 12:00 p.m. Okay. Cool. All right. So let me go back to what Julene is talking about. And why I got your text, sweetie. Thank you for sending that thing over. I really appreciate that. I'll probably share that as part of next week's content on the channel because it's definitely apropos for the moment. I really appreciate it. And I know I owe you a phone call, dear. So know that I am going to reach out at some point. I just needed to get through getting the videos out today. So it's good to see you on here, hun. Really good to see you. I hope you're doing all right. What is up in the energy other than everything and its mama going retrograde? What is going on in this chart? And then Julene, let me know if you want a lightwork or oracle deck for yourself or for your person, or if you want a 3-card tarot pull on your question. As I'm looking at these energies in this chart, yeah. Yeah, Julene, I wouldn't worry about it that, things went a little wonky. I would just know that because the energies all have gone retrograde, like literally in the last 30 days, this is, there's Venus retrograde, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto, Mercury is about to go retrograde. Um, Here's Pluto. Mercury is about to go retrograde here in Cancer. Nobody is feeling in their right mind, babe. The other thing that has happened in the past week is that the nodes changed signs, and in their change of sign, what's happening there is a change in our attention, direction, focus, and energy. And so while the energy was in very, emotionally attached Capricorn, or sorry, Cancer, the energy just moved for the next 2 years in very emotionally detached and um, intellectually endowed Gemini. And so this energy has moved from a place in the collective. This is not just in your connection, but in the collective, it's moved into a place of being more thoughtful and thinking things through a little bit more and weighing out the options a little bit more, Julene, and having things, taking the time to kind of talk things through with oneself a little bit more, in addition to everything going retrograde in the sky. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. And in fact, I would do anything in my power, if this were me, to withdraw energy of thinking that something is wrong or feeling like I need to check in to make sure everything is okay. Sometimes, especially in divine connections, people just need a breather, man. The energies in a divine connection can be extremely intense. And so it takes time apart some once in a while to integrate the depth and the profundity of the energies. The divine feminine also is just popping back out here into the first house of this connection and out of the house of the subconscious mind and the blind spot. So there's just, I don't see anything here that's saying, ooh, you just wandered into a period of separation. Instead, what I see is that it's like, oh, we moved from, sunny all the time to now there's, a little bit of rain, and I got to go home and get my galoshes and my raincoat and change clothes so that I'm warm enough. And then I can keep playing with you. I got to prepare for this new weather and figure out, is my basement sealed? Like, is now that it's raining, like, I gotta actually do some yard, pull some things out of the backyard and pull them in the house so they don't get rained on. It's a little bit more like that, where it's like, oh, energy shift, gotta go check in with myself. I'll be back after I'm good. A little bit more like that, Julene. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Which card situation do you want? The 3-card tarot? Okay, you said tarot for us. Okay. So what does Julene need to know about, you know, the recent communication and then the recent pause in communication, the 1-week pause in communication? What does Julene need to know about both the recent opening of communication and the pause? Okay. First card. Second card. Okay. Third card. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So, what I'm getting here, Julene, is that even though there's been a switcheroo in the way you guys went from no communication to recently starting to communicate, and then now 1 week of not communicating, what I'm seeing here with the Devil upright, the Fool reversed, and the Strength card upright, all of these being major arcana, is that there's a cycle that both of you are still closing out. There's a new beginning that's coming because the Fool is here, but it's not here yet. You guys are at the tail end of a cycle that's going to require you to have a little bit of strength to move through, a little bit of faith to move through, a bit of courage to move through. The Devil card here, when I see the Devil card, a lot of readers will talk about the Devil card being attachment to toxicity. But I have also noticed that the Devil card upright can come out quite a bit when there is a lot of codependency happening in a divine connection. Because the energy opposite the Devil card and the card that is most like it in the major arcana is the Lovers. And when the Lovers, you still see the two people, but instead of being chained, they are free. And you still see the third entity, but instead of it being the devil, it is an archangel. And what's happening there is two people coming together of free will versus two people being chained together in dependency and manipulation. And so, with the Devil showing up and the Fool reversed, it's the story that's being told is that there are some old cycles around dependency in a divine connection that have to be closed out. And even though the communication that came in, that was new, and now there's, now no communication for 1 week, this is all part of the old cycle that is asking you to have courage and to come back home to yourself, to your sovereignty, to remember who you are, to remember your freedom, to allow the other person to have their freedom, and to have the strength to recognize that if this is a divine connection, there is nothing that can truly break it. So you don't actually have to grasp it. Okay. All right. Julian, I love that, Kay. That's what I've been doing. Good. It was just his last statement was I need a break from life. Radio silence, no explanation. I was like, what? I get it. Julian, have a listen to the video that I just posted for the Sagittarius full moon for twin flames. It'll explain some of what's going on for the divine masculine collective in much clearer terms than I can get into here. Julian, thank you for letting me read for you. I appreciate it. AR, then Crystal, then Jody. AR, if you could post your question, that would be fantastic. And then Crystal and Jody, if you could get ready, I'd love that. Okay, cool. Thanks, Gemini Princess. Gosh, you're an amazing moderator. You're welcome, Julene. Yeah, break from life. A lot of the divine masculine collective is feeling that way. And it's, honey, it's not you. You didn't do anything wrong. AR is me. Okay, cool. Info coming up now. Cool. What is going on with our connection, especially on my DM side? Okay, cool. I'm going to put your DM's information in and read his chart. Thanks for providing me with all three charts so that I can figure out which chart to read, AL. I appreciate it. Okay. AL, DM, Ann Arbor. Ooh. Michigan has been a little hotbed of some goings ons. One of my best friends lives in Ann Arbor, and my goodness, Michigan. I don't know if your DM is still in Michigan, but there's just it's the town, it's the state of many things right now. Had some flooding, had some like citizen activity invading the Capitol building with guns. Like, I was like, what is going on over there? Who told y'all you could do that? I hope your DM is not still in Michigan, but if he is, know that his divine service and light work and frequency is much needed. Okay. Cool. And AR, let me know, do you want the 3-card tarot pool? Or he's in Illinois. Do you want the 3-card tarot pool or do you want the Lightworker Oracle deck for him? So you can know more what he's being called to look at. Let me pull up these transits. One sec. Okay, I had to pull that thing out of the oven. So what's going on in this connection on his side? Aside from everything in the, aside from everything going retrograde, slightly better than Illinois, yeah. Ken, I mean, there's many things in the United States right now. Let's just be honest. The United States is having a hard time. What's going on in this connection is, okay, so divine masculine moving retrograde in the house of death. Yep, feeling like and preparing to meet up again with the Lord of the Underworld. What's going on is he's just trying to deal with himself and the fact that he's getting stripped this year, like stripped down. A lot of the DMs are getting very stripped down to absolutely nothing, like broken down to a point of nothingness to be shown the truth of who they really are. And nothing could be more true for your person than this. My suspicion is that you already know your person is having a hard time, and that they've been having a hard time. And that, you know, life hasn't really handed them Yeah, sure feels like it for my DM. Yeah. Um, Life hasn't handed them a lot of easy choices at this moment. Life has really handed them some really painful truths and difficult realities. And your DM is among those who are getting very much activated by this energy. Um, and we've been in contact for DM and pulled me into that energy, and I got out of it fast. Yeah, I mean, that's also why I'm not doing a lot of twin flame readings this year privately, because Divine just really showed me, the Divine Masculine is going to get sucked under this year in some really painful ways, mainly because there's some stuff they need a rebuild, they need a reboot, and the Divine Feminine just doesn't need to be in the trenches with him, doesn't need to be a part of that. And so he's just dealing with himself. AL, you already know, this has not been an easy year for him. He's getting ready to meet Pluto for the second time in the house of death. So, there's like a bracing in his soul, like, great, what the F else do I have to lose? And the universe is about to show him, really strip him down to nothing. And it's in service of him becoming a much stronger, more embodied, spiritually aware, and in integrity human being than he's ever been before. And this is really happening for all of our masculine energies, not just the DMs. If you're a woman, you too have masculine energy. And there is an area in your life where this is happening for you. And it's the area of your life governed by Capricorn. So know your chart, look at where Capricorn sits, because that's where you're getting this kind of energy of a strip down and an ego breaking and the structures of your life crumbling. It's so that you can be rebuilt in your truest form. And so that's what's going on for him. And that energy is there for the remainder of the year. This is an unusual year in the way that it can feel a bit like shuffling for AL, shuffling for AL, shuffling for AL, and her connection with her DM. It can feel a bit like, how to put it for this year, like we're stuck in mud, you know? And it can feel really hard to move forward. Unlike other years where we have the opportunity to, like every season, we can get a new energy and things shift and they change. This is a year where it feels like the past keeps coming back. Psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, it's like we can't shake it free. And it's until we fully change the template in us that our outer world circumstances change. Um, and so, in your 3-card pull, what's coming up is the Page of Wands reversed, the 3 of Swords reversed, the 9 of Wands reversed, clarified by the Ace of Wands reversed. So a lot of reversal energy, babe. And what's being shown to me, and this is true for a lot of DMs, but in particular for yours, as I look at this chart again, yeah, your DM has a lot of fixed energy. Like a lot of, and fixed energies, fixed signs, they're the energy of stability. Change isn't natural for them. Transformation isn't native to who they are. And what I'm seeing with all of these reversal cards is that there's something building up inside of him that wants to release the broken heart, deal with the dream crushing. Because what I'm seeing here is like a dream crushing and a soul crushing with this particular lay of cards. That there's some ways certain of his dreams got crushed and derailed. And what's going on is that he's resisting processing it. and the universe is pushing him to deal. And so if there's been a withdrawal or a silence or an unusualness in his interaction with you, it's because he's feeling really pushed by the universe to deal with some things he'd rather not deal with, some things that have been really heartbreaking and crushing for him. And it's very uncomfortable to go into that space and to deal with those losses, and to acknowledge what can no longer be. So, yeah, that's what's going on with your person. Thanks for letting me read for you, AL. I appreciate it. Crystal, it is your turn. Then we're going to do Jody. Then we're going to do Ken. Okay. Also, IK, okay, I see what your question is. All right. So, yeah, just hold your question, beloved. Thanks, Crystal, for being ready. AL says we haven't communicated in months, and now I talked to him for 2 days. And it's like he went into a very unexpected direction that looks like is bringing him down. Yeah, well, that's the Jupiter retrograde. Stay open, let him show you what he's ready to deal with, AL. I wouldn't push. This it's a hard time, a very vulnerable time for a lot of men and for all of our masculine energies. Okay. Crystal, my date of birth is 12/24/19. Okay, hang on, Crystal. His date of birth is this. We split on February. Will he ever talk to me again? Oh, Crystal, I just answered that question. I can't remember for who it was for, but I don't know, sweetie, if he's ever going to talk to you again. Sometimes people do, sometimes people don't. Yeah. Yeah, I can't answer that question, Crystal. Is there another question that you'd like to ask me? Um, because the universe can provide supportive energies for communication, but that doesn't mean people do it. Some people would rather almost. It's funny, I just spoke to a DM about this before I got on the live with you guys. He was telling me he nearly died last year, and I had gotten dreams and downloads for him a couple weeks ago. He was working on a book, and his book is specifically about love. And the downloads and dreams I'd had about him was that he wasn't going to be able to finish the book until he reconnected with his divine feminine. And he had cut her out. He cut her off because she went to a place in their connection that he had a lot of unresolved wounding around. And that wounding's still not resolved. He cut her off like 4 or 5 years ago. They don't speak at all. And he can't finish his book. And last year, he nearly died of a mysterious unknown illness having to do with the heart, no less. And he still refuses to speak to her. So I don't know if some people would rather die than deal with the trauma directly. So I can't answer that question, Crystal. Ask me a different question, Crystal, and I will help you out. Okay? Get me a different cue. And while we're waiting on Crystal to pull up a different cue, what's going on in our connection? Okay, I can look at that for you, Crystal. And because I don't have your split February 13th, 2019. Yeah, I need your meet date to know what's going on in your connection. What I can do, the event, I know it's crazy. Like my friend and I, we haven't spoken in a couple years. And so I just caught up with him just before this. And that's the story he told me. I said, wow, you'd rather go from a mysterious illness than talk to her because you like, and that's the nature of unhealed trauma. And a lot of us have unhealed trauma. Um, some people would, it's that soul wounding for them that they can't confront people who touch it. They can't be around people who touch it anymore, because there's that much of a break. So some people go there. Um, some people are that mired in their trauma, and it's really sad to see that. We pray for them and we send them healing and light and love, but I mean, I know, and everyone who knows him knows, if you just talk to her, you guys are going to figure this out. It's going to be fine. Yes, she pushed too hard. Yes, in the direction of a trauma wound for you. And simultaneously, that doesn't make her evil incarnate and not worth having your forgiveness, having your compassion. He'll get there. He'll get there when he's ready. But yeah, crazy times. Let's see what's going on with your DM, Crystal. I don't know what's going on in your connection, but I'll look at what's going on with your DM based on his chart, since I don't have the chart of you guys' meet. Dun, dun, dun. 312 77, Marietta, Georgia. Some people have a will that is that strong, despite how also strong the connection can be, where they'd rather face death than face certain things. Sad. It's very sad. Thanks for hitting the like button, you guys. Those of you who haven't hit it yet, if you'd be so kind as to do that. And then, yeah, he's still alive. He recovered. Talk to me, Crystal. I have to move forward. I'm going to look at his chart. What is your choice? The 3-card tarot pull or the Lightworker Oracle deck? Let me know. Okay. Kim, I'll check the payment apps in a minute, babe. Let's just take a look here at what's going on in his chart. So what I see happening for him specifically, excuse me, Pisces sun. Ooh, okay. He is losing himself to the divine. Fascinating. Where is Uranus? 8 degrees. And then what else is Uranus talking to? Ooh, breaking down his boundaries. Okay, where is his moon? Oof. Square his moon. Okay. You want the tarot pull? Okay. I mean, we'll see the vent. I don't know. Some people, I don't know. I mean, it was a miracle that he found that one doctor who saw this is a heart issue having to do with a magnesium deficiency. But We'll see. I don't know. I don't want to put all my friends' business out there, but that's just an example, like of how we can't control what other people are going to do with the energy. And some people are extremely strong-willed. That being said, your person has a thing going on right now that he needs to deal with within himself. And that thing going on right now is Neptune talking to his sun and Uranus speaking to his Saturn. And this combination, this Neptune talking to the sun, is also speaking to a square that he has between his sun and his moon. So a sun moon square is already challenging enough as it is. To incarnate with a sun moon square has our instincts and our needs pulling in different directions. And it's like, I need this, but my instinct is to do that. Do I ignore my instincts or do I ignore my needs? And so this is a lifelong wrestle that your person has within themselves. And what Neptune right now is trying to do is assist your person with dissolving instincts. And Uranus, because Uranus is the outer planet as well, is trying to help your person break down certain boundaries and certain barriers that they built, that they believe that they need in order to be a sovereign person. And so this is really kind of the energy of the universe stepping in to work with your person on who they need to become and where they need to go. Um, and this you being moved out of the way so that the universe could do its work was kind of part of that, honestly, Crystal. Because when I look at this, the partnership asteroid in his natal chart here, um yeah, she's getting an activation here from this change energy that's setting her aside in his chart. So, partnership energy is just not something that he is actively working on. Instead, the universe is working on him to calibrate him to opening up more to spirit, breaking down his self imposed walls, self created walls that are supposed to keep him safe, but are really keeping him on the sidelines of life, so that he can have more of the divine energy flowing through him, more divine love, more divine light energy flowing through him at this time. And so, yeah, he's being asked. Uh, He's being asked to just open up, and you are being asked to just take a seat while the universe does the psychic soul surgery for him. Let's see what's going on in the tarot, Miss Crystal. If you're asking me questions such as, will he ever talk to me again? My suspicion is that you, Crystal, are pretty heartbroken. That there's just, you'd rather have anything than nothing. And that doesn't mean you will, it doesn't mean you won't. It just means that right now you're kind of being asked to deal with the fact that he's not there. He's got other things to do on his syllabus. I know your favorite classes in university are the ones you have with him. He's got another class with another instructor right now, and you have a class with your instructor. So Crystal's question was, what's going on in her connection? Hook me up with the guidance for Crystal. What does she need to know? Oh, a lot of chaos just flew out right there. Let me pick this up off the floor. 1 second. Old witches used to say, what falls on the floor comes through the door. I just need 3 cards, y'all. 2 more. Crystal's question is, what's going on in her connection? So what does she need to know? Thank you for my 2 cards. Awesome. Okay, so what we have happening here is the 4 of Wands reversed, Wheel of Fortune upright, Strength reversed. Hooray! Strength reversed is actually good given the nature of what we just saw in your person's chart, especially because that Wheel of Fortune is upright and the 4 of Wands is reversed. What's going on in this connection is there's, as you know, as you can, 4 of Wands is a marriage card. It's also a card of stability and spiritual stability. And what's happening here, especially with that Wheel of Fortune coming in, is a spiritual instability between two people that is allowing the universe, Wheel of Fortune, to step in and bring you guys to a better place. The Strength card reversed here is good because strength is the sign of Leo, that card. And the Wheel of Fortune, if you've ever looked at it, it's got four little beings in each corner. Um, yeah, and there's a lot of fixed energy on the Wheel of Fortune, but it's turning the wheel toward where things need to go in a better direction for all parties involved. And so let me just see something here. Where is where is that other card? Okay, right. Got the human, we got the eagle, we got the bull, and we have the lion. All right, that's the world card. So the four energies in the corners of both the world card and the Wheel of Fortune card represent the four fixed signs of the zodiac. And the fixed signs are fixed seasons, and the fixed seasons are seasons of stability. They are seasons that anchor a new template and a new energy. And this new energy is coming in as a result of you guys giving up the ghost on being stuck in the old pattern, letting it go. And so, the universe has kind of stepped in for both of you and said, this relationship, nope, not now, not doing it, because there's something better that we have for both of you. And once we have that something better cooked up all the way, then what we're going to do is bring it to you. But it's going to be better in such a fashion that we had to close out the old chapter once and for all, permanently shut that door. And once we've shut that door, then we can open the door on what's new. But the old thing had to fully and completely die. And part of that death has to do with some of his rigid structures and boundaries that kept him from having true intimacy and closeness. Miss Jody, let me get your question, babes. Let me get your question. Babs, we're going to have to come back to you, honey. I don't know what I'm going to do. We're going to have to come back because I don't really allow people to pay, go do something else, and then just jump in the line, given that there's so many other people who are here, who are also waiting, who are also having other things to do. It feels like the right thing to do to really honor the fact that, you know, they prioritize their time in such a way that allows them to be ready when I call their name. So thanks for understanding. I really appreciate that. I'm really sorry. But if you can hang around, we'll see if there's a pause in the action where we can fit you in. Otherwise, it's Jody's turn. Jody, if you could paste your question. Ken, get ready. Ike, you are after Ken. We'll go in that order. And let me just check the apps and see what's going on here. See who else can add. Okay. We got June. Got it. Look at you, Gemini. All right, girl. Too funny. Sometimes this happens. Two people with the same name pay at the exact same time. So we have both a Rachel P and we also have a Rochelle J. Okay. Both of you are on the list. Miss Claudia, got you. And let's see what's going on over in Venmo. Let's see. Okay. Kim, how did you pay, hon? Kim, did you pay Because I don't see your payment here, Kim. And Jody, if you're not ready, it's okay. Ken, do you have your question ready? You paid in PayPal? Let me see. Kim, do you have a different last name in PayPal than you have here? Because I don't see a Kim Roberts. Oh, no, I do. I'm lying to you, girl. All right, girl, I see you. That is my oversight. You came in right after Cosmic Love Tarot. Since we don't have Miss Jody at the ready, Kim, is your question ready? Do you want to paste your question? Jody, Kim, Ken, and Ike, you guys are next. So, Kim, let's do you. I know, right, Rochelle? That's crazy. Rachel and Rochelle paid like literally within the same 40 seconds of each other. Ike, I respect your hustle. It's not easy to be in the middle of the night and wait for your turn. I respect that. Thank you. And I honor that. All right. Who's ready? Jody, Kim, Ken, who's ready? Ike, are you ready? Who has a question for me that is ready? I know, right? It's like the brigade of the Ks. Kim, Ken, K. And then there was another Kim too. There were two Kims tonight. Okay, Jody, thank you. Everyone else hold your question. We're going to go with Jody. All right, my birthday. Some of you might be behind in your live stream. Watermelon, the vent. I'm eating some watermelon. Sorry to be crunching in you guys' ears. I'm starving. Some of you might be behind in your live stream. To refresh, just close the live stream and come right back in. And that'll get you current so that we don't have any big pauses in the action here. Okay. We're going to read for Jody now, and then we'll read for Ike. Everyone else, please hold your cue. Oof, girl, 20 years, Jody. All right, for me to be able to know what's going on overall regarding union, I would need some other information than what you've put here. But since you guys met in 1995, I doubt you have the information I need. That's a long time ago. I'm going to look at his chart and just see what's going on for him. And, you know, when the universe looks favorable for him. You know, it's interesting. I was talking to Charlotte earlier of Happy Twins 1111. And we were talking about what it takes for a union to come in. And one of the things that it takes for at least on the divine feminine side is a willingness to stay at the ready, because the divine masculine as an energy can move in a more methodically continuous way. And his windows for openness and readiness, they're open, then they're shut. Um, and then when they're not there, no, Jody, what I need is the date and the time you met in 1995. And I didn't have that in your original post, and I can't go back and forth in the chat to pick up details when they're not posted. So because that information, that date, time, and location in 1995 isn't there, I'm going to use your twins chart to read your question because we need to move forward and not keep the list waiting. That being said, I want you to think about whether or not you'd like a 3-card tarot pull or whether or not you would like a Lightworker Oracle deck card for what we're going to see. Okay. That looking here at your twins chart, is your twin person still married, Jody? Because that's something that would have to be handled in order for him to be able to. You got a kiwi. You're hilarious. We would need to have him not be married for you guys to come together, unless of course he's going to do an open marriage, which is 100% a possibility. Jody, he could do an open marriage, and that could be lovely if you guys are open to that. Ken, you're funny. Yeah. Let me see. Interesting. Yeah. So, one of the things that I look for in the astrology between divine counterparts for when people can come together, is, let me just show you the natal chart. I look for the position of the divine feminine and what element she's in. In his chart, the divine feminine sits in an earth sign, Virgo. And so to know for sure that a coming together is possible, I look to see when the divine masculine is going to transit an earth sign, which would be Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn, because the energy between the earth signs flow harmoniously. There's ease there for coming together. And so the divine masculine takes 1 year per sign. And so when he comes into an earth sign, that's the year of readiness and the year of opportunity. That being said, in his chart, what I also look for is where you're transiting. So let's just pull up the transits, where you transit in relationship to him. Now, he sits natally in a fire sign. So we would need to have you in a fire sign as well to create that harmony. Now, one of the things that unfortunately can kind of happen is that windows can open and close, but people find themselves in other relationships that they feel guilty about leaving. They find themselves unwilling to apologize or unwilling to be vulnerable because of the way things got left the last time. Or they find themselves in circumstances of being across the globe from one another and financially unable to get connected in the physical world because they ran and now they're financially stuck physically in another location, even though they might want to be together. And so, with that being said, you're going to want to think about that for the two of you over the last 20 years. That's okay, Jody. Thank you for sharing. I hope that's not true that you have dementia. I don't want to think of you in that way. But one of the things that can happen is that when the universe brings the window open, the two people aren't ready. They think they're ready, but they're not. And so, what I'm being shown here is that because you here are in Earth sign, as I mentioned, Virgo in his chart, he here is in Earth sign Capricorn for an entire year. So, this lets me know that there is a level of openness to this. But, like I said, if he has found himself in a state of resistance, then that's going to be really hard for this to come together. Um, Really, really, really hard. Now, what you guys have on your side is Uranus is in the earth sign of Taurus, breaking up stagnation between the two of you. Thank God, because that's going to allow things to come together in the future if that time isn't now. The other thing that's really good is that in 2 years' time, the divine feminine will take a retrograde in Sagittarius. Or no, next year. She'll be retrograde and all year be in Sagittarius, which is harmonious to fire sign Jupiter, which is where he sits. So there is a window open now. It opened at the start of this year and it stays open through the end of next year, Jody. But the universe can buy the invitations or create the invitations. The universe can call the DJ and the caterer and put up the decorations. But if you two don't make the choices, the universe won't force you. Like I said, there are some incredibly strong-willed people on planet Earth, some of whom would rather die than face the vulnerability that they would have to face in order to have a coming together unfold. For what it's worth, my guides really showed me that if it's happening over there, it's happening over here too. That if they're not ready, we're not either. Hint, hint. We may think we're ready, but there may be something that we need to do either in the world of divine service work or in the world of, healing our own wounding or in the world of life reconstruction that would make a union possible. I don't know what that is for you. I'm not looking at your chart. We looked at his. You like to look at that for you. You can book a personal reading. But yeah, window's open. Stays open through the end of next year. He's talking divorce. Got you. Yeah, Kim, I have it. I already said it. I have you, Kim. I have you. Relax, girl. I'm going to come to you in a minute. I got you. My apologies for your oversight. You're welcome, Miss Crystal. Hey, Anita, I have you. We got a ways before we get to your turn. So Jody, I'm going to do a 3-card tarot pull for you. So what does she need to know about union happening with her divine counterpart? What does she need to know? Okay. Some stubbornness. Somebody's being stubborn. What this is showing me in your 3-card tarot pull, Jody, is Ace of Swords upright, followed by the 4 of Cups and the 4 of Pentacles. Both the 4 of Cups and the 4 of Pentacles are about resistance. The 4 of Cups is resisting divine inflow, and the 4 of Pentacles is resisting letting go of what's happening in the physical world. It's holding on for dear life and guarding everything you can. So there is some resistance going on, I would say. Some big resistance going on in this connection. And like I said, the question that I posed to the cards just now was, what is it in her connection that she needs to know about union soon? And as I mentioned, if it's happening over there, it's probably happening over here. And so you can shift the energy by allowing yourself to examine, okay, what am I in resistance to, and what am I holding on to? What am I resisting letting go of, and what am I resisting allowing in? If you can start to answer that question and you move in your life, this is going to move too. Okay, Jody? That's what I have for you. And that's all I can do in a one question mini reading. I thank you for allowing me to read for you. I hope some of that helps. Um, and yeah, Miss Kim, I'm so sorry I missed you. It is your turn. Go. Let's have it. Um, let's roll with your cue. Babs, as soon as we get to a pause in the action, I'll come back to you, honey. But Kim, I'm sorry I missed you in the payment list. Um, yeah, Jody, really hard is an understatement. Kim, Ike, you know what? Kim paid just before, she paid like several people before you, Ike. Um, and I need to go ahead and let her go because she paid several people before you. And I totally missed her because I thought I had Kim on the list. I didn't realize there were two Kims that paid, kind of close together. So let me get to Kim Robertson, and then Ike, I'm gonna come to you, and I'm gonna come to Ken. You two are both next. So Ike and Ken, if you could get yourselves ready. I see Ike is like, I've been born ready. Let's do this, K Moon. I'm ready. Well, Kim, um, you're welcome, Jody. Um, when I look at what I see going on here, and let me know, Kim, do you want a 3 card tarot pull or do you want a Lightworker Oracle deck for the divine energy assisting your connection? Let me know. Um, I saw you paid for the additional. Hmm. All right. So, as we talked about earlier, the divine masculine energy is going through a massive reconstruction and rebuild. And there is a kind of a creative rebirth here in this chart for the divine masculine. Um, I see a lot of new work opportunities having come forward for him. And, either one of you can hold divine masculine energy. So it could be you that has new work opportunity or him that has it too. I see new work opportunity, but I also see a level of letting go and some like destruction here around the past. Like there's some sort of old structure that's also needing to be released. Um, Interesting. This looks so similar to a chart we read earlier. Gosh. Um, Kim, this energy, this Neptune on the seventh house cusp, concerns me a little because this is an energy of spirituality. And what the seventh house of this connection really needs in order for the seventh house of partnership to stabilize is deep spirituality. But Neptune can have a really pesky way of when we're not allowing it to manifest as spirituality. Neptune can actually just dissolve things like, a wave from the ocean demolishing a sandcastle on a beach, just sweeping it back into the ocean. And so the Neptune energy on the cusp of this connection, and it just got there at the start of the year, has been asking each of you to dig deeper spiritually. Now, for you, this is for the divine feminine energy in this connection. This is about coming home to yourself and really taking such good care of yourself, such immaculate care of yourself, such pristine care of yourself that you feel energized, charged, refueled, refilled, and ready to serve in the world. The divine masculine energy here is doing a very different thing. That spiritual energy is asking the divine masculine to look at, undoing some of the structures he's built. There are certain things he's made with his own hands that he literally is being asked to tear down in service of what he wants to build next. That's what's going on here. And so, um, this moment in time, literally, this new moon in Sagittarius that we just had yesterday, has really been about ushering in a new level for the two of you and closing out the old level. And the new level is about you stepping into spiritual leadership and service, and him going about the process of demolishing everything that doesn't serve who he's becoming. And those are very different paths, they're very different energies. And in order for things to come together in this connection, um, the spiritual nature of this really has to be honored. Number one, there's a lot of tapping into intuition, and there's also, yeah, stepping into spiritual service work that is really required, Kim. So, if you're, I talk about this a lot in the Sagittarius full moon video for twin flames. That this, and in the 2020 union energy update, that this is just not the year for a lot of unions and coming together. It's the year to prepare the way for a union and a coming together. And what we're seeing here, for both of you doing different work on different parts of the path, this has really been about setting up the path for allowing a union to become possible once you've both done the work you're supposed to be doing. So, Kim asked what's happening in her connection. Can I get 3 cards for what's happening in the connection? Show me what's the connecting energy between the two of them. What's happening in her connection? What's happening? Just one more card, please. What's happening in Kim's connection? Got it. Yeah. Sun reversed, 6 of Pentacles reversed, and 4 of Swords upright. So this is telling us a story about a timeout. And it's a timeout that's specifically happening because neither one of you has anything of value to give to the connection right now in a tangible form that can allow it to thrive. And so it's not to say that what you have to give isn't valuable. What it is to say is that what you're meant to be giving is to yourself, not to the connection. What you have to give is meant to be utilized to recharge you, to fulfill you, to allow you a time of rest and recuperation with the 4 of Swords. It's not meant to be given to the other person. What he has in him right now, or she has, is meant to be given to herself. And what you have in you right now, that's meant to be given to yourself. The Sun reversed is letting me know that neither one of you is particularly happy about this time apart. 2 of Cups at the bottom of the deck lets me know there's a lot of love here between the two of you. And if you had it all your way, the two of you would really like to give to one another. But right now, it's just not the time for that. Right now, it's the time for giving to yourself, and focusing on your own inner journey. And so that's what's going on in this connection. And just as an FYI, that energy is there. I just want to prepare your mind. That energy is that way until 2021, hun. That's the context of 2020 for your connection, for most of our connections, but for yours specifically. So just know that, that he's not doing it wrong, you're not doing it wrong. And what needs to happen here, Ken, if you could go ahead and please paste your question. What needs to happen here is just a real honoring and a respect for, the journey that each of you is on. There's, as 2 sovereigns, Empress and Emperor. The Empress is, she's taking care of the land and herself and the people in the kingdom, while the Emperor is out on a mission in another country to manage, international relations and to solidify the sovereignty of the country with the country's partners. That's just like an example of, like, think of this like a very long business trip where each of you is doing work separately that will ultimately strengthen the connection in the future. All right. That's kind of the energy of 2020. So keep going. You're doing all the right things. And that you saw him when you went to the beach is testament to, working in the right directions. Where is she at? Okay, Ken, let me pull up your chart for her. And Ken, do you want a Lightworker Oracle deck, or do you want a 3-card tarot pull? Let me pull up her chart. I mean, honestly, Ken, I think we've talked about this in your connection. Your person holds a lot, the way she's moving is a lot more anchored in the divine masculine template at this time. And what's going on for her is a lot more of that kind of divine masculine stripping down energy. So I'm not surprised that she's guarded and doesn't want to hang out. What I've noticed for a lot of divine masculine energies and this super stripping down energy is that there's a confrontation going on with shame. Um, and there's a lot of shame about what's not going well, what's not going right, that there's a lot of shame going on about, what is. Um, what feels like, a crumbling of a lot of the structures of their life. Um, right. I forgot she was a Scorpio. The Scorpios are getting their asses handed to them. Yeah. A lot of the Scorpios are getting their asses handed to them. Um, Met her dog. Dog sat and laid at my feet the whole time. I'm mad she wore the sunglasses though. The dog showed her, Ken, right? The vent. The dog did show her. The dog told her, this is that we're safe with this dude, and I'm gonna need you to just come over here and be with him. So what's going on for her personally as I look at her chart? Right. So Venus retrograde here in the eighth house of sex, death, and taxes. There's probably some money issues that are up and some people that she owes some money to. Not gonna lie. It just looks like she's got some financial debt that she needs to deal with, and the piper has come knocking, looking to get paid. Um, Excuse me, Kay, as the leader of the the event, you're hilarious. Tell us how fine you are, girl. Tell us how fine. There is a lot of financial debt that's coming up for her. There's some questioning about her values and how is she valuable in the world? Some of that. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so eighth sign from her son. Um, there's also a little bit of energy here. Um, yeah, Divine Feminine's now direct in her chart, but it's right before the sun. And so, your energy being a bit more stable, further along, more advanced, peaking right before her son, it's like she's still, what's happening is she can't, it's funny you mentioned the sunglasses, you're in a blind spot to her. She can't quite see you just yet. And she will by the end of the year. She'll like get a good understanding of you when you pop out in front of her son in the sign of Scorpio. Um, and that'll be like November. But when I look at this, third sign from her son, this big energy here. She's closing out a chapter and a cycle having to do with home and work and money. She's also closing out a pretty big cycle. Secretly cries in the dark at night. The event, you are hilarious. Of a divinity activation. And so I can see she's felt pretty raw for a long time and sitting so close to the opposition to her Mercury. Your girl's in the middle of a nervous breakdown. She probably doesn't know how to say that because she probably doesn't know that she is in the middle of a nervous breakdown. So I'm not surprised she was guarded. Nothing feels safe for her right now, Ken. Nothing. And I mean, we talked about this, the vulnerability of the post rehab space, Ken, that there's a whole thing she needs to rebuild. She's just, babe, Ken, she's guarded because she's so vulnerable right now. She's just, you're open, ready to play. Like you're fully fed, clothed, bills are paid on time, like you don't love your job, but there are some things that, options and opportunities you see in front of you. She's just in a very different place in her life of she's going to get rebuilt, but right now she's in the process of getting gutted, hun. Right now she's in the process of getting gutted. And that gutting, like I said, it may include someone from her past, like a past lover kind of person. But even if it does, it's part of the strip down that's needed in order to help and assist her get to the truth of who she is so that she can become a more real, honest, and truer version of herself. But this is going to take time. Um, her divorce just got final. Okay, perfect. Surprise, she drove 30 miles. Ken, you already know the connection. I get why that would surprise you given how little she's giving you, but um, she knows you're safe, hon. She knows not only are you safe, but that you're not, of all the people in her life, she can count on you no matter how shit things are to not leave. Scorpios are pretty loyal people as well. And so the time and the effort that you've put in to date, it hasn't come to nothing. It's just not fully ready to manifest into something yet. Does that make sense? What the vent said, that is correct. Ken, you asked for a 3-card tarot pull, so let's go ahead and pull this right now, babe. Ken needs a better understanding of where his lady's at. And did you want the 3-card pull or did you want the Lightworker Oracle deck for what's going on here? So I like how you say amen to the vent after I say what the vent said. You're like, and amen. The vent says amen. Ooh, where is she at? Okay. Yeah. You were delighted to see her dog because that's what you could see. Hilarious. That's funny. The last time I saw my DM, I had on a mask. I didn't have on sunglasses, but I had on my regular glasses. And when I took the whole situation off, just so that I could eat something, he couldn't stop staring at me. It was the cutest thing. I was like, boy, you better keep your eyes on the road so we don't die. But it was really sweet. So yeah, but that's what I felt like I needed to do to be safe, and to protect him. Came out of that coronavirus petri dish we were in. Okay, looking here at the situation. We've got 10 of Cups upright, Queen of Wands reversed, Queen of Swords upright, and so cute. 4 of Cups reversed. She's trying, Ken. She's really trying. She doesn't know how to get into her heart space. She knows how to be in her mental space, but she doesn't know how to get into her heart space, not yet. And the universe is working on her, working on it with her. So yeah, stop saying what, the vent. You're so cute. There's so she's trying, especially with that 10 of Cups there. Like there is an energy of fulfillment when you two are together. She's just, her vibration is just Queen of Wands reversed, Queen of Swords upright, which is, I'm not going into my heart space. I'm really only going to deal with what's in my mind, because the moment I get into my heart space, there's too much spiritual brokenness there right now. And I can't go there. The only way I'm able to keep it together is if I stay in my mind space at the moment. And that's just kind of confirmed by that 4 of Cups reversed, which is nice. It's nice that it's reversed. Normally, the 4 of Cups is a card of refusing an emotional offer. But when it's reversed, there's like at least an effort to try not to refuse, which was what you saw when she showed up to meet you. She was trying. She's trying. And so I get it that You know, she felt cold, she felt distant to you, but from where she's come from, this is an A plus, man. This is an A plus. This is her at her level of consciousness participating the way she's capable of. And this is a note for you around her level of consciousness. She's doing what she is capable of, Ken. She's not holding anything back from you. She's not actually being distant from you. She is showing up the way she is capable of showing up. You know that song, I Hope You Dance? This is her dancing. And I get it. It doesn't look like she's fully participating or playing full out. This is what she's capable of. She can't do more than this. It's not in her. That's where she's literally at right now. It's not in her to do anything different. So yeah. We kind of don't like crying or whatever. You're hilarious. Ike, it is your turn. Ken, thanks for checking in with me. It's always lovely to hear from you and connect. And Ike, I know you've pasted a couple times. What is Ike's question? Okay. Should we keep working together or moving into something new or move into something new? That's a great question. You tried hard not to push her. Yeah. You know, it's interesting because she's just not going to let you push her. Because it would be like trying to push a person who walks with a limp and trying to get them to go faster. It would actually be really cruel, Ken, to push that person or to expect them to dance any better than they're dancing. IK says, I sound like the girl with the sunglasses. IK, take off the sunglasses if you can. If you can, take the step, babe, if you can. I know a lot about Ken and his girl's background. I know she can't. Don't push people who are walking with a limp, man. That's mean. That is mean. Oh, you met 9/12/2017. 9/12/2017 in the Netherlands. And it is Kish. What? Girl, where is this place? I have never heard of this. And I am being a silly American right now. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to Google this because my software does not have it. What is the closest place to this little spot? Good grief. It's in The Hague. All right. Let's see about The Hague, girl. Rosenberg. All right. All right. Let's see if the software wants to find Rosenberg. Nope. Yeah, The Hague. It'll give me that. Okay. We will play with The Hague. Let me come back over here. 8 a.m. Okay. The Hague, Netherlands, 9/12/2017, 8 a.m. ICANN Twin Meet Day. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. I really appreciate it. Okay. You met near the beach. Awesome. Is very close. Perfect. Okay. Ike, I just want to say thank you for your patience, beloved. I know you waited a long time in the middle of your night to get this question answered. Very generous of you. Let's play. Should you keep working together or do something different? Well, so the house of the connection that owns and operates. Oh, I'm not sharing screen. I was like, where's my annotation tool? In your connection, the house that operates Um, Career, if you've been working together, is house 10. House 10 operates career. And what's happening here in the 10th house is a change of the nodes. And so that would indicate a change in the wind for what's coming for the two of you, la, 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 which has been on deck. You've probably felt it. Um, yeah, I can see you felt you're both rethinking this. Okay, so I would say that there are no big aspects to the moon. You guys could keep working together, Ike, with the nodes of the moon changing from the house of career and instead now moving into the house of higher education and learning. You could keep working together. However, what's being shown here is that the way that you've been working together does need to change. There is something about it based on your years of working together that is going to need to shift. There's a way in which you've been partnering that it's time to reflect on, think through, and begin the process of doing a different way. How you've been doing it, it can't stay the same. And so, this coming Mercury retrograde is a good time for the two of you to have a conversation and lay your cards out on the table and say, hey, I know we've been working together. As you know, 2020 has been a real difficult year for everyone globally. Why don't we just take the time to evaluate how it's going and, both look at if we want to keep doing this, what would make it even more fun, more interesting, of greater service, more fulfilling for both of us based on what we now know? And it's good to have these kind of taking stock conversations. Every boss at some point has this kind of conversation with their employees. They say, hey, let's look at what we're doing well, what needs improvement, and how we're going to get there. And this is that kind of moment for you two, to sit down with one another and say, hey, how can we work together? We started this and we've done a lot of work, but this is a moment where we can step back and we can just breathe and look at everything that's happened and have an honest conversation about where we want to go from here. So to me, it doesn't look like not working together anymore. I mean, it's possible with this Pluto, Jupiter, Saturn situation here, making a direct aspect to this 10th house, talking about completions and endings. But what it looks more like to me is less about ending the working relationship and more about strengthening it by changing up the way you're doing it and letting certain things go. Yes, I changed already, and he does not like it too much. And we have this situationship with feelings. Okay, got you. The way you phrased it, should we keep working together? I thought you guys were working together in the world of, work and business and career. Um, but yeah, if you're working together trying to make it work in the world of partnership, yeah, it's interesting. I'm seeing the same message in the world of partnership, like romantic partnership. Something has to change. Now, what I just said to you about what to do and what you described, what you did, are two very different things. My suggestion, Ike, would be rather than you just changing and then either he likes it or he doesn't, but I have to change, so I'm just going to change. Okay, that's not collaboration. That's an ultimatum. When we just change things and then people either like it or they don't. Collaboration is when we say, hey, I'm thinking about making these changes. I would really like to talk with you before I make the changes about what I need, why I need it, what you need, how we can make sure you get that too. I would like to talk to you about where we're at and how this is unfolding. When you just decide to make this is what's keeping it a situationship, Ike, is each of you acting like individuals in a connection as opposed to being connected hearts and caring enough about the other person to take a step or talk to them before taking steps and making moves. That's being in a that would move your situationship to a relationship, is actually having a conversation first. When we just kind of make moves and it's like, deal with it. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. That's you being an individual. Well, guess what? They're going to be an individual too. They may not like it, and they're going to respond the way an individual responds, as opposed to the way someone who's very connected responds. So it's really important, Ike, to, assess what it is. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe, Ike, you probably need to make changes. He gave me a choice. Are you doing it this way or not? And then I didn't. Okay, so you know what that feels like, Ike. That's not collaboration when somebody says my way or no way at all. Um, so I've spoken about this at length on the channel in the different videos. I spoke about it in the Divine Feminine's message for 2020. I spoke about it in the 2020 Union Energy Update video. I also spoke about it in the Sagittarius full moon video just now. It's the Divine Feminine who's supposed to be leading the way on collaboration and partnership. And there's good reason for it. She's been energetically prepared for that in a way the Divine Masculine hasn't this year. So, whether this is a work partner or a romantic partner, um, Kylie in the vent, you guys are killing me right now. What you want to do is have a look at what he's doing, and then for yourself say, okay, there's a leadership opportunity here for me. What is it? Because if you leave it to him, you're going to get more of the old paradigm. It's you that needs to take the step to the new paradigm. Cynthia, if you could please paste your question. Anita, please get ready. And then Rachel, not Rochelle, Rachel P, you please get ready. Cynthia, Anita, then Rachel P. So that's kind of the situation here, is you two need to find a way toward collaboration, because otherwise a situationship is just, I'm going to do me in your presence and you do you in my presence. And if I'm just doing me in your it's essentially like, I mean, I hate to be so raw about this, but this is the best way I can put it. It's like, I'm just going to get off on you. I'm going to get what I need. I'm going to get off. And if you get off, great. If you don't, oh well. Nobody wants to be the object upon which somebody else just gets off. That's not connection. And so if you want to make changes, make them, but have a conversation and invite him into conversation. Show him, be the lead. Show him what this looks like. But yeah, don't let yourself be the thing that somebody else gets off on, and don't do that to other people. That's not loving. Now, if both of you have an agreement that that's what you're there to do, then hey, everybody takes care of their own orgasm. But if that's not what the agreement is, because you guys didn't talk about it, then there's a lot of objectification going on, and you want to make sure that you get back into collaboration and out of objectification. Okay, Cynthia gave me some info, so let me get it together here for Miss Cynthia. Thank you for being ready, Cynthia. I really appreciate it. I did not want to be put of any more. Yeah, that's put right, I think. Okay, got you. Um, Yeah, you can do a light worker oracle. I'll just do you one oracle. If that's all you want. It's 11:11. Um, back to connection. That's right, Ike. Let's lead the way back to connection, man. Let's lead the way back to connection. Cynthia, Rachel P, not yet, not yet. Almost you, but not yet. Um, go the vent. Yes, have the convo. Um, do it how you can. Um, how can we move forward? Got it. You're at a distance. How can we move forward? Ooh. We had a rough life last years in particular and are working on our healing and mission work. We're at a distance, so there is a disconnect between body and heart. How can we move forward? Wow, Cynthia, that's a really profound question. Okay. I'm inclined to use your union chart. Nice, the vent. How'd you open the conversation, man? Since you out here giving out lessons and stuff, girl. What did you say to her? Like, I need you to write down the script, the vent, since you out here giving lessons. Write out the script. What did you say after you wrote it out? How did you approach this? Honolulu, 10/19. Gosh, the lot. Cynthia, I'm going to tell you something, honey. My my logic brain says use your union chart since you're asking a question about how you both move forward, but my intuition is telling me to just Oh, wait, I see how I did that incorrectly. Yeah, my intuition is telling me to use his chart. So I'm going to go with that. Detroit 2/22/74. Why? I wonder why. Hopefully it'll show us why I'm being shown to use his chart instead of your union chart to answer this question. And Cynthia, okay, got it. Rough life last year's in particular. Let's see what's going on, Cynthia. Let me just make sure I have this right as well. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. February 22nd, 1974, Detroit, Michigan is him. February 22nd, 1974, Detroit, Michigan. And it's been rough the last several years. Okay. His glue is gone. That's why. Well, that's why on his side. I don't know why it is on your side because I don't have your chart up. But according to his chart, and this is the least accurate way to know for sure, you're getting a massive divinity activation. Ooh, girl, and it is sidelining you out of the connection. Okay. So this is the least accurate way to do what I'm about to do, Cynthia, but I'm going to give you the information I can give you best I can without looking at all three charts. Looking at his chart, February 22nd, 1974, what's Detroit, Michigan? What's being shown to me here is you personally are getting a divinity activation and you're being asked to let go of trying to hold on to the connection. And instead of holding on to the connection, you're being asked to walk into the shamaness's cave and to go into the cave so that you can transform. You're being asked to, from an energetic perspective, let go of holding on to who you are now, because the who you are now is anchoring the template of the connection. And you have to let this piece of you go. You have to change. You have to evolve. And when you evolve, I know you can probably see it and you can probably feel it, that if you stop doing certain things and if you stop being certain ways, Cynthia, it's going to cause some things to break in your connection. It's going to cause some things to break down and it's going to cause certain pieces of the connection to crumble. Cynthia, let it. What you're being asked to do is to let those things crumble so that you can be in integrity with the you that you're being called into being. Know that once you get to that higher ground, Cynthia, vibrationally and from a frequency standpoint, once you go through that cave and you come out the other side a changed woman, he's going to vibrationally reconfigure to meet you there. But there's essentially, it's like you're refusing to go into the cave. And so he's bumping into this wall and he doesn't really understand why he's bumping into the wall in terms of trying to connect with you. It's like an invisible wall that keeps him from coming any further. And it's what's happening there is he can't go essentially there's a spiritual distance that's supposed to be happening between the two of you that allows you to run ahead and him to follow behind and cover your tail, and for you to carve out the path with the machete. But when you stop carving, he can't keep chasing your tail and covering your tail and protecting you. You have to keep carving. And right now, what the carving is asking you to do is to go into the cave. And what this is saying is you have to not resist it. You have to, the things that you've been efforting over in this connection, and because I can see there's been a lot of effort, both based on your question and the positioning of the transits here. There's been a lot of efforting here. And this is asking you to just stop. 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 Stop efforting on it. When you stop, then the universe can do what it needs to do to transform you and grow you and change you. Yeah. That's what you're being asked to do. And then once you've been changed and grown and transformed, and you get these beautiful butterfly wings because you've come out of the cocoon, and you start to fly because of that energetic cord between you, he will then go through the cave as well. He will transform, and then he will come meet you. But because you're efforting in the resistance of, I don't want to go into that cave, I don't want to go there, there's an invisible wall now between, in his path toward you. There's an invisible wall there. Okay? So stop efforting on the connection. Let go of trying to force it. It's going to continue to unfold. You are at a chapter's end for yourself. You need to face that. And I get it. There's grief in there. There's a lot of grief in facing that. It doesn't feel good to recognize that, the structures of your life are being held up by you running on a hamster wheel. And if you stop, the whole thing falls. Let it fall. The universe is done supporting it because it has better things for you, Cynthia. Okay? Um, so that's a read, my dear. I thank you for allowing me to read for you. I know that's not easy news, but there is always light at the end of a tunnel. But at the beginning of the tunnel, it can just look mad dark. So hang in there, Cynthia. Hang in there and allow the universe to support your work. Because even though that's his chart, it was showing me where the blockage is, and where the blockage is was specifically with your relationship to source, and divine transformation. So, okay. Thank you so much for this message. I do understand. Okay. Okay. Good, Cynthia. I'm glad that there was something in that that resonated for you. Okay, the vent. Let's see what the vent has for lessons. Anita, it is your turn. We have a read and a 3-card tarot pull for you. Anita, please paste your cue. We've got Anita, then Rachel, then Rochelle, in that order. Okay, what the vent, since the vent is over here giving out classes on how to create intimacy with your DM, what's she got to say? So what I wrote to him was super long, but what I did was I started off with what triggered me and how it made me feel. And then I told him the 2 decisions I was struggling with. But what I emphasized was that this year I want growth one way or another, whether that means we're taking those steps together or I let him go and do what he needs to do for himself and then we come back together later. But we need to grow. So we had this conversation and he told me his fears and perspective, and we shifted through it. And now we have a more open and loving energy and expression, etc. I love that. Okay, girl, look at you giving out classes. All right. Screenshot. Notes to self. That's great, girl. Really great. You might find your little lesson in this community section of the channel. If you're open to letting me share, you might find this tidbit over on the channel. Okay. Anita, did you give me a question? About this journey, and wrote him stuff that I wouldn't let him read until he's ready. But yeah, being able to know our own psychology and how it works. Where did we get that piece from? Kylie. Yes, ma'am. Kylie, I got you. You are on the list now. You're going to be after Miss Babs, because I got to get back to Babs at some point. Okay. I be trying, girl. I know you doing it, girl. You doing it. I love it. You would have posted the whole conversation, girl. You know my email. You better send that. Send me them details. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to send anything. Anita. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, the event. That's very powerful. I love the way you said that. It's really, really powerful and very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. I'm very impressed. Oh, the tribe is growing. We're all growing. We're growing. We're growing. We're growing. And this is great. This is how you anchor love energy, people. This is how you do it. Self-love while staying connected. The event. That is a beautiful example of loving yourself while staying connected. Where did Anita go? Hey, Amna. Welcome. Where did Anita go? So after Anita, we have Rachel, Rochelle, June, Claudia, Babs, and Kylie, in that order. And Babs, are you still here? Because So, a little request for all of you guys. If each of you could, Babs, is your question ready? If your question's ready, go ahead and paste it because I don't know where Anita went. Um, if your question is ready, paste it. But yeah, if you guys could close out of the live stream and reopen it, it will help you catch up to the current time marker if you're behind. And that would be ideal if you guys could catch up to the current time marker. And then Rachel and Rochelle, if you guys could get ready, that would be amazing. Beth, let me see. Let me see, hun. I don't see I have a Beth, but let me see. How did you make your payment, Beth? Venmo or PayPal? And Beth, are you transformation hair? Okay, I got you. Yep. So you are right before Miss Kylie, actually. So Beth, then Kylie. Okay. Awesome. Kim says, I've never been vulnerable with spoken word with someone I feel so strongly for. Oh, yeah. It's a very naked place, but you can do it. You can totally do it, Kim. Okay, Anita, Rachel, and Rochelle and Babs. Who's gonna go? Somebody needs to go. Otherwise, I'm gonna close out this live stream and let the vent teach classes on intimacy and vulnerability. Mm. The vent, that's nice. That's good to know. Really good to know because writing can help us find the way to say it with love. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. It's okay, Runji. You're welcome to join us. The list is open. So if you want to join, here are the ways to come play. Okay, Rachel, you want the 3-card pull as well? Cool. Anita, thank you. Babs, get your question ready, girl, so that when there's a lull in the action, we can go. I was a rugged Scorpio back in my day. Yeah. I get it. Let me see. Who sent 1111? Rachel. I got it, Rachel. Okay, so Rachel, you want the 3-card pull as well. Anita was who we're playing with now. What is next with my unconditional love relationship of my twin flame journey? Okay. Huge age gap. This is when you met. Thanks so much. Cindy. Okay. Got it. So, Anita, the way you phrased your question, what is next with my journey of what is next with my unconditional love, with my journey? I'm going to look at your chart. Okay. And we'll see what we can see about where he's at. And I know you've been listening to the messages. So you already know that, there's the DM is working on some very different things than the DF this year, that there's the two of you they're not necessarily on the same page this year. And so I know you've heard that message a couple of times, so I'm not going to bother to repeat that. But since we're talking about what's next for you and your journey, I'm going to look at your chart and answer that for you. All right, beloved. And then we'll do that 3-card tarot pull because I see you asked. And then the question I have for you is, Anita, do you want a Lightworker Oracle deck card or do you want the 3-card tarot pull? You let me know. Okay. Hmm. Okay, Anita. Right. So Anita, when I look at your chart, what I'm really saying, um, what I'm really seeing, oh my gosh, Kim and the vent and Kylie, y'all have me over here like cracking up. I love what you guys are talking about. You see this Saturn, Anita, at 1 degree of Aquarius. And then you see your sun and moon here sitting together, sun at 13 degrees Aquarius and moon at 29 degrees Capricorn. Saturn is impacting them both right now in a very, very, very big way. And what Saturn's doing to both your sun and your moon is it's causing you to need to go into a period of looking inside for what is your journey toward personal integrity. What's going to allow you to feel whole, most like yourself, the best and highest expression of yourself, and what do you need to let go of in order to be able to do that? This specifically is the way your chart is set up. This is talking about letting go of relationships in the world of work. You may have found that during this period of time, there are some people who have been exposed as not being a very good friend or ally to you, Anita. Um, okay, I got you. There may have been some people like who have been exposed as not being on your side, having it out for you, really kind of being against you, Anita. There may be a little bit of that. And if it's not expressing itself in that way, it may be expressing itself as just simply, you're trying to leave so you can start a business, or you're trying to leave so that you can, create, what, the vent, you could get off my channel telling me what to do on my channel. There could be, you could be trying to leave, Anita, and other people could be like, no, don't leave. Wait, we need you. And you're like, but I'm dying here. I can't stay here anymore. It doesn't feel good. This is killing me. And you could also be recognizing that your hopes, wishes, and dreams. Yeah, girl, I said it. Unsubscribe. Um, you could also find yourself feeling like your hopes, wishes, and dreams aren't accessible to you via the route you currently have work wise. And you may be recognizing, okay, in order for me to get where I want to go work wise, I'm going to need to either go back to school and completely quit the job that I have right now. And that may actually cause some friction in some of your relationships. You may have a partner who doesn't want you to go back to school, or financially, the two of you can't afford it. Or perhaps your twin person works with you, and if you go back to school, it's going to stop you from being able to see that person as much as you do now, Anita. Um, There's a really interesting, thank you, Gemini Princess, interesting energy, Anita, for you that is saying if you close out this cycle, there is going to be the opportunity for a brand new beginning in 2021. But this cycle has been needing to have been closed out for about the last 2 years. Has it's been on the agenda, and the new beginning happens in mid 2021. But you have to let go of what you're holding on to. So many relationships gone for your life for the highest good. Um, you and Kylie can't be trying to kick me out. That's crazy. um, so yeah, it's a really beautiful energy, but man, Anita, let me put it this way. The energy is doing a beautiful work in your life, but this work is causing you to be uprooted and stripped down to the very, very core of who you are. And Anita, this I can see based on what I'm looking here in your chart. This comes with a lot of heartbreak, a lot of heartbreak. So I just want to acknowledge that for you. Your chart is showing me a lot of pain, a lot of heartbreak. It's asking you to do a lot of psychological healing at this time. It's asking you to remember who you really are, to let go of who your parents and your family wanted you to be, to let go of being the Anita that other people expect you to be, and instead to step into being a you that you love, that you respect, that you can enjoy living with as you move through the next chapter of your life. No matter who's there, who comes back, in your divine connection. And I can see your divine counterpart as part of this ending. Either they're causing it or they're attached to it in some way in the world of work or family. There's what the chart is saying is, Anita, regardless of if this person is in your life or out of it, you are being asked to live the life that you're going to love no matter where they stand, and to be the person you want to be and do the things in your career and in your work that you want to do, no matter which way they fall, no matter where they go. Your marriage ended. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought I saw that here, but I wasn't sure. Okay. So let's just see what the Lightworker Oracle deck has for you in terms of your unconditional love journey. Lightworker Oracle deck, what do you want Anita to do? Now, I'd be asking for one card. Here they go with two. Anita, I guess I'm giving you two, honey. I asked for one card. The first one is Key of Life, Key of Light, and the second one is Life Path. So the numbers are 26 and 20 in case these two mean things to you. Card number 26, Key of Light. Archangel Michael loves you unconditionally, Anita, and serves your soul journey. He brings you a spiritual gift now, the Key of Light. This key allows you to open any door, clear away any obstruction, and free yourself, Anita, from any prison or enslavement, physical, emotional, or psychological. There is absolutely no need for you to feel trapped or locked out of a situation that you want to get into. You now hold within your hands, Anita, a divine key that will assist you in many ways. There's a couple things that felt really important to say about this one. For now, to be free, use the key of light. This means staying true to what you know for yourself. Gently and lovingly assert your truth now. That's a big piece of this. This oracle is a message for you to trust in your own ability to triumph right now. You are the key to success. Anita, it says, you must believe in yourself. You don't have to force a door to open in perfect time. According to divine grace, all doors open for you. Your dreams and actions will prove themselves in time. There is no person, place, or thing that has any power to hold you back. The key of light is spiritual permission from the universe to succeed in your life mission. Second one is life path. And so it's interesting because your chart is speaking a lot about career. So I don't know what's going on with your divine counterpart or if you guys met at work or what, but this is all about you met him at work, he's working with you. Yeah, this is talking about needing to step forward into a calling, because that second one, life path, says this: do you wonder about your divine life path and purpose? You have been enrolled in spiritual training, Anita. This training might be obvious in the form of a course you're undertaking or hidden in a life lesson that's currently triggering your healing, learning, or growth. Whether it's obvious or not, successfully completing this training will empower you to fulfill your divine purpose this lifetime. Further clarity will be revealed to you. The universe promises that you shall know what you need, Anita, at the perfect time and in a way that you cannot miss. And so, a couple things about this one. It's talking about, it says, if you're unsure of where you're meant to be learning, look to the situations in your life that are causing you the most struggle. Struggle is the place where holding on is competing with letting go. It's nothing to be ashamed of. This is a growth edge, and doing the inner work of getting into more peace, love, and trust is a sign that you're growing. Perhaps you're working on a significant issue or challenge that won't seem to resolve itself no matter how much your effort you apply. You're gently being guided to ask for help from your spiritual team. Sometimes a smaller desire has to be sacrificed for the attainment of a greater vision. Be at peace, Anita. Know that all beings shine at the right time, and so shall you. And so, if there's a way in which things with your divine counterpart have felt really stuck because, he's, maybe your boss or something like that. I think maybe you said that he's your boss. There's a way in which you're being shown, my love, that it's time for you to just do the thing that's right and true for you, and trust that this connection will go where it's meant to go when you're being the truth for you. Okay, so that's our mini read, Miss Anita. I thank you for your patience. I know you've been on the list for a minute. Yes, the list is still open. You are welcome to join it. If you would like to do that, that is the way to do so. Miss Rachel P., it is your turn. And then after Rachel P., then we have Rochelle J., then we have June. And if there's a pause in the action, Babs, I hope you are ready. You said, wow, I am feeling you, K Moon. I really hope that was resonant for you. That gave you some insight. And yeah, take what resonates. Thanks for letting me read for you, Anita. Really appreciate it. Trust that things in the counterpart with unconditional love there, it's going to go the way it needs to go. And that's going to be in the way of the highest good for all. And the universe is not going to leave your heart empty. It's just not. Gosh, I need to remember that. Okay. All right. July 5th, 8 a.m. Buchanan. Okay. Buchanan, Buchanan. That is a Southern name. Buchanan. Okay. How's he progressing in his awakening journey? Well, let's see. Rachel P. Twin. Let's see what's going on over here. Happy upcoming birthday to your twin person. Buchanan. All right. Now I have country songs running through my head. Probably the only black chick who likes country music as much as I do. Whatever. Let me stop judging myself. Okay, what are your questions, Rachel, beloved? Some things he said seem pretty advanced and like he awakened a long time ago. Other things, not so much. Rachel, I am sure he says the same things about you. He's married, lives across the country, usually in contact daily, but seems guarded since January. I've been trying to work on myself and support the connection while he seems mired in dark night of the soul energy. The vent, that's not true. I take it you like country music, the vent. We'll have to compare notes. Yeah, he probably is mired in dark night of the soul energy. All the DMs are, and I hope you've kind of been listening and tuning in a bit to some of the other messages I've shared because this is a big dark night of the soul year for a lot of the divine masculines at this time. Um, and I talked about this in the 2020 Union Energy Update video. I readdressed it, I think, at the Divine Masculine's new moon video. That was the April new moon. I talked about this energy of dark night of the soul that's in the template for the entire year. That's about a rebuild for the divine masculines. And then I addressed it again just now in the Sagittarius full moon video for twin flames. So take a look at that 2020 Union Energy Update and the Aries new moon video. Those two talk a lot about why this energy is like that for them at this time. So, darkness. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's what's up. You got it. You know what's going on. But you said he hasn't been in contact since January. So or he was in contact. What did you say? What was the January piece? And transforming is the truth. Thank you so much for your wonderful support and sending light. You're welcome, Anita. Seems guarded since January. Okay, let's just see what happened in January. What happened? What happened? What happened? Okay. Oh, okay. I see what happened here. I forgot that happened in the chart wheel. I totally forgot about that part. So, Rachel, I don't know how old you are. There's this song that used to, it was an 80s song called, it was like the lyrics were something like, shake down, break down, you're busted. I am not going to sing that for you, but essentially, oh, thank you so much, Anita. I will. He's been guarded, but he's still in contact daily. Yeah, what's interesting is, and thank you so much, Anita. I appreciate that. In January, so this was the beginning of the dark night of the soul energy for the divine masculine. So here's the divine masculine, whom I read as Jupiter in the chart. Here's the divine masculine getting ready to meet up with this cast of characters here in the sign of Capricorn. And this cast of characters are what they want from the divine masculine is to break down and shake down any and all structures that are you're a year older than him. So Rachel, you know this song that I'm talking about. Break down, shake down, you're busted. This energy has been coming for the divine masculines. And the first thing it did when the divine masculine met up with the South Node in January was pop forward a piece of their past that they had to deal with based on some facts, some things that they thought they laid to rest that they did not. For your divine masculine, this was somehow associated with money and work. There's some kind. My suspicion is they probably cut his paycheck a little bit, based on what I'm seeing here, or they doubled up his workload based on what I'm seeing here. There's some kind of work that he used to do in the past, and You know what, the vent? Trying to see something. You and me, girl, we should meet. We should be friends, the vent. You crack me up. And I could use a good friend who cracks me up. Um, so something from his past in the world of work popped up, and either they were like, hey, we know you used to do this other thing. We're going to put you back in that role. Do double work for the same pay. Or they were like, hey, we know you used to do this thing. We're going to put you back in that role, less pay. Go do it. And there was something going on with his money and his self-esteem and his self-worth as it pertains to his expression of purpose in the world, that went down in January that really undermined his self-esteem. The vent, you still have me cracking up. Trying to see something. After he met with the South Node, then there was a meetup with Saturn, and then a meetup with Pluto. And these have not gone well, let me just say. For most of the Divine Masculine Collective, these little meetings, these little rendezvous have been like getting robbed in a back alley. It's like, wait, what? Who's holding me up? Why are you sticking me up? Why are you trying to take my money? Why are you trying to take my car? Why are you trying to take my life? Why are you trying to take my wife? It's been a little bit like that for them. And they have more to go. They have another 6 months of this. So I'm not surprised he's been guarded since January. A lot of DMs have. And that's just the nature of the year, as they have this little kind of meeting energy with, the Lord of the Underworld, which is breaking everything down, and Saturn, which is like, if it's not in integrity, it has to go. And so some of this has to do also with this, he's a married man and he's in daily contact with a woman that's not his wife. There's probably a little bit of energy, because all of this energy is preceding his seventh house of committed partnership. There's a little bit of energy here of the universe calling him out on not being in integrity in the arena of partnership, because this Saturn is now having a conversation with his partnership asteroid, strengthening it and saying, dude, you better come correct. Like, you need to stop bullshitting. Either you're in this marriage or you're not, but stop bullshitting. Either you're going to do something with Rachel or you're not, but stop bullshitting with her. And so that's a bit of what's going on here, Rachel, is the universe going, get correct, stop playing, do the right thing. And where you're not doing the right thing, we're going to cause a bit of catastrophe. His wife is also in oil and gas at a company that's likely to go bankrupt. Well, there you have it. Money, 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 money. Some big pun lyrics in there somewhere. It's lonely out here in Wuhan, aka NYC. Yeah. So Rachel, I'm going to do a 3-card tarot pull for you. Do you want me to look into why he's been guarded, or would you rather, Rachel, that I do a Lightworker Oracle deck to kind of see where he has been, where he's getting an activation and what he's stepping into? You tell me. I'm shuffling. Let me know if you want the 3-card or if you want the Lightworker Oracle deck about what he's stepping into. So yeah, he was let go at the end of November. He was in oil and gas. Yeah, Rachel, I'm not surprised that there's a bit of like the universe is talking about come correct. The vent, I like your jokes, man. You got good jokes. I really like, you want the 3-card? Okay. So talk to us about Rachel's DM and what he's going through right now. Let's help Rachel understand. What can you provide to give Rachel more love, more compassion, given what her person is going through? Okay. The cards are so cute. They're like, girl, you already spilled the tea. What do you want us to say? Five of Swords upright, Chariot reversed, Moon reversed, which is about secrets coming out, Ace of Pentacles reversed, which is about no new financial beginnings. So, yeah, this is basically talking about having been at a stalemate and a standstill in his world with some other people that he was working with. And the Chariot reverse saying, there was like a lose-lose situation that unfolded here. And that lose-lose situation left him financially compromised. And the moon reversed is letting us know that I just spilled the tea. That is no longer a secret. He wasn't telling you, but I told you that there's a financial issue here that's causing him to look more deeply at, how he's been living. Sometimes people sometimes people they hit the snag in the road that causes them to look at their entire life is a miscarriage. Sometimes the snag in the road that causes people to reevaluate their entire life is a parent dying. Sometimes that snag in the road is, maybe a child starts underachieving in school when they know that child has real potential. And for your person, that snag in the road that's causing them to reevaluate their entire life and their choices right now is a financial upset. Where it's like he thought things were going to go one way and the universe said, nah, boo, that's this, no, just no. You need to take 2 seats and figure out your life. Yeah, bottom of the deck, 5 of Pentacles. This is financially, in the physical world being left out in the cold. So, he's got this, he was sailing along in this way that was like, la, la, la. I'll talk to Rachel every day and pretend like it's nothing. La, la, la. I'm married to somebody else and I'll just, you know, we'll keep doing financially what we're doing that's not working. La, la, la. No big deal. These things are out of integrity, but who cares? And what's going on right now is the universe saying, we care. Take a seat. Think about your choices. Let's try life again. This is not going well for you. Let's come correct. And so if he's been guarded, it's because there are some things falling apart that he had no business trying to keep together in the first place, Rachel. That's what's going on there. And he doesn't want to tell you that. You were part of the connection that he was maintaining with you, was part of that. I mean, come on, you married, Rachel? Do you want your husband talking to some other female every single day with the depth of connection like he has to you? Is that what you want for your marriage? No. So the universe just called him out and said, we're just going to run you into a wall here so you can see, you can get a clear reflection of what needs to stop so that you can find your way into better behavior, more integritous behavior. That's not to make him wrong. It's just to say the universe is saying, grow, evolve. You're welcome, Rachel. I hope the way that I put it was helpful. I mean, neither one of you was doing anything wrong. It just wasn't allowing you the greatest amount of wholeness. And so he needed to have a situation that got put things into perspective for him. Okay, so Rochelle, you are next, and you also have a 3-card tarot pull. So Rochelle, let me have your question. And then after Rochelle, we have June. And then we have Gemini, Princess. Hey, Cheryl, welcome. Glad to have you. You got 4 jobs, the vent. Welcome. Well, it's good to have you here, Cheryl. If you want to get on the list for tonight, you're welcome to. The list is open. That's how you get on it. It is currently, whose turn is it? It is currently Rochelle. It is Rochelle's turn, then June, then Gemini Princess. The vent is like the unofficial like channel moderator mayor of K Moon Live. The unofficial mayor. Thank you. I appreciate you being the mayor, the vent. You are a good, very good mayor. So hang out, Cheryl. You can check out and see how it all works. Just hang out, see a couple of readings, see if you want one. And Rochelle wants a 3 card. You got it, Rochelle. We are in physical union. Okay. Inner union is in infancy. What is going on this journey? Mayor of K Moon Live. I should have never said that. You are never going to let that die, are you? Oh, the vent. I'm so happy you're here. You're hilarious. Rochelle Johnson. Wish you had been here last time. I read some people the riot act for not having their questions ready, and I felt so bad, but I was just tired, and I had told people to be ready so many times. They'll probably never come back and let me read for them again. Happy twiniversary upcoming, Rochelle. Happy twiniversary. Okay, Omaha, Nebraska. Oh, messed that all the way up. There we go. That's what we're talking about. All right. She's never going to let it die, sis. I know you're not. Oh, man. Yes, I claim it. Very good. Okay, so make sure I have your question correct and your details. You met 7/18/2015, Omaha, Nebraska. What's going on in his journey? Okay. Dang, well, I got your chart, your union chart up now, but I can lightly see what's going on in his journey. What's his birthday? Pisces. Okay. Okay, so I know you've been listening to the entire situation, Rochelle. Congratulations. Can I protest some arrogancy? You too. You see this cluster right here, Rochelle? This energy right here is the energy that we've been reflecting on this evening. That's all about reconstructive energy. And there is a reconstructive energy here in you guys' union chart. I see why they wanted me to pull this one now. There's a reconstructive energy going on in you guys' union chart. And this is allowing a rebirth, and there is a rebirth happening here for the connection itself. There is a new beginning for the connection itself, but this new beginning is asking each of you to break down a lot of your structures. I see that you're sitting here in the house of sex, death, and taxes in a retrograde motion, and you're going to move forward into the house of higher learning and educations. And you're going to start to really lead the way in this union of the spiritual union. You're going to start to lead the way in the spiritual energy of the connection. What I want you to know, Rochelle, is that as you do start to lead the way, it is a hot mess. It's partly why so many DMs are having breakdowns at this moment and breakthroughs at this moment. Um, because the masculine energy is going through a divine rewrite and shedding some of the old patterns of toxicity and abuse and distorted masculine energy. And we as feminines, women, are going through that too, because many of us have abused our own masculine energy and emasculated men, and used emasculation to cut down other women and rob them of their ability to have power and act in life. And so for all masculine energies on the planet, there is a massive cut it out happening right now. And where we've been doing that to ourselves, to others, we're all being told to stop and being stripped of our ability to do that. And others are being stripped of their ability to do that to us. And so for you guys, this is in the first house of identity and self, in this connection, and what the identity of the connection is. So this is going to be interesting. Yes, union. Absolutely. I see a lot of energy supportive to that here, with you sitting in an earth sign in his chart and him sitting in an earth sign this year. I also see, right. Yeah. This is not going to be a smooth path, Rochelle. There's going to be some bumps in the road, a little bit of back and forth, only because as soon as he moves out and he moves into this air sign at the end of this year, Saturn comes with him and opposes him. And so there's a little bit of being held to a higher standard of integrity and connection that's about to happen for him. And that being held to a higher standard of integrity is going to be about who he is in partnership. And if he can't be the person he feels like he's called to be in partnership, you may find that at the start of next year, he backs up a little bit, only to turn right back around and come back in after he reorganizes a few things in himself. He needed 3 years to find himself. He's trying. I told him he was going through dark night of the soul, and he told me no. Yeah, that's okay, the vent. Rochelle, I'm going to tell you he's right. That number, I don't know how he arrived at that number, but when I look here at what's going on in this chart, he's right. That is about the time where there is another settling for him that allows him to move into a place of greater stability and partnership. Yeah. So if he feels like he needs that time, let him. The trick for you is to stay connected without expectation. And so when that energy that you said looks like a hot mess here, the thing that I was inspired to tell you about it is that this is going to be needing to let go of this looking like some level of a traditional union. Like, great, now we're together and we have sex on a regular basis and we're exclusive and I'm his girlfriend and nobody else. And then, after this amount of time, we're going to move in together. And after that amount of time, we're going to introduce kids to one another. And then after this amount of time, he should propose. And then we're just going to keep moving. Like, da, 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 check the boxes, move in that direction. That's not what's about to happen, Rochelle. What's about to happen has a lot more fits and starts to it, because of the ways that he is going to get called through an integrity tunnel. You are going to do a retrograde dance in the sign of wish fulfillment. And there's going to be a point in time where you go, I don't fucking know about this. And then there's going to be a time when you both settle. And so the more you can let go of this needing to take some level of traditional, it looks like it does for all the other normal muggles. The more you can let go of it needing to look like the muggle path forward, and I hope you know what I mean by muggles. If not, somebody explain it. The more you can let go of this needing to look like a muggle relationship, the easier this is going to be for you to allow this to take the course the divine intended with as little friction and as much harmony and smoothness as possible. But you start implementing those muggle rules, you're going to run into resistance from him. You're going to run into your own pain around it. There will be longer separations than there has to be. But he's right. He needs the time that he said he needed. And he said it to you not to push you off, but to show you how to be a good partner. The good partner will allow him that space and understand what's required in that space. Okay? All right, Rochelle. Staying connected. Okay, wait. Yeah, nothing traditional so far. Got you. Okay, so you said 3-card tarot pull, Rochelle. June, my love, you're next. If you can go ahead and paste your question, June, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. And if you're new here and you're enjoying what you're hearing, the list is open. I'm going to read for June, then Claudia, Babs, Beth, and Kylie, and then that's it. The list isn't too long at this point. You're welcome to make your payment. And if this is your first time, please consider subscribing so that when I go live, you do not have to wait at all. Or very long, I should say, so that you don't have to wait. Let's get some energy going for Rochelle and her connection. What's going to be most helpful for her to know about this 3 years that he said he needed and where he's at right now, and the inner union that is unfolding? What does she need to know about that? Righto. Okay. I'm stumped and I'm trying not to pull clarifiers. Give me a second, Rochelle. In June, if you could go ahead and paste your question, that would be great. I would say that's right, Rochelle. Make space the best you're able to. So there is an energy between the two of you with the 7 of Pentacles upright of evaluating, okay, where can this go given what's going on here? What is possible given what's going on here? And the evaluation is like, we see we've come this far, what we've done so far, we see what's been happening so far. And there's definitely something here. It doesn't make sense to abandon it, but where exactly can we take it, and what does it need to actually thrive? That's the question. And both of you have already kind of made the choice with the Fool card next in your hearts. I don't know, but I'm willing to see. I don't know what's next, but I'm willing to take the first step. I don't know where the journey ends, but I'm willing to start. And that's really beautiful, because I think both of you have kind of already seen it and known it based on what I'm telling you. The last card here is the Hierophant reversed. And the Hierophant is a card that's about traditional commitments. It's about traditional marriage. It's about getting, legally recognized or approved of by the powers that be to be in some kind of traditional connection, getting it blessed. And so with the 7 of Pentacles and Fool upright, but then the Hierophant reverse, there is this energy of Well, this wasn't what I expected. Not quite sure what it is, but I'm willing to see where it goes. And I just want to say for you, Rochelle, that energy of uncertainty, not quite sure, and yet and still 100% willing to see where it goes, that's there on both sides. And so that's really cool that both of you are willing on both sides to see where things go. Um, Despite the fact that it is unlike anything either one of you had on had in your mind about where a relationship could or should or would go. This relationship with the Hierophant reverse is saying drop could, drop would, drop should, and just be with where it's at. It sounds like you're doing that. So that's really beautiful. And he's doing it and you're doing it. And that's what's making this possible. No one's resisting it. And that is golden. Okay, so thank you, Miss Morgaine. I'm so happy to see you. Union reading. Okay, got you. All right. What's the purpose of our connection and energy around our meeting? All right. Those are two very different questions, and I would look at two different charts. And in a one question reading, I'm only going to look at one for you, Morgan. So let's see. Purpose of our connection would be your chart because the purpose is different for each individual. An energy around your meeting would be your union chart. Which details did you give me in full? Because your date of birth has everything. His date of birth has everything. Okay. The meet has everything. So, which question do you want me to answer, Morgan? Just let me know. Oh, Mayor. What did you say you were eating? Ben and Jerry's and cupcakes? Is that what was going on over there at the vent? I'm gonna need you to change your name to the Mayor. Because that sounded really good. What kind of cupcakes? While we wait for her. And then let's see, June. And then I'm gonna do Gemini Princess. And then we'll do Babs. Babs and Gemini Princess, get your questions ready. And then after that, we do Beth, we do Kylie, then we do Katie. Energy around your meeting? Okay, we can do that. Let me set it up. 1 second, hon. The Vent Coaching Services. Ready for business. I love it. I love it. The Vent, I'm gonna need you to take down this address. So next time you can share with your friend K Moon. That sounds amazing. All right, Miss June, let's have a look. Energy around your connection and your meeting. Hmm. Now the song in my head, I don't know if you know this song, Morgan. There's a Beyonce song called Feeling Myself. mm, where she's talking about not technically touching herself, although she does do that in the music video. It's really more about like, being a king or a queen in your own right and just kind of recognizing how you really kind of are. You got it going on, Morgan. And so the two of you having met during Leo season, um, Sun in Leo in the ninth house, this is telling me a very particular story. Moon in Pisces. Okay. A lot of tension over here. Okay. There's a lot of energy here of having recognized, like, both of you've been a lot of places, you've done a lot of things, you've met a lot of people, you've made a lot of mistakes, you've come out the other side, and you kind of know who you are and what you want. And so there's a bit of an energy of this kind of like, I know who I am and where I've been and what I want. Who are you in this connection? And so, there's when a king and a queen meet, there's it's almost like, two leaders of a pack or a pride meeting, and they have to kind of do that. I don't know if you ever watched the Nature Channel. I watch a lot of Planet Earth. I love that show, especially after reading for people all day. There's nothing better than not looking at people for me. Let's just show me what the animals are doing, please. I can't deal with humans anymore. But there's an energy here of like two leaders of a pack duking it out for dominance, and really having a look here at, which peacock has the brighter feathers, but also, like, well, I'm sovereign on my throne. I'm not giving anything up. Well, I'm sovereign on mine. I'm not giving anything up either. um, and so the energy here is one of really the lifelong lesson in the connection. Given all that sovereignty and all of that, internal, hard won, deeply fought for, you know, you guys have each got your battle scars, your battle stripes, and your medals of honor. Each of you have these. And so for this connection to, what's in this connection, it's being shown as the lesson, has to do with honoring that and recognizing that being close to the other person isn't asking you to give any of that up. It's just asking for you to soften. That's that Taurus energy on the seventh house. It's not saying that getting close is giving those things up or repeating the past in any kind of way. But getting close does mean that you got to take off your armor. I get it. That armor, you built that over time for good reasons. Learned a lot of things the hard way. But yeah, got to take off the armor if you want closeness and intimacy. So, the North Node and lifelong lesson of this connection is about change. As long as you and this person are connected to one another, you're going to be asked to grow. You're going to be asked to change, to shape shift, to transform. That's the nature of this person's energy in your space, is that you get asked to change. Yeah, Ken, you can do it. Go ahead. Thank you, the vent. So know that, the change that you are being asked to do and that your person is being asked to do, the change that's being asked of you has to do with recognizing that your vulnerability and your softness doesn't mean that you can't be strong. In fact, the strongest people are those who recognize that their vulnerability is what keeps them safe, not their armor, because they're the ones that recognize their capacity to recover fully after having taken a beating and still open their heart. They're the ones, they have the resilience, and recognizing that it's your resilience that will protect you, not your walls. Leo's the sign of the king, but it's also the sign of the courageous heart, the open heart, the creative heart. And so, that softening is about saying, okay, yeah, we learned all this stuff the hard way, me and my life, and you and yours. And now that we've learned it all, how do we also throw it all away and not let it dictate how we're going to be with one another? Because if we want to be close, we have to soften. We can't be close and be armored. It doesn't work. So that's what's going on there, Lady June. Thank you for letting me read for you. That is the energy of that connection that you've got going on. I hope that validated you're learning that big time. Yeah. I love that you're skipping in the kitchen, the vent. But yeah, that's a beautiful lesson, Um, this is, Morgan, this is not the lesson of Gemini Princess. Let's have your question, baby cakes. This is not the energy of, um, you know, two, children coming together, knocking about and trying to figure out life for the first time. This isn't the energy of two, people who've learned a couple things but are now about to have their biggest trials yet. No, no, no. This is the energy of two people who have been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, and now I know what not to do and what to do. I am feeling myself. I have recovered from it all. I went through it and I came out on top. Who are you? And why should I be bothered? But again, that comes out of that armoring. And in order to get close, this connection requires a massive disarmoring. So, his chart and tarot. Okay, cool. We will do that. After Miss Claudia, we are going to do Babs, then Beth, then Kylie, Katie, then Ken. So, Katie, if you could hold, Kate, if you could hold your question until I call you, that would be fabulous. That would be fabulous. So we got Claudia. She wants to do very old souls, and we know it. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Let me just get this together for you, Gemini. Okay. Um, Let me see. What did you say? Which day was it? Last Saturday. Yeah. So that would have been right around the time Venus started to go retrograde. And Venus retrograde can sometimes, like, specifically this Venus retrograde can bring us energy back from thought energy, not necessarily person energy, back from the past. Because Gemini is the sign of thoughts and thinking. I'm not surprised he was thinking about you during this Venus retrograde, because this Venus retrograde hit his moon right here, which is about his needs and his emotions. This Venus retrograde also is right opposite his eighth house and the eighth sign from his sun, I should say. And the eighth sign from his sun, the eighth sign from a sun is the sign that represents sensuality for a person. And for him, that it's really cute. It's kind of very direct and black and white this time. For him, that energy was Sagittarius energy. And Sagittarius energy is about truth and the freedom to follow the truth and our hopes, dreams, wishes, goals, our highest ideals. Damn, Gemini, I keep trying to open the cards to a new place. You know how sometimes you open your deck to a new place, and all I keep getting is like Five of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, Six of Swords. Like, it's showing me that when I keep opening my cards like that, because I hate to leave my cards, like I got the Eight of Cups that time. I hate leaving my cards with painful cards facing upright. And so I'll, kind of shuffle until I get to a positive card, a more positive energy. Seven of Swords keeps coming up. And so what this is all kind of telling me is a very specific story about how he is feeling, yeah, like he misses you big time, Gemini princess. Um, Not only is he missing you a lot, but I have a suspicion that he thinks you may have moved on. Now, I know that that's really probably illogical for him to think that. Ten of Wands. Really illogical for him to think that. I mean, you reached out to make sure he was okay. I think you even said happy birthday to him this year, if I recall. But his thinking is that there's so little that he's given you. Why would you stick around? Why would you stay open for this? Yeah. I know you do, Gemini Princess. I know. Um, so when I look, let me just kind of get rid of those two things because this is definitely missing and longing energy in the intimate way, what I've circled here. Um, that would cause what, you just described, you having that experience on your side of things. Um, Wow. I don't know what Marie has said to you lately. It'd be interesting to see what she says to you in a snoop. But what this is showing me has a lot to do with like a dam being about to break. Like there's a buildup of energy here um, in his field around his connection to you. And there's a break point that in these latter 6 months of this year and in the first 6 months of next year, there is a break point that he gets to where I think he just, I don't know, I hope he gives into it. I mean, I'm shocked he hasn't so far. Judgment upright. Now we're talking. There is a break point coming in the next 365 days that, as long as he can give into it, there's a real possibility and opportunity here for you too. Let's see. Yeah, but there's a bit of a breakdown that has to happen before the breakthrough. And this energy up here is saying, yep, time to break it down. Let's break them all the way down because it's all the way opposite the divine masculine here. And there's Pluto, Lord of the Underworld, and Saturn doing their damnedest to break up stagnant energy for him and to break him open to his emotions. Judgment upright again. So, now we want to have the Knight of Swords. Got you. Interesting. So, yeah, once this transformational process is complete, the Magician upright, once this transformational process is complete, this kind of being left out in the cold energy that I keep opening my deck to will find itself in resolution. But right now, temperance upright, the universe is really stepping in to facilitate his transformation. He's kind of, on the psychic soul surgery table, which, I think we've talked about a few different times. But yeah, he misses you. And there is a bit of a concern here that you may have moved on or will move on with somebody else for sure. Uh, hilarious. I love how he's like not going to talk to you, but then going to like sit here and like reminisce about you and like dream about you and place himself next to you in the bed, but he's not going to respond to a simple happy birthday. Hilarious. Okay. This month will be a year of no communication. Oh, Gemini Princess, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Ken, you are right. If only this would be a simple crush. MY and I were talking about this recently. Somebody had said to her about her twin, you just need to put him out your mind, like taking out the trash. And when somebody said that, I cackled. I was like, don't you think if we could do that, we would have already? I howled. I couldn't believe somebody thought that that was like the answer. And then I reminded MY that, this is the spiritual Olympics, people. This is the spiritual Olympics. Okay. So, yeah, what's he going through? Talk to us about what's really going on over there for our Marine. Okay, y'all want to be together? That's fine. Right. So, his experience of the connection includes the following: the Ten of Wands upright. I see the Hermit reversed, and the Sun card upright is the clarifier. And then I see the Knight of Pentacles upright as the final card in the set. What this is talking to me about is, and I keep opening to the middle of my deck. Yeah, he's still he's so funny. He's still trying to figure it out. It's not that hard, but yeah, there's a burden here for him. Being separated from you is a burden. The connection feels heavy and like a burden. Trying to walk away from it feels like a burden. Maintaining it while he's still trying to figure out what to do with it is a burden. Like all of it feels like a burden for him. It's like when it comes to you, he cannot win in terms of whether he talks to you, it feels like a burden. When he doesn't talk to you, it feels like a burden. Like I'm sure he knows it's been a year. Yeah, I keep pulling the Judgment up, right? This is about to come around, Claudia. I need you to stay encouraged, honey. Is he active to? Oh, that's Ken's question, not GP's question. Yeah, the whole thing is a bit of a burden for him. And so with the Hermit reversed, clarified by the Sun, there's a bit of faking it going on. Trying to at least get himself out of his shell, trying to get happy, trying to, forget seeking illumination. I'll just drink, or forget seeking illumination. I'll just fake it till I make it. I'm not sad. I'm happy. Don't you see my smile? It's very cardboard. It's very plastic. Him pretending that he's okay with how it is. Final card in the series. Dang, I keep pulling Judgment. Final card in the series here is Knight of Pentacles upright. Hanged Man reverse keeps wanting to come out. There's contemplation here on his side. Like there's a recognition that, okay, I thought if I went a year without talking to her, I thought if I blocked her out, I thought if I just walked away, I thought that I would be happy. I'm not. It's every bit as much of a burden, Ten of Wands, as it was when I was talking to her. None of this is easier. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to be in her life in a more slow, easy, Knight of Pentacles, stable fashion. He's trying to figure it out. He doesn't know how to do it yet, but he's actively trying to get there. Yeah, World card upright. You guys are closing out a cycle. Hanged Man reverse. He knows what he needs to do. He hasn't done it yet. There's a lot going on here. But Gemini Princess has sent two soulmates your way. I just want my Marine. I get it. I know. It's hard to open to someone else. There's a piece of illumination that came to me recently in a conversation with Lana, who does the healing work. And we were talking about letting go and, the cycles of letting go that we go through as twins. And what does it actually mean to let go? I'll probably be posting this in the community section at some point because I wrote it down when the illumination came through, that it's time for some of us to let go of letting go and focusing on letting love arrive in whatever physical form the divine wants to place it in your life, and start noticing more where love is instead of having our attention on where love is not. And that's how you let go of letting go. Because otherwise, it's very easy to stay in a perpetual state of letting go, a perpetual state of missing and longing. And the on and onness of that state of being doesn't really allow the love of the twin to come in and to land. So, it's a bit of it's a hard one. It's a hard one to think about, how to let go of letting go, and how to be in the place, how to be in the place of just, the universe wants to place love in our life. How do we be in a place of allowing it? How do we be in a place of letting it place that love? And so no, there's no one. There's no other him. There's just him. But that doesn't mean that love won't be placed. In fact, Gemini Princess, what's coming through as I'm just listening to this now, or thinking about this now and channeling into this energy, is that he, out of his love for you, has probably prayed for someone to come into your life, to love you. To love you in the ways that he couldn't, is what I'm hearing. Not because he doesn't, but because he's made the commitment to do the thing that he's doing right now. And the universe is working with him on that. Yeah, world card, that cycle's complete. But, Gemini Princess, in the meantime, the thing to do is to receive the answer to his prayers. Let the love that he has prayed for you to have land. I know, Gemini Princess, I get it. And, none of us incarnate ignorant of our soul contracts before we actually get in the human body. None of us incarnate in that way. We know when we come what we're signing up for. And your person, who's the answer to, your Marine's prayers for you, the person he's prayed for you to have, the experience that they're going to have for them will give them something that they need. Soul contracts are never one-sided, not to my knowledge. There's a both and to it. So, yeah. Sometimes it's about letting go of letting go. And the only way to do that is to just focus on the love that the universe wants to place in our lives, in the way that the universe wants to place it. When I was talking to Lana, she was talking about, Babs, are you coming back? Girl, paste your question. Lana was talking about the necessity for, the way she phrased it was letting the energy of the divine masculine come through in whatever form the divine masculine wants to take, or that letting go of being attached to divine masculine energy coming through a specific person. And she was saying, it's important, if the divine masculine energy wants to come through a different body vehicle for me or for us, it's important to allow that, to not deny it or push it away or say, no, you're not good enough because you're not in that body. You have to come in that body if you want to be divine masculine energy in my life. So that was a profound, I mean, I've heard other people say it, but there's something about the way she said it in that moment that opened up this whole other level of understanding for me, you know, this whole other level of allowing for me. So, because here's the other thing too, like your DM may come in and, he may need some adjustment time when he comes in. He may not be ready to just jump right into, you know, hey, I'm moving in and let's get married tomorrow. He may, whatever he's coming out of, he may need some time and space to just manage it, you know? Um, so yeah. Um, and you being with someone else, actually, Gemini Princess, may make it safe for him to re-engage because you being with someone else takes the expectation off and it puts in a buffer step for him that allows him to be connected without being dragged by the connection again. So, um, yeah, you take the time with it. The reality is you don't have to force yourself to move forward. Thank you, Babs. None of us do. Um, with this kind of connection, you can't sex your way over it, get over it by having sex with a bunch of other people. You can't, relationship your way over it, like get into another relationship and just fake it till you make it. You can't workaholic your way over it. That doesn't work. So, with this kind of connection, it's really critical to just honor where your heart is. And if your heart really can't possibly, in any form or fashion, be open to another person right now, like it just breaks down every single time with grief, honor it, be in the grief. But if your heart, is just a little bored with other people, then it might be actually time to just look at the way the universe wants to provide you with love and to, give the prayers that other people have had for you and for your heart the opportunity to land. And just see. You take it slow. This kind of opening that we've had as twins comes with a level of like, whoo, can't rush into anything ever again. That won't happen. Take it slow. All right, Gemini Princess. Take what resonates of that, leave the rest. Babs wants to know about her finances and career. So let me scroll back up to her question. Gemini Princesses, I don't know, Sweet Pea. It's hard to know that. It may feel like that, Gemini Princess. It may look like that given the person that you are right now. But that same type of rigid thinking is the kind of rigid thinking that has him ignoring the connection and staying in a place where he's very unfulfilled. And just as much as you pray for his mind to shift and open, there's a level of openness that you'll have to keep as well. That the universe works in mysterious ways. And the human mind is flexible. It can change, it can grow, it can shift. And while it feels that way today, forever is a long time to make that kind of vow with your words. Our words have a lot of power, especially during the Sag Gemini nodal eclipse cycle that we're in now. So just be mindful, that, it feels that way today. I know what I want today. I know that I'm starting to feel more open than I've ever felt before. It's still not very open. But yeah, allowing love doesn't close doors. Allowing love opens doors. It's closing doors that closes doors. Love begets love. Okay, Babs, let me tune in here. Let me shift gears. Thank you, Gemini Princess, for allowing me to read for you. And thank you for being such a brilliant and beautiful and amazing moderator. I really, really appreciate all of your service and your dedication. It's a real honor and a super treasure to be able to be in service with you. Thank you. Okay, Babs. Let's see, you want to know about finance and career? Let's take a peek. Ooh, first thing I'm noticing is a Venus retrograde here at the top of your chart. And this Venus retrograde energy is a energy of something that you had done before work-wise, potentially rearing its head again. Or being called back to an old level of work, an old way of working. Yeah, especially with this Mercury opposite your midheaven and Venus in your house of making money, honey, in your natal chart, Babs. Let's see. Let me. Wait, Babs's question is way back here. Y'all all here talking about this conversation. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Should you share what you see around my direction, purpose, and finances moving forward? Yeah. Okay, so there is like what I'm getting here as I'm reading the energy is a bit of a stepping stone. And the stepping stone energy is like, okay, one step forward, two steps back. Do the old thing, start the new thing. Then that gives me access to starting the next new thing, which gives me access to starting the thing I really want to start. But all of this is a kind of energy of like doing like it's stepping stones to get to where you want to go, as opposed to a final destination. There's some stepping stone energy here because I definitely see old work coming back at the moment, financially giving you like just a little step financial boost to get to the next thing. But all of this is happening in the context of a major breakdown in the house of creativity for you. And that the ruler of the house of creativity lives here in your 10th house. So it does seem to be that there is a business that wants to get born or come through you, Babs. And it's just a matter of giving yourself time and permission to trust the universe, trust the flow of it. Um, it's almost like I'm watching you have the vision of like, okay, it's like, okay, I am in Michigan and I want to get to Paris. And so you're looking for flights. And what's happening is the flights that are coming back are saying, okay, well, the only way to get to Paris at this time is to first fly to South America. From South America, then you're going to head over to China, and then you can fly back to Paris. That's the only route available at this time. is it's like you got to kind of go around and then loop back. And there's this thing how are you set up natally? Yeah, Sun in Scorpio. You're like, I'm not moving until this path is clear. I've made enough mistakes. I have done enough things. I have seen enough crap. I really don't want to go anywhere until the path is clear because I want a straight path. But what the universe is showing with this energy right now is that there is no direct flight to Paris. If you want to get to Paris, you got to take the step in front of you. And the step in front of you involves going a little bit backwards at this moment, at this very moment, like back to an old job or an old way of making money. And then something breaks and then it's like, oh, okay, great, now there's a new flight available, new flight path. We don't have to take you from now that you're in South America where you used to be, we don't have to take you all the way over to China. Instead, we can get you to Europe, and then from Europe you can take a train. So it's a little bit of that kind of energy. And so I get it. You may really have some clarity about what you want to do, or you may have no clarity at all with the Gemini midheaven. But the reason that you're going on this kind of like the primrose path, going around the garden on the primrose path, has to do with bringing you the clarity that you need and allowing you to pick up tools and useful people along the way that are going to help you once you do arrive in Paris. But you're not going to be able to have those people assist you until you get to South America first. But you got to go to South America first. You got to go back to go forward, is what this is saying, my lady Babs. So, and this is probably like super frustrating to you. And just like, come on, man, really? Like some bullshit. I don't feel like doing this. But nonetheless, the more you just kind of surrender to the primrose path, like, fine, okay, some bullshit work. I left it a long time ago. I hated being in South America. It was too hot where I was staying, or I was, in the Andes and it was freezing, and I hate being in the mountains. I thought I came off the mountain. I don't want to go back on another one. Um, you may have to go back to something you don't love in order to get money from it and value from it. And then that's going to open up, it's like a waiting place that then opens up the door to the next thing, which then opens up the door to the next thing. Hopefully my twin will be there in Paris. I hope so too, Babs. They call it the City of Lights and a very romantic city. So hopefully your twin is there for you in Paris when you get there. I love that. I'm going to hold that vision for you. But yeah, to the best that you're able, take the primrose path. Let the universe direct your steps, and give it permission to support you in just letting things be. Just letting it unfold the way it's going to. So another way to look at this, Beth, it's your turn. Please paste your question. Another way to look at this, and then after Beth, Kylie will do your oracle, your lightworker oracle, then Katie, then Ken. And as far as I can see, that's our list. And then we're done for the night. So another way to look at this, crap, I forgot my analogy, and I love my analogies because they give me such good pictures. Yeah, journey, not destination, Babs. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, well, I forgot my analogy. It'll come. It'll come. If you needed it, it'll come. But Babs, thank you, for your patience. I'm so sorry we had to wait for so long. There's just no way for me to really honor other people's time. If I slot other every people in who are coming and going in and out. And I get that you needed to do that. I really do understand that. You got to do what you got to do. I just need to really honor the people's time who are also just kind of waiting patiently and all of that. So I thank you for your patience. Um, so, and COVID dropped a hot album. I know. COVID was like, oh, y'all think you gonna live your best life in 2020? You think 2020 is your year? Watch this. Oh, thank you all for watching. And if you haven't hit that like button, please do. And lastly, if you're new and you're not subscribed, definitely hit that subscribe button because next time I go live, you'll be the first to know. Welcome if you're just joining. And yeah, hit the subscribe button. That way, when I go live, you're first to know and I can assist you. Hooray for trips to Paris. Miss Beth, Lady Beth, it's your turn. And then while Beth kind of gets her question ready, Kylie, I'm going to go ahead and pull your Lightworker Oracle deck card. Kylie, did you have a specific question for the Lightworker Oracle deck? Yeah, Kate. I think Kate's a little behind in this chat, but that's okay. Kate, you're going to catch up in a minute and you're going to hear that I just said you're a little behind in the chat because I said that like 20 minutes ago. Kate, once you hear what I'm telling you now, close out of the live stream and come back to the live stream, close it and then open it, and then you'll be current, and then you won't be 20 minutes behind so that when I call your name, you're ready, Kate. All right, that's what we need for you to be ready when I call your name. So close out of the live stream and come on back, or use your little red slider button, Kate, on your live stream and drag it all the way out to the end on the right of your stream. Just guidance or whatever comes through. Okay. Spirit, you know. Ether, you know. Spirit guides, you know. You see Kylie. You see what she's working on. You see where her heart is. You see what's happening. What's going to be most helpful for her to hear right now? Hold your center, Kylie. That's the card that came out, card number 34. Beth, go ahead and drop your question, honey. And then Ken, is your question ready as well? Okay, hold your center. Kylie, did I pull this card for you last time I read for you, Hold Your Center? I remember doing a light worker for you when we did a personal. I can't remember if it was Hold Your Center. But here's what this says. Have you been rushing out to meet others, trying to bend or accommodate their needs at the expense of your own well-being and inner peace? Now you are to strengthen your own energy, Kylie, your own boundaries, to find your ground. Firmly place your feet there and do not move. Feel your feet anchoring you like a beautiful tree. Let your experience quiet certainty. Let yourself experience quiet certainty as you hold your center with commitment, courage, and consciousness. You're learning to trust in your own instincts, to take your own journey without comparison to the life of another. I think I remember talking to you about this because we were talking about your friends, and I was like, they are not going to understand what you're dealing with. Like you're on a whole other level. Here's where it goes on. It says, there's no need to become disheartened or distracted by comparisons or judgments. The earth needs your light, which can only come from you. You will offer so much less if you try to make it match your beauty, to You will offer so much less if you try to make it match your beauty to what you perceive to be the beauty of another. Many souls who are different and unique were not understood, acknowledged, and valued for whom they were as children. Instead, they were encouraged to conform, to change, to be other than their true self in order to be loved. This can be a hard pattern to break, yet the time is here for you to love and honor yourself as yourself. Kylie, you are beautiful. You do not need to change for another. You certainly do not need to change for the divine. You're being encouraged instead to distill your essence, to become even more of you, Kylie. Hold your center now and do not be rattled by any other, not through intimidation or confrontation or doubt or jealousy or fear. To hold your center means to accept your innate value and worth, your right to exist and thrive, and accept the love that created you as you in order to fulfill your divine destiny. This oracle brings you confirmation. Kylie, you're on the right path. You do not need to collapse into fear or doubt to ease old guilt or make other people more comfortable. It's not selfish or hard of you to be strong. You can hold yourself in high esteem and be gentle and loving to other people, whilst absolutely refusing to accept any behavior, belief, or attitude of another that would tear you down or cast you into doubt or self hatred. Girl, don't let people beat up on you. You are aces. As part of your spiritual training, your soul learned to be open to receive guidance and channel healing. This is what you needed to be able to do to function as a healer, channel, and light worker. You had to be sensitive, receptive, and open. Now is the time to balance that with resilience, strength, and even some divine stubbornness. Kylie, refusing to give up on who you are whilst remaining open to guidance is the balance of loving wisdom that's necessary to grow yourself as a divinely unique individual in a world that often fears true individuality simply because it cannot be easily controlled. Holding your center doesn't mean that you no longer surrender. Instead, you consciously choose to surrender into divine love and grow more empowered. Kylie, you're here to shine a light, to be the lighthouse for others. The lighthouse doesn't ask for permission to shine, it stands still, shines faithfully, and those who need it are guided by its light to safety. Do not lose faith in yourself, beloved soul. You know who you are. Be strong, honor your inner journey and your personal boundaries. You need to feel safe in your ability to say no as much as you need to know that you will say yes when your heart guides you to do so. Be true to you. Um, so Kylie, a couple of images kind of flashed forward into my clairvoyance while I was reading this for you. One of the things that I'm prompted to share has to do with honoring your time, Kylie. I'm seeing that perhaps there are some friends or people who come into your space and just want to use your space to process with you. Because they like that you're there for them and you like being friends with them. You like being connected, and processing the events of the world together is helpful to both of you. However, there is a bit of an imbalance and some unevenness in this for you, Kylie, where some of these people are not allowing you. How is it working? Show me more specifically. What's being shown to me is you're done with the conversation and they still have another 30 or 40 minutes of talking in them, and you need to cut it off when you're done and stop letting them just use your space for their needs. That was the first thing. The second thing is that I'm watching, there are memories that are coming up for you, Kylie. a lot of memories about the ways that people made you feel bad about your body, either by not choosing your body or, just petty things that people do um, that caused you to second guess or doubt your physical form. And part of this message for this card for you today had to do with coming to a place of choosing the body that is choosing to hold your soul and no longer putting it down, poking it, shaming it, prodding it, binding it, making it wrong for the way that it is. It's the vessel for your soul, and the memories that you keep replaying about your physical body are disturbing your capacity to stay centered. Is there anything else about this, about holding Kylie's center? The rest of it is just growing pains, is what I'm being shown, like the growing pains of shedding parental paradigms and shedding, familial kind of expectations, which you'd already been in the process of doing. But the two big things were about getting yourself enough breathing room and space with friends who are utilizing your space to process life, and not letting them use your space when you're done sharing it. I'm also kind of picking up that there's a little bit of energy here for you, Kylie, having to do with like I'm watching you and your friends do a bit of like processing around like race and ethnicity and culture and prejudice and bias in the United States right now, given everything that's just happened. And I'm watching you witness and hear certain things that they're saying that are kind of fucked up, but you don't know how to say anything about it. And so what this card is reminding you is to remember where the line is, to not get sucked into conversations or agreeing with people. And it doesn't look like you do. Like you hold the line around this stuff. Um, you know, everyone is awful right now, okay? Backstabbers everywhere. Yeah. There's a little bit of an energy of, people, just they're trying to process what's happening, but they're doing it in a way that exposes a lot of their fucked up mentality. And you recognize it, but you don't always know what to do about it. And this is partly why this card is saying to you, stop letting people process in your space, because you just don't need to be exposed to all their crazy around race, because you don't think some of the same ways that they do. And the second thing is about there is going to be a moment in time coming forward. It's not right now, but coming forward where you're going to be really asked to take a stand and to tell people to cut it out, to stop it, that that's not loving, that it is racist, that there are certain things that people are saying and that they're doing that, it's prejudiced, it's biased, it assumes the worst of people. And you will be called upon to speak on those things. That time isn't yet, but it's coming. And the hold your center has to do with, for now, just not letting yourself get sucked into conversations with people who are behaving in that way. Okay. So yeah, that's so yeah, that's that. I hope you don't mind that I did a little lightweight clairvoyance, and looking at your energy field. I didn't think you would, but those were the messages that were coming through with that card for you. Since all you paid for was a card, all you wanted was a card, I was like, I mean, she could pay me $11 to read, but I could actually share a little bit more of my gift than that. um, so yeah. The line for you're welcome, Babs. Kylie, I hope some of that resonated. Take what resonated, check out the rest. You know how this works, girl. Did Beth, okay, so did Beth disappear? I had to close my eyes to do that channeling. Let me just check back in with these comments. What happened in here? Okay, Kate's coming back. Telling your friends is tricky business. My friends just judge and triggered me when it comes to my twins, so I do my best to keep it to myself if there's a rough patch. I get it, the vent. What cards are these? This is the Lightworker Oracle deck, the vent. So if you're subscribed to the main channel, the vent, in the community section, like every Monday or Tuesday, I post one of these cards on the channel. And so it's called the Lightworker Oracle deck and guidebook by a woman named Alana Fairchild. People using it as a dumping ground. Yep. Thanks, Gemini Princess, for putting it out there. Kylie, people that are not on the journey can't relate and don't understand. That's true. Just getting drained. Yeah. Told people stop talking to me about it. Yeah. I had to say that to people too. For real. It's really cute. You're welcome, Babs. Holding my sword. Now I have to hold my center. Yes. Event, that was dope. Okay, you're welcome. I'm glad you thought that was cool. Thank you, Kay. Agree with you. The event, secondhand trauma. Totally. Babs, can we circle back? Wait, babes, we did you already, Babs. What you mean, can we circle back? Circle back to where? We did your turn, hun. Okay, Beth, let me get your question. Go ahead and paste your question, Beth. I figured you were the vent. I just didn't want to assume. But yeah, it's the stuff that I post every single week for the collective. It's that same card deck that I'm using tonight with the 3-card. You can either do the 3-card or you can do the Lightworker Oracle single question or single card pull. Okay. What should your focus be on right now? Ken's taking martial arts. I love it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I went in on, on the Sagittarius new moon video. I really went in on the stuff around bias and racism and police brutality and the protests. Like, I was like, okay, well, I have a platform. Now I got to speak about it. So I talked a little bit about how to be helpful. Hopefully it helps people who want to be helpful. But, I'm sure people light my ass up in the comments. Don't talk about this on your channel. Well, if you're uncomfortable, unsubscribe. That's how that works. Okay, so 11/23/74 Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Okay. Poplar Bluff. Beth. 11/23/1974. 8:32 a.m. Okay, cool. Beth, and then after Beth, we're going to do Kate. So Kate, get your question ready and go ahead and paste it. Okay, Kate? Please paste your question because as soon as I'm done with Beth, I'm going to read for you. All right. So Beth, what you should be focused on right now Ah, you've got a Sagittarius sun. Hmm. Where is your natal Saturn? Here. Okay. Where's your natal Uranus? Here. Yeah. Okay. And then where is your natal Mars? And then your natal Pluto? Okay. I mean, Beth, you probably already know this, but a big thing that you're supposed to be focused on is getting your money together, hun. Um, you're supposed to be getting your career and your money right. Get that money right and get that money tight, girl. There is a new level of spiritual service work here that you are being called to step into. Um, and Beth, what's going on here is there's a level. Thanks so much, Cookie. It's so nice to hear from you. Welcome. Um, there's a money thing going on here for you around a new way of making money. And so I don't know if you it doesn't look like you lost your job. I mean, if anything, it looks like you're leveling up at work right now really quickly. Like you're being asked to you're blossoming. Mhm. Mhm. Blossoming. And so what you're being asked to do first thing is figure out what it is that you can do to organize your finances better and get in better financial standing, better financial integrity. So this may include a little bit of cleaning up your taxes, making sure all your paychecks have been correct over the last little stretch of time, that there's no mistakes on your paycheck. It could also include ensuring that you are, um, if you've got a side hustle, that it's a legit side hustle, that you're paying, your taxes appropriately on that, but also it's set up appropriately so that you're not overpaying taxes. But also, this is about doing things that you value. And this Uranus transit into your fifth house of creativity is about to up level you in terms of the work that you're getting ready to do on the planet, and allow you to do greater work for more people on planet Earth. Now, what year were you born in, Beth? Okay. Um, One thing that you want to kind of note with that Uranus transit through the fifth, it's like about a 7-year transit, honey. I, um, I mean, I see your age, but I just want you to know that you've got about a 7-year window where you could get accidentally pregnant without meaning to with some of this energy, Beth. So do what you need to do if you don't want no babies. That's what I'm trying to say there. But if you're cool and that's not how this energy is going to get directed, because either you're celibate or your tubes are tied or that kind of thing, um, then this energy is really helping you channel more divine energy into your physical world. Yeah, girl, this is really the energy of, actually, if I'm going to be really honest with you, like a star seed being like, oh, her womb looks good. Her life looks fine. She looks like a good human. Let me just pop on in there. So be very careful, because you could get selected in that way. Like I said earlier, I do believe we kind of know by soul contract if these kind of things are going to happen. But if you're like really clear, nah, boo, not me, not this lifetime, take some precautions. Um, Aside from that, this is about getting your values together and up leveling your self esteem with this energy on this axis. by getting yourself into a place where you're doing the kind of work that you feel really called to do and not delaying, not hesitating, um, not passing go on this energy. Um, this is really about stepping forward into your light work and into your service at this time in a really, really big way. Um, so, very exciting energy for you. Beth, really exciting. When I look here, the other thing for your focus, yeah, because the nodes are moving back into the sixth house for you. This is about service. Yeah, you're really being called to step into your light work and your divine service work. So, whatever that is for you, even if you don't know for sure, take the steps you need to take in order to give yourself, the stepping stones that'll get you there. So sometimes those stepping stones are about like, oh, I love this thing. You have clarity on what that was. Perfect. So start now. Start in the small ways that you can start. Don't look for it to be perfect. Don't look for a bunch of hoops. Like I've been without a website as a reader for like more than a year now, or just over a year. I worked with what I could because it was free, and I just bought a website, like it's getting designed now, but you don't have to have a website to start a business or to start your work. And so that's what I mean. This Saturn here is asking for you to not make it perfect, but instead to show up and be present and be truthful and be in integrity with your light work and in your service work at this time, because you're really being called. The fact that it occurred to you when it occurred to you and clarity about that is your sign that now is the time to go. Now is the time to roll. Do not delay. Get thee to the light work. All right, Miss Beth. Thank you for your patience and letting me read for you. I super appreciate it. It was a pleasure. Now, I hope Katie pasted her question. I don't see Katie here. Nope, nothing from Kate just yet. Okay. Ken, you're last up, babes. You said you had a question about yourself, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up your chart while we wait for Kate to post. Kate, whenever you're ready to post, just post your question because you're the second to the last person, so I'll be able to find you pretty easily. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Ken's chart in case, and Ken, if you could also paste your question, that would be amazing. Oh, you are on the ready, Kate. Fabulous. I love it. All right, Ken, you're next. Nah, KB, you can go ahead and make a payment. If you want to make a payment, KB, you're welcome to. I can read for you. I have Ken, Kate, and then it would be your turn. So if you want to go, you can go for it. Miss Kate says her details are Salem, Oregon. Oh, Gemini Princess, I'm seeing something here for the first time that I didn't see earlier. Right here. I can't hurt anyone by leaving them the way Rich left me. I mean, I get that, GP. I totally do. But you would never leave anyone the way Rich left you. That's not in your nature. You don't have that in you. Like you would have a much more, kind, you know, departure. Gemini princess. And saying goodbye or, departures or breakups don't have to be the way Rich did it. Um, that was really, I mean, the way he set that up it was beyond traumatic and more than what it had to be. He didn't have to do it that way. He could have made some other choices and he didn't. And so allowing someone to love you and opening your heart to loving someone else doesn't mean that you stop loving Rich. Just because you love mom doesn't mean you don't love dad. You know what I mean? Like, and loving your first girlfriend or boyfriend doesn't mean that now you don't love your parents. So if there is someone and you are curious and your heart is drawn, you know, eh, love doesn't close the door. It's like, oh, I love you. I love you, but I also love you. And that's a possibility in this world that we can love more than one person in really deep ways at the same time. It's not either or. Love doesn't ask us to make those kinds of choices. Our mind does, but our heart does not. When we're in the heart just loves. That's it. And it would never go down the way Rich did it with you. It's that was traumatic in a way it didn't have to be, because that's just where Rich was at and how he dealt with his emotions by cutting them off. So he thought he could just cut you off because you were attached to so many of his emotions. That's not fair. It's not right. And you would never do that. You're a different breed of animal with different experiences. But yeah, um, you know, if Rich sent you some loving from somebody else, it's okay. It's okay if he sent you some loving from somebody else. Um, Especially if your heart is drawn to look at it, that doesn't mean that you won't be open to Rich. I get that it can feel that way, but that's not necessarily the case. Um, love is love, man. Love is love. Okay. Um, Katie put me a question and she wants to know, am I to keep my own studio business or keep working for another person's studio or community? I've worked for this person for 8 years. I opened my own studio in Indiana. Okay, that's a great question. Let's see. It's too soon to tell, Kate. Um, It's interesting. I see why you're asking this question based on what I'm seeing in your chart, but the answer doesn't really arrive until Saturn crosses or gets closer to the 24th degree of Aquarius, and that doesn't happen until 2021. And in between now and then, just given how the last 90 days went of 2020 and the first 6 months of this entire year, we're only 5 months in, and it's like the whole world's been set the fuck on fire. Kate, what this is showing me is that there is a type of change imminent, but what it is isn't yet fully formed. And there's a series of experiences that are going to unfold between now and Saturn touching that 24th degree that's going to clarify for you what the right next step is, because there may be something like franchising or merging the studios, or something may happen that shuts the studio down for you, like a fire. Knock wood, no fires, please. In either studio, please. We just want all studios to be whole. Something may happen, is what I'm trying to say, with the series of events that occur as Saturn and Jupiter approach this line right here, that will transform what the actual final decision really is. And so, yeah, Uranus is transiting and approaching this line here in your, yeah, it's trine your Venus. Yeah. Just wait. I know you feel the change. It is imminent. It's definitely coming. The note you're due for a nodal return, and that's going to pop up for you later this year when you get to the exact degree. Yes, the change is coming, but according to your chart, now I don't know what your money looks like, Kate, but according to your chart, Kate, this is showing me that, excuse me, but it's just, it's more to come, dot, dot, dot. It's not fully clear yet. It's going to become clear, but we have more information. Now, you may feel forced to make a decision right now financially. If you have to make a decision right now financially, I can't say which way you're supposed to lean. Your midheaven talks about self-sovereignty, and divine, like following right order, right timing. And so owning your own thing, yep, absolutely. Supposed to do it, yes, but at the right time. That's that Virgo energy there. So I can't say. So hopefully financially, Kate, you tell me, do you have to make a decision right now, or can you ride this out a little bit financially? Um, like, is there a way that maybe you can take some of the stuff that you're doing in either location online so that financially you're in a better place? Is that a possibility or an option? Holla from a mala. I don't know, girl. You tell me. But this is really looking like a decision will need to get made, just not yet. And some things are going to happen that are going to help clarify it. Money seems to come from others in support, but I make little myself. Oof. Kate. God bless the people who are like supporting our yoga instructors and our studio owners, man, because I so want to go get some body work done and like go to a class, but I know I have no business being anywhere, given how much I've been sick this year. I can ride it out, but I get discouraged that things are moving quickly. Are moving quickly or are not moving quickly. If you can write it out, do, because it just looks like there's which way to go. If it's, close your studio or open your like keep it open. Like it just doesn't look like there's a clear answer right this minute. Normally with this kind of transit over your moon, I would say it's done, give it up. But I don't really see that here. There's enough other things that are talking about restructuring and new beginning. You're going to have to restructure one way or another, Kate. They're moving so slow that it's hard to write it out. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hold the line if you can. Just give this a little more time. Let me just give you a date for when the answers start to become clear. It's not until next year. Mm. Dang, girl. All right. I know this is not what you want to hear, Kate. But here's the reality of it. There is some level of opportunity and up-leveling that occurs, but it's not until December of next year. So it's 18 months from now. And in the meantime, yeah, there are a series of closings on the Sagittarius Gemini eclipse axis, which does include the way you make your money um, and your house of finance here, and earned income and money from others. There's a series of eclipses that are closing out a cycle in your life and the way you make your money. So, I mean, I know what it takes to open a studio, Kate. That's not easy. It's incredibly difficult, and I know that you'd hate to give it up because of one down year. But it does look like, yeah, you're gonna need to restructure it, change the way you're making your money in some way. It also looks like, yes, you are meant to be an entrepreneur to make money under your own name, not necessarily via somebody else. Yet and simultaneously, success comes when you've paid attention to right timing and staying in service while you pay attention to the right time. So, a restructuring's in order. The new opportunity and new horizon doesn't really start to take off until December of next year. But between now and then, there will have been enough signs about what is the only and best thing for you to do that you're going to know. So, keep paying attention to what you're feeling right now. Keep paying attention to what it's showing you right now, Kate. Um, Keep paying attention to what other studio owners are doing right now to thrive and survive in this, because what they are doing could provide a model for you that's going to help clarify for you. Oh, this is how I can reshape things so that I'm moving in a good, better direction. I'm going to do this with my studio. There's definitely a reshaping on deck here, but whether or not that's a full on closing, I can't say that I know that for sure. There's definitely some level of closing and ending, but I don't know if it's necessarily the business, the one working with the woman you work with, or if it's just the way you've been doing business and needing to take it in a different direction, like online. So, as you're able to hold on, but also keep looking for this clear signs that the writing is on the wall in one direction or the other, because the events of the A eclipses and the retrogrades are going to clarify for you in a really clear way. Oh, this is the direction I'm supposed to be moving in. But in the meantime, what I would suggest you do is start paying attention to the way other studio owners are surviving this. What are they doing that's making it possible for this to be a moment where they're not having to close? And see if any of those options and pieces of information work for you. All right, Ken? Sorry, not Ken. It's your turn, Ken. I'm looking for your chart. Kate, all right. Thank you for letting me read for you, Kate. You asked for a 3-card tarot pull while I look for Ken's chart. Do you want to do the 3-card pull, Kate, on your question? Or Kate, do you prefer to do the Lightworker Oracle deck for your message? Which do you prefer? There we go. You're welcome, beloved. Just let me know which one I'm going to do for you. Lightworker Oracle deck? Okay. Let's go ahead and get this up. What's Kate's guidance? What does Kate need to know? She needs to make a change, but what does she need to know about the right direction for her? What's Kate's guidance? What does she need to hear to clarify the right direction? It's hard times, and she just needs to know what's going to be the best thing for her to do. How can she serve, enlighten, love? Dang, and I keep asking for one card, and here they go with two again. Okay, girl. Okay. Well, hopefully this illuminates a couple things for you. I won't read, since there's two cards here, I'll only read the intros to the cards. I won't read the whole card. But the first card is past life activation. Card number 35, in case that has significance for you. You have talents within that have been developed through many varied life experiences, Kate. You have had many lifetimes already, even if you don't recall them consciously, helping you evolve and grow into the loving being that you are today. You desire to grow in consciousness and spiritual power to assist the divine plan unfolding throughout the universe, is heard and supported by the spiritual worlds in all ways. To this end, past life material is being activated now for your benefit and for the greater good, Kate. I want sovereignty so bad. Yeah, that you do have that Leo midheaven. So that is all about sovereignty, especially in work. Your soul has a history of lifetimes through which it has learned to be wise and develop certain talents. Sometimes these were mastered through very challenging circumstances. You might feel you are obtaining mastery in certain areas again in this lifetime through challenging circumstances. The oracle of past life activation comes to you when a power you developed in a past life that would be useful for you to access in this current lifetime is now available. Sometimes, whilst the treasure is emerging from the depths of your being into consciousness, it will be coated in the pain of the past. This may be the reason you have not incarnated with this gift fully awakened and at your immediate disposal. You have to allow it to rise up in you and to dig a little to crack open the coating of a wound to free the treasure that temporarily became trapped in that pain. As you cleanse the old memories, beliefs, or programs that once caused you to subconsciously protect yourself by hiding your talent, you will grow strong enough to process the pain and stand in the truth of your reclaimed gifts. If you have been considering a new line of work, feeling like you'd like to explore or express different talents, or Kate, have the urge to develop an interest and transform it into a vocation, you are very likely already feeling the stirrings of that past life activation now taking place for you. Kate, trust the feelings that you feel. A part of your divine inheritance is being restored to you. So that's the first card that came through. The second one that came through with it was spiritual service. This came through for a couple people tonight. And this card reads, self-doubt can be a habit that is hard to break. It can slow down your spiritual progress and the fulfillment of your life purpose. Ultimately, it won't stop you, but it can make your progress seem more challenging. It's easier to fulfill your purpose when you acknowledge your own goodness and talent and do what you love to the best of your ability. Realize that you are enough, that your work is good, and that you have something of value to offer, Kate. It's time to let go of fear of failure, concern about your ability and your right to live a happy and fulfilled life of success, because the universe believes in you, Kate. You are being called to service beyond that which you have accomplished thus far. That's because you're ready, capable, and willing to step up. You may be afraid that you cannot perform well enough, or that you're not skilled or experienced enough, or that you're not as good as others, or that you do not have enough value to offer. These are wounded beliefs about your self-worth. It's time to recognize this wounding and not empower these beliefs anymore. As you release the old beliefs, you create space within you to receive impressions of how you can most joyfully serve the greater good. So, in other words, self doubt, Kate, may be blocking your creativity in divine service at this time. And it's really important for you to shed self doubt so that you can hear and see the impressions of what will work so that the creativity can come through, hun. If at any time you find yourself blocked by fear or performance anxiety, it can be helpful to release these blocks by simply asking yourself how you could best serve the greater good at this time. Yeah, that's what I've always done. Whenever I get afraid, I just look at, well, what if the people who really need it didn't have it? How can I make sure I give it to them? Even if it's not perfect, if somebody's life can change, that's worth it to me. It will The realization will bring you peace of mind so you can resume your progress and share what you have with the world. If you've been working hard, taking the opportunities that come to you, and are still feeling as though you're not quite where you wish to be in terms of fulfilling your life purpose and divine destiny, you're now asked to acknowledge all that you have attained so far. Acknowledge all of the people you've assisted in your own special way, all this positive influence of love you have added to the collective human soul through your willingness to take your spiritual journey, open your heart, and care about life on earth. Kate, your spiritual service has been noticed by the spiritual worlds, and you will be empowered to serve in increasingly beautiful ways. Your service is already successful and will only increase in potency, power, and peace. The invocation reads, Universe, I love you. How can I serve you? That's the first words to the invocation. So that's the place to keep your attention. Okay, Kate? Here go the mayor. Or ask yourself, will you die if you did this? You just giving out advice. I love it. Okay, so Ken, let me have your question. Kate, thanks for letting me read for you, hun. I wish you the best of luck with this. We've got Ken, then we've got KB, and then we've got Babs, and then we're done. KB's going to, or Babs is going a second time. So Ken, let me have your question because I have your chart up. Ken, what's your great point that Gemini Princess likes? Let me find it. Maybe go outside the box. I bet a lot of law enforcement or first responders could use yoga. Give them a discount. I don't know. Spitballing. I love that. I bet you're right. They really could. Wow. And you can make a partnership with them so that they can, you can give them a cheap discount for watching at home on their computer when they have free time. You give them a little bit of a discount, but then you can make the videos in your studio and you go to one hospital, you've got access to like 100 new possible potential clients just from one hospital. So yeah, get 2 or 3 hospitals to advertise your work. Now you've got, access to a good 400 people that were previously inaccessible to you. Just from doing 3 visits to a hospital and saying, hey, I'm doing this service for first responders and healthcare workers. So, yes, my girl, you're going to have to get creative. Ken wants to know. Thanks, Kate, for chilling out with us tonight. Get creative, stay in service. What's my vibe that I'm putting out towards the women lately via the stars? I'm getting some attention more than ever. I met someone on Friday, but feels like a betrayal to the twin flame love, though I am craving intimacy. Okay. I get it. And Ken, this is kind of the same thing I'll say to Gemini Princess as well. And for anyone who's in this place, as long as it feels like a betrayal, you're not ready. When it no longer feels like a betrayal, when it just feels like you're opening to love, then you're ready. And that's what there is to know about that. The reason you're getting so much attention lately has to do with Venus sitting on top of your sun. And oh, my beloved, you've got Venus on top of your sun for longer than usual because Venus is going retrograde. So Venus has taken a double dip. A double dip, hot shit. Gemini princess for you too, because you're both Geminis. For all the Geminis, they have like an extra dose of attention coming their way during this Venus retrograde, because this Venus retrograde takes place in the sign of Gemini. So, what's happening wherever Venus goes in a chart, she draws attention and energy to that house, those signs, and those planets. So, because Ken, you have your sun in the seventh house of committed partnership here and your moon, um, Venus doing a little retrograde dance back and forth in this house is magnetizing to your nature people who are simpatico and compatible to long term committed partnership with you based on who you naturally already are. So, the people who are drawn to you at this time are the right kind of people for partnership. They're the right kind of people for commitment. And it may not look like that on the surface, but because Venus is drawing them there, and that's where your sun sits, is in this house. Venus has got this little spotlight and this little magnet in your energy space, and it's just sucking them in like little flies, like moths to a flame. That Venus is allowing you to have access to people whom you otherwise might not have access to for partnership, and for love and for the opportunity. When Venus leaves and she goes into the eighth house, then she's on the axis of values and she just wants to find things that are valuable. She'll move into the ninth and then she wants to communicate. She'll move into the 10th and she'll talk about home and work stuff. So use her energy while she's there, because it's seventh house energy for you. It really is about partnerships and, you know, love and energy coming in at this time. And, Ken, it's okay if these people, if you don't want any of them. Like I said, as long as it feels like a betrayal, it's not time yet for you to move forward. You'll know when your heart no longer feels like loving someone or having the experience of love or being open to love betrays anyone. You'll know you're ready when you are having the experience that love loves me and I love love, and I'm always going to love my person. And now I'm ready to look at what it's like to love them and potentially love someone else at the same time. You'll know when it's time when you have that experience. When you're not having that experience, it's okay. It's not time yet. But yeah, the universe is throwing you a little love, a little attention, a little human contact to remind you you're a valuable member of the human race and the human species. And we love you, we need you, we want you, we choose you here on planet Earth. And, the universe is bringing you a lot of opportunities with people to help facilitate that for you, to give you that nurturing that you need to remember, hey, you're valuable. You're valuable and we want you here. So, how long does this retrograde last exactly? Excellent question, Ken. I wonder, did I bring that little sheet down here that has, why, yes, I did. My little retrograde cheat sheet I made last December. I've been dragging it around like a security blanket. We've got Venus retrograde through June 25th. So, but she goes back to the 5th degree of Gemini, but then she goes forward and you still have more time with her in Gemini in that 7th house. So I would say you've probably got until just after the 4th of July to milk this, kiddo. Better ride this pony. Ride this pony. Because they're really, for you, given that these are 7th house people and a 7th house transit for you, these really will be people that if you give this enough time and enough honesty and enough vulnerability, these will be people that a long-term commitment can come forward with, Ken. And it could be something really beautiful. I don't see any other blockages in your chart for this. In fact, what I see is a big initiation for it and a lot of opportunity for it at this time. So, have you some dates, boyfriend. Go on some dates. I'm going to need you to take one for the team and get out here and go on some dates. Flirt. I'm going to need you to take one for the team and wear some cologne. Get shaven, get yourself cute, come out your house, put on some, I don't know, who was that? Justin Timberlake made that song Sexy Motherfucker. I'm gonna need you to put that on and just strut a little bit. And remember that you are fine. And you are a catch, Ken. You are a catch, and the human beings want you. I'm going to need you to enjoy getting some attention and allow yourself to be fed by it, be nourished it, and remember that you're valuable. My cologne game is on point. What you wearing, Ken? What you got going on? It's funny. My DM was telling me the other day, he was like, I finally put on some cologne and shaved. I said, what? You put on cologne and shaved? He said, yeah, it was time for me to remember I'm a human. I was like, okay, I get it. So yeah, do what you got to do. Or Prince. Yeah. I think it was Prince. Sexy Motherfucker was Prince, the event. I think you have it right. But yeah. I'm gonna need you to take one for the team and get some attention for the rest of us that aren't getting it. I'm gonna need you to get that attention. Feed yourself and water the template for us. Okay, Ken? That's what I need you to do. I want some attention, but Scorpio's getting dragged this year. Now, that's what I said earlier, but you told me you wasn't getting dragged. You said as president of Team Scorpio or mayor of the Scorpio team, you wasn't getting dragged, the vent. So what's really going on over there, boo? What's really good? Aqua di Gio from Aqua di Gio from Giorgio Armani. I love it. The vent, I be knowing or whatever. Yes, I get it. Yes, Scorpios are getting dragged. I don't like to see that. It makes me very sad. All my Scorpio friends are like, please look at my stars and tell me I'm not going to die. And I have to remind remind them, no, you're not going to die. It's going to be okay on the other side of this, I promise. Oh, you were just quoting me. Is that what you were doing, the vent? Really, sis? That's why you cry in the pillow and you be eating all the sugar. I get it. Don't fuck with me. I'm an Aries. I know shit. I be knowing things. I be knowing things. The vent. It is a weird year for intimacy. It is. For all my Scorpio people, it's like their intimacy game is like off. And normally it is very on, but no, it's like y'all going through a year of purification, purifications. Get your Scorpio self purified so that when you return to the game in 2021, people won't know what hit them. KB, where is your question, girl? It's time. Let me get your question, KB. Reading you for filth. Like I said, I'm an Aries. I'll be knowing things. All right, KB. If you're not quite ready, it's okay. Let me get Babs. Babs, what's your question? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I know a lot of Scorpios, okay? I be knowing things about the Scorpios. When both of the attempts failed. Yeah. There's something going on for them where it's like normally, you got to fight people off with a stick as a Scorpio. It's like, damn, like, can I breathe? I know you want some, but can I breathe? Yes, the Geminis with this Gemini Venus retrograde are in extremely high demand, extremely. So yeah. Oh, you want a card? Yes, you did. You did want a card. Which one do you want? Do you want the 3-card tarot pull for your energy and the energy around you in love, or do you want the Lightworker Oracle deck? You let me know which one you prefer, Mr. Kin. Twin Flame is a Scorpio. She ain't fucking nobody. Trust me, Ken. Putting our business in this street. The vent, girl. Oh, I love it. I'm just too tickled that this is the way it's going for all my Scorpios. Like I said, normally all my Scorpio friends, and listen, who am I telling? I got a Scorpio moon. I know what this is about. Normally, you got to fight people off with a stick. There's always some kind of like offer on the table. You don't have to work too hard to get it. Normally, there's always something there. Not this year. This year, Scorpio got put on the bench. Now, here's a card I never pull from the Lightworker Oracle deck. Heart transmission. It's like I get every other card, but that I never get that one. 5th ray of intellectual knowledge. I never get that one. Earth healing. Nope. Never get that one. Yeah. You want the 3-card, Ken? Let me give it to you, honey. All right, let me give you the 3-card. Trust me, I'll be knowing about these Scorpios. Don't sleep. But I know enough Scorpios and their business to know y'all ain't getting jacked this year. At least not yet. Because Scorpios are on the bench. Talk to us about Ken's energy. What kind of energy is Ken putting out there? It has these ladies looking him up like he is a 6-piece with a biscuit. What kind of energy is Ken putting out there that has these women falling all over themselves to get a date with Mr. Ken? Middle of quarantine, everybody being told to stay in their house. Meanwhile, Ken's over here with women they just can't get enough. Can you give us a date, Ken? Can you take us out, Ken? Can we go to dinner, Ken? That Aqua di Gio smells amazing, Ken. Oh, Ken, what kind of energy are you putting out, beloved? What kind of energy? Wow. This energy is really cute. What do you know about Post Malone, Ken? What do you know about Post Malone? the energy you're putting out that has these women, Scorpio midheaven is not complaining. Um, yeah. Okay. Thank you, KB. Yeah. Give me your question, honey. The fun thing here that you're putting out is like, I'll tell you what the cards are in a minute, but the summary for these cards is like, it's a very much, I don't give a fuck about love. I don't give a fuck about these hoes. Like, love is shit. And somebody broke my heart. And I know I have something to offer, but I'm gonna be over here and I'm gonna just lick my wounds and figure my life out. And, if love comes around, it comes around, but I ain't counting on it because somebody broke this. Um, that's the vibration that's coming through. That there's a little bit of a like, um, it's not a wall. It's like this kind of, it's this very sexy, like wounded hot guy. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen that person where it's like they're beautiful in their pain. They're beautiful in their like tragedy. They're like sexy in their wound. And you're like, ooh, baby, let me unbreak your heart. Like, who hurt you? Can I help you fix it? That's the response people are having to the vibration you're putting out. And the vibration you're putting out is very much about like, "Meh, love can come for me another day. I don't even know if love is for me." And so it almost issues to the people around you a bit of a challenge. It issues this kind of like, I dare you to try and break down my wall. You think you can break down my wall? I dare you. And so there's um there's a little bit about there's a little bit of a like yeah, there's this kind of like sex symbol energy with the devil card upright going on here, and a not even open to sex with you energy with the two of wands reversed, the knight of swords reversed, clarified by the eight of cups upright. It's very much, I know you want this. I don't have anything to offer you because somebody else broke me. And then it has everyone going, ooh, challenge. Ooh, I'm drawn in by that. Okay, I'll bite. Let me see what I can do to bring you out of your hole, sir. Let me see what I can do to like get you to come through. So yeah, that's the vibration, Ken. Very interesting. I had no idea it would be like that. You said that's pretty much me. The vent's like, that's my whole energy. Gemini princess, that resonates with me too, Ken. Ken says, I told someone that almost exactly. What is wrong with you people? Doesn't anybody want to go on a date? None of y'all want to go on a date. Not one of you. What is wrong with y'all? Let somebody take you out and have a nice time. You ain't got to marry the people. You don't have to have sex with them. Just go have fun. The vent, but it's more like because you're beneath me as the end clause. Spoken like a true Scorpio, the vent. Spoken like a true Scorpio. Yes, I am kikiing because all of y'all are freaking hilarious. Post is a Cancer. I had no idea. Yeah, he has this like this wounded like wounded pretty boy complex. Not that I find Post Malone like a pretty boy, but he's got that like wounded lover energy. The song that's coming through is Better Now. Let me just see what it says. Um, KB, where is your question? Oh, we're going to meet next week to talk about my graduate project. Great connection. How are things the next couple weeks? Um, okay, I got you. KB, thank you. Okay, yes. Real quick though, before I get into KB, now that we're at the end of the night and I have clearly lost my marbles, um, let me just see what these lyrics say. Better Now lyrics, Post Malone. What does this say? Yeah, it's this like wounded, like, oh gosh, yeah, this is the energy. This is the energy. You probably think that you're better now, better now. You only say that because I'm not around, not around. You know, I never meant to let you down, let you down. Would have gave you anything, would have gave you everything. You know, I say that I'm better now. I only say that because you're not around. You know, I never meant to let you down. Would have given you everything, would have given you anything. I didn't believe it would end. Oh, you're not even speaking to my friends. I used to keep my picture posted by your bedside. We were looking forward to the rest of our lives. I'm drinking Henny and I'm trying to forget, but I can't get this shit out of my head. I seen you with your other dude. He seemed cool. I was so broken over you. Life, it goes on. What can you do? This is the vibration of that entire card set I just pulled. Here he goes on to say, I promise, I swear to you, I'll be okay. You're only the love of my life. I'm not trying to make fun, Ken, but it's like a little bit of like a poor me while also knowing I'm the shit. You should have chose me, bitch. But it's a bit of like a poor me. And then I dare someone to try and help me get over my heartbreak. I'm going to go down on this heartbreak ship. I will die on this heartbreak hill, and you will not stop me with all of your love for me. I will not let you. So it's a bit like that, Ken. That's the vibe. So do with that what thou will. Maybe try and go on a date. Like I said, I'm gonna need you to take one for the team and just enjoy your life for a minute, because the rest of us sitting up here in quarantine, we ain't got them kind of options like y'all Geminis got. We ain't got those kind of, hey, can I take you out? You seem amazing options. The rest of us in quarantine are scratching our heads and thinking about whether or not we should clip our toenails for the umpteenth time, or for some of us, the first time in too long, because we don't have to wear shoes, so we don't know. Shit. All right, KB wants to know how this is going to go. Thank you for your patience, KB. I know that went on a little long. I really appreciate you just being patient with me while I had a good laugh at my friend's expense. All right, 524. You want to know what the next week is going to be like. So, because you guys are going to meet up, and you met up in Santa Clara. Okay. Um, You guys, thanks for letting me laugh about how awful sometimes being a twin flame is. Because that energy was me. The last Venus retrograde was in Aries, and I'm an Aries sun, and that was so me. I had all this freaking attention that I wanted nothing to do with because it wasn't from my twin. Don't get me wrong, my twin paid attention too, but I was like, this is not the caliber of attention I want from you, sir. I want different attention from you. He was paying attention just in the way he was able to pay attention at that time. Same with each of you. She has, your girl comes in having, it is such a Scorpio thing to do. I'm going to come have lunch with you, but I'm going to do it, or not even lunch, drink like a coffee with you. And I'm going to do it with my sunglasses on and a mask on. Sweet Jesus. That is a Scorpio incognito thing to do. I swear to God, I'm done laughing. Sort of, not really. And meanwhile, your man over here, Gemini Princess, during your retrograde is like, I'm going to cuddle with you in the astral realm. I'm not going to call you. This was so the Aries Venus retrograde. I was like, God damn you. This is not the attention I want, sir. Thank you for paying attention. This is not the attention we discussed. Can you please level it up just a little bit? So, yeah. You're not crazy. That's some not great attention. And yeah. KB, can you update your meet time? Because your meet time for me says that you guys met in 1970, and I know that's not right. Can you update your meet time? I'm almost done with your chart, but I need you to clarify that for me. I'm really sorry for laughing. I just can laugh because I can relate at how shitty the whole situation is. It's shitty. It's shitty. And there's nothing left to do when this shit is shitty, but just laugh about it. It's like, what else? I mean, you could cry, but come on. We do that a lot of the time. We might as well laugh when we're together at how crazy the whole thing is. Okay. Um Are you kidding me, Gemini Princess? Non-single men are the ones that are paying you attention. Do not appreciate that. Yeah, I need the correct meeting time because you just gave me 1970 KB. Look, let me show you. Over here, KB, this is the meeting time you gave me. Look, we met on 11/1/1970, 9:01 p.m. in Santa Clara. But I know you didn't actually meet in 1970. So where did you actually meet? What year was it? Right, right, Marine? 3D, not 5D. In the event, I agree. A text would be great. Oh, this is your 24-year-old daughter that you're meeting with? What? No, I'm confused. 24-year-old daughter, Aries sun. Oh, you enjoyed the Kiki, KB. Thank you so much for laughing with us, KB. I appreciate that you were able to find the humor. Okay. So when that's his birthday, but when you met was 11/1/2018. That's what I want is when you met. Okay. Thank you, KB. That's what I needed, baby cakes. 11/1/2018. 9:01 p.m. 11/1/2018, 9:01 p.m. 2018. Yep, Santa Clara. And it looks like you have Santa Clara. I'm looking at my phone, guys. So is it Santa? I'm just confirming it's 11/1/2018, 9:01 p.m. Santa Clara. Yeah. That's when y'all met. If only Venus retrograde brought shit back that you really wanted. KB, that's not when y'all met. When did you meet? Because I have 11/1/2018, 9:01 p.m. Yeah, no, it's not scrolled down on my screen, but I'm sitting here watching you on my phone. I'm watching everything you put in. I'm not using your birthday, 11/1/2018, 9:01 p.m. I just need to know when you met, KB. Is it Santa Clara or no? Because that's what I have, Santa Clara. Eleven one 2018. Okay, got it. Let's roll, KB. You want to know what the energies are of next week because you guys are meeting next week. Is that correct? All right, so the energies of next week start now because guess what? It's Sunday. Um, let me just look and see where we get by Friday. And actually, I don't need to. I just need to know what's going on with the Mercury retrograde. When does it start? June 18th. So we have time. Whoo, thank God. Transit, new transit date. +5 is 12. Yeah. Okay. Not much changes. Okay. The vent. You be tired of hearing me repeat myself, do you, the vent? You don't like it when I have to repeat myself, huh? All right. So what we have going on here, KB, um, what we have going on right here is a little bit of new chapter energy because the nodes just changed signs this week. And when the nodes changed signs, they went into the 12th house of, oh, she's behind. That's what the issue is. Okay, that's fine. Look, I get Los Altos or I get Santa Clara. I went with Santa Clara since you put Santa Clara. So I know that they are close enough in geography to not change the chart data. So we're going to go with Santa Clara. Okay, KP? That's fine. That's fine. So I went ahead with Santa Clara. Um, I don't. I only like repeating myself. Wish I could be quarantined for a week. You guys are cracking me up. With the nodes changing signs here, this is now what's about to happen in this connection. And so it just happened. It just happened. And so you may find this meetup next week actually a little awkward. Not because you guys are doing anything wrong or anyone's holding back. But what the nodes of the moon are doing in this connection at this time, and this is literally for both of you. He wants to meet before Mercury retrograde. That's hilarious. Is the calling of the energy is into the 12th house of hidden things, the subconscious mind, self-sabotage, self-undoing, and the realm of the unseen world and illusions. So, because Mercury's going to be here, the sun's going to be here, the north node is going to be here. The fact that Mercury isn't going to be retrograde isn't going to make much of a difference. This is going to be awkward anyway. It's going to be awkward. There's going to be some communication confusions. There's going to be a little bit of like, I don't know what to say. There's going to be a little bit of tongue tied, tripping over your words, stuck in your head. Because what's happening is this energy here is kicking up each of your subconscious minds. It's stirring up dust in there so that you guys can start to see some of the stuff that has caused this thing to not really anchor in the 3D world in the first place. Um, it is going to kick up enough of that dust to have the two of you thinking and rethinking the things you say when you're around each other, second guessing the things that got said after the fact. Especially once Mercury goes retrograde, you're both going to be looking back on this moment and going, oh no, did I say the right thing? Should I have said that? Should I have said this? I don't know. What did he mean by this? But then he said this. I think that meant that. Like, all of that is going to be a little bit of, par for the course, because what's happening is that thinking and rethinking and second guessing. What's going on there is your conscious mind is trying to get a hold of what's going on in your subconscious mind. And so, for all of us, we're going to get a lot of mirroring energy throughout the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle for the next 2 years. A lot of mirroring energy, but that mirroring energy is going to come in the form of seeing something that we experience with another person, triggering something in us, and then we need to go in and look at what's happening for us. So I don't see big triggers, major triggers. I mean, Mars is kind of square the sun, so maybe a little bit. Mostly it's triggering around the world of work and what's not working, causing both of you to dig out your subconscious beliefs about who you are when it comes to work and what's valuable about you on planet Earth. There's going to be a lot of that kind of triggering coming up, like, oh, not good enough, not good enough, not good enough. Some of that stuff will be in the air for you guys. But just know that, it's in the air for everyone. It's in the collective. You're just breathing the air that we're all breathing called 2020. And it's just shitty. It smells like poo poo. And that's okay for it to smell like caca for a little bit. But the caca is like, it's like trying to identify, it's like having a pet who took a poo in the house, and you got to figure out where the heck in the house this pet took a poo, and you, for whatever reason, you can't find it, but it's stanking up the whole house. This is what 2020 is, the rest of 2020 is going to be like, is trying to track down where the pile of poo is so you can clean it up. This is for everyone the rest of 2020, but specifically for you guys, because the pile of poo, is kind of hanging out in the house of your subconscious mind. And so it's like opening, a million and one doors. Is it in here? Nope. Is it in here? Nope. Is it in? Nope. And just trying to figure out, where is it that my subconscious mind is working against me when it comes to the way I think, and stopping me from being able to anchor partnership energy into my life, not just with this person, but overall. Where am I tripping over my own 2 feet? And so this meet next week is in the greater context of that set of experiences that will present themselves in this connection, allowing you to see where you are tripping over your own 2 feet in trying to create connection. So it'll be awkward. It'll be weird, not in a bad way, KB, just in a, hey, let's get to know my subconscious mind. Well, doesn't this suck? I didn't know that was in there. I didn't mean for you to look in that closet. Don't look over here. Yeah, first time in a year, KB, come on. You already know that's going to be weird. There's nothing wrong with it. That's just life. Should we address the elephant in the room? KB, what elephant is in the room, boo? What elephant are we like, that we had sex last time we saw each other, that one of us got married in between, that I got braces, KB, I don't know, babe, if you should address the elephant in the room. I don't know. Babs, put your next question. Um, uh, Let me get your next question, Babs. Let me answer that. It is your turn. So if you could paste that for me, then let's roll. Um, Poop and speck. Y'all are funny. I love how you can get silly with me this late in the evening. We get to have fun together when we hang out. I've already moved in and set up shop. Should we address the elephant in the room? KB, I'm going to leave that up to your discretion if you do that or not. There's going to be plenty of time over the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle to deal with elephants in rooms. And based on what I just saw, KB, for both of you, I don't know that the elephant in the room is the elephant that you think is in the room. Based on what I just saw, the elephant in the room, yeah, go for it, Gemini Princess. Go for it with your second question. And just for moderating, Gemini Princess, do not pay me. Like, just let me read for you, hon. It's a pleasure. Just post your question. Let me do Babs and then post your question. You don't have to pay me. I just, like I said to you before, like you just show up on every live stream and so much high level service and make sure people get organized. You make it possible for me to do what I do. I can't do this without someone like you. So thank you. Um, uh, I have no idea what Mahadasha is. I don't do Vedic astrology, Pawan. So you're going to need to ask someone who does Vedic. I do Western astrology, and I know someone who does Vedic astrology could talk to you about Mahadasha. I don't know anything about it. Um, so yeah, KB, that's the thing I wanted to just say is that whatever you think is the elephant in the room is probably not the elephant in the room, given that we're dealing with 12th house energy. What we're doing is peeling back layers to the elephant in the room. Yeah, I can do that, Kylie. Kathleen, go for it. Why not, girl? But then let's close the list. Kathleen will be our last person. You're welcome, Pawan. I'm sorry I don't do Vedic astrology. I wish I knew more about it, but at the moment I just do Western. um, but yeah, it's gonna be like peeling back layers of that onion, KB. And it's like, oh, I thought the pink elephant in the room was the last time we saw each other, we slept together. But really, the pink elephant in the room is that I fell in love with you when we slept together. So have fun. Just know that it may be awkward and don't feel bad about learning the new steps to a dance. We all mess it up the first time. We step on each other's toes and our own toes. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, go ahead, make your payment, Kathleen, and we will play. And then we'll close the list. I'm gonna do Babs, Gemini Princess, and Kathleen, and it's gonna be a wrap. I know, Kylie, right? All the tea, all the tea. For these two, for you two, KB, this next little cycle is about to spill all you guys' tea. It's going to be a fun little cycle. Okay. I don't know what happened to Babs. She made a payment, but she's not here. Maybe she fell behind in the chat. Gemini Princess, what's your question, baby cakes? I'm gonna do you, and then I'm gonna do Kathleen and Babs in whatever order they happen to reappear, and then we will do it. Pink elephant. Someone had smelly feet. I know, right? It could be so many things. So many things. pink elephant could be that you stole my dog and I just didn't say anything about it, but I let you keep him. So when are you giving my puppy back, dude? I'm gonna need my dog back. Um, I agree. I agree. It is better than the other parts, Ken, completely. Um, okay, so Babs, you know what I need. I need all the information in one chat. Take your time and type it out. No rush. Not going anywhere. Union chart, general upcoming energy for the connection. Okay, let me pull that up while Babs types her question out with all the details. Okay. Okay. I got it, Kathleen. Thank you, sweetie. I got it. Aw. Okay. So there is some really cute energy coming here, which I like a lot, Gemini Princess. First things first, I really love that you will be arriving in the house of partnership in a couple weeks now, actually. You'll arrive in the house of partnership, which is where you sit natally in this connection. You sit in the sign of partnership, being ready for partnership and holding partnership energy for the connection. Um, as you've heard me say a few times, he's sitting up here in the Capricorn circus, which is all about breaking down to get rebuilt. But this is currently the breakdown, shakedown part. And so while he's going through breakdown, shakedown, and you come sit here in the beautiful space for relationship, next year, what happens is he arrives here in Aquarius and he has a full year in the air sign Aquarius. So he's going to be sitting square to you in Aquarius. Now, what's interesting to me is that this is the last time that he's inharmoniously placed for you in a long time, is next year. Then he has a full year of being extremely harmoniously placed to you when he gets into Pisces. Um, and that Piscean energy lets him sit in a harmonious flow of energy to you in the chart once he gets into the house of wish fulfillment. Honestly, I mean, if you're open and available, come. This is going to sound so shitty, Gemini princess. Don't kill me. If you're open and available to this come 2022, that's when it looks like a real possibility for a union can come in for you. Um, and that doesn't mean that between now and then, absolutely nothing happens. What it does mean is that everything that's happening between now and then is the universe setting up the party, like doing things that they need, both on his side and on your side, to prepare you for that. Um, Meantime, in 2021, you'll have a Sagittarius retrograde, which will keep you in that sign of Sagittarius and square to him. So, what's happening is just like a lot of kind of like starts and stops energetically this year and next year. This year, it's not even like starts and stops. This year, it's just about kind of laying down the foundation that's going to make it possible to be ready. Um, I think we spoke a few different times this year that for him, this is really about coming to terms with the fact that he's not going to make the woman that he's with happy. That there are some ways that that connection isn't going to fulfill him. And for a long time, we could see in the readings that he was okay with not being happy. Um, he was okay. Hey, hippie love, welcome. So good to see you, babes. Um, to the event. Um, he was just in a place where he was okay with foregoing his happiness as long as she was okay. But that we also saw earlier this year and late last year that he was getting some clarity that she's not okay and there was nothing he was going to be able to do to make things okay or make things right. Um, and so now he has the hard decision of um, weighing up for himself. Am I doing more harm by staying or more harm by walking away? And who am I harming, her or me? And so, Jemmy, there's a few, either way, there's hurt and there's grief and there's sadness. And there's a lot of things he's invested in his own identity around being the kind of man that stays, the kind of man that follows through, the kind of man who doesn't give up, the kind of man who honors his commitments. There's a lot of things he's invested in that identity that this energy this year, and this is why it's taking an entire year, is trying to break down and help him break free of. So once this energy is completely broken down, then there's an opportunity, next year and the following year here, where there's this energy of like, oh, how do we begin the process of rebuilding Rich? How do we begin the process of putting the Marine on the course that he was supposed to commit on, the path he was supposed to fulfill on? It's kind of like a person who got fired from a job, but who still keeps showing up for work right now. It's a little sad, but that's kind of what it's looking like. That he, has been like he needs to he's been let go, but he keeps showing up for work, and everyone is like, dude, like they fired you ages ago. Why are you still showing up? And so for you, there's really not much for you to do but stay in this energy of compassion and transformation. Be a really good person to yourself. Find your way into your only spirit, find, and not to your only, into your spiritual service work and your divine light work. Let that work change you and show you how, let, put it this way, the love you have in this connection, let it inform your light work. And then over here in Sagittarius next year, when you have that retrograde energy in Sagittarius next year, that's really going to be about the unfoldment for you of truth and whether or not this is going to live for you. There is a bit of a come to Jesus moment next year for you when it comes to this connection. And in between now and then, it's really just about allowing the space for transformation for him and the space for being stepping into your light work and honoring yourself for you. Um, so, yeah, that's what's coming up in the energies in this connection. When I look over here, there is a Mars retrograde coming. Yeah, that Mars retrograde, where does he sit again? Virgo, and you sit in Scorpio. Yeah, so that Mars retrograde is in conjunct the both of you. So you can expect some pretty interesting energies from September through November between the two of you about this connection. It's going to feel a little bit like, because there's an in conjunct and it's 12th house, like you may feel a little bit more batty than crazy, like normal. Like we all feel really batty on this journey, especially during periods of long silence and no communication. That may, you may feel even more batty than usual and feel him more in your space than usual, kind of trying to work it out, like figure out and work it out. Am I doing this? Am I not? Do I want it? Don't I? Why? You may feel him doing that back and forth dance September through November. Um, yeah, the vent, we kind of arrived at that. um, but not totally stubborn. It's just he has a lot of his identity being invested in somebody who's a commitment keeper, an oath keeper, a vow keeper. And that's a great character trait to have, except for when, you know, the divine has released you from certain vows and you're still trying to keep them, right? And so some of this is a spiritual lesson for him around really understanding which vows to keep and when and why. And understanding, you know, what the cost is of keeping vows past their expiration date. So, because it can be very damaging to others and to self when we do that. Um, and so who knows, you know, there may be some kind of trauma associated with oath breaking that's past life for him, or even this life, or some kind of trauma around being a commitment breaker. There may be some kind of trauma around that he's not really ready to confront. Um, and so this universal shakedown at this moment is forcing him to really come to a place in his heart with, like, being shown the truth about knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, knowing when to let go, walk away, when to run, all of that. So, because there's a time for all of that, there's a season for all of those things. But there has, in the season for those things, we have to be able to know, we have to have the wisdom to know the difference. It's a good character trait to be a committer, but when you don't have the wisdom to commit in the right way at the right time, it can actually cause a lot of damage. So, 3 card tarot or Lightworker Oracle for your connection, Claudia? If we do Lightworker Oracle, what we're looking at is what's the divine energy coming in to assist both of you at this time. And if we do 3 card tarot, we'll just kind of be looking more in terms of like the future, what's coming up, in the next accessible amount of time. Oh gosh, the vent. Yeah, that's too funny. That's right, Ken. That's right. 3 card tarot energies coming up. Energies coming up for Gemini Princess. And then we'll come back to Miss Babs and to Miss Kathleen. Okay, 3 card tarot. I am divinely protected at all times. 3 card tarot for our beauty Gemini Princess. 3 card tarot. Just started this rodeo. What are the energies coming forward for Gemini Princess? What is going to come forward for her? Damn, in the foreseeable future. What can you foresee? Wow, that is definitely coming forward. Wow. Clarify that one for us. What's the energy in this connection that's coming forward that she can look forward to? Clarify that last card, please. Oh, you already clarified it. I get it. Okay. So I know you know these cards very well. So the 3 cards that came forward for you were 10 of Pentacles, the World, and the Moon, all upright, 2 majors, and one of the best cards in the deck for relationship stability. 10 of Pentacles upright. I don't even need to tell you what that means. I mean, it's in my book better than the 10 of Cups because it's like, great, we are not just emotionally committed, we're actually committed in the 3D world. And then the World card talks about coming to that final completion, that final fruition, and that final manifestation of this coming into stability again in the 3D world. The last card here is the Moon. And I was like, well, why would the Moon show up here? And then I started to look for the clarification, but what they drew my attention to was that on the Moon card, there's 2 sides. There's the wolf and the dog, and then there's the path between 2 pillars that leads off into the distance. And then there's an eclipse here in the Moon card. There's both a sun and a moon in this card. And so what's being shown here for you in this instance is a request for you to have faith. Number 1, that this outcome is possible to you. This 10 of Pentacles is possible. That this will manifest in the 3D world. Both World card and 10 of Pentacles are here. But what's not going to be shown to you at this time, because as you know, the Moon talks about secrets, is what's the path that this is going to take. And what was shown here is that the path is not going to be revealed exactly at this time. The path isn't going to be something that is going to be made clear. There will be surprises because there's an eclipse. Loyalty will be rewarded because there's a dog. The wolf energy is about hunting and really making sure that you are being steadfast in your hunting of the outcome. I think that's what the wolf is about, but the wolf can be about other things. And then there's a lobster. also here. And, lobsters, when you see the lobster in the tarot, as you know, this is about, living your best fucking life. Honestly, like get that lobster and champagne, girl. Live your best life in the meantime. No, I'm just kidding. That's not what that's about. Lobsters, lobsters are, the crustaceans. They clean out the bottom of the water and they filter the water. They're water filterers. And so this is about the purification of emotions that's going to have to happen in order for this to come together. And the pathway, as you see, the lobster is it's crawling out of the water and walking down that path. The path to making this come to fruition is going to be about purifying emotions. Um, And the more you can purify your own emotions, my dear, and the more he purifies his, the more this is going to come together in the 3D world. So that's your 3-card tarot, baby cakes. I thank you so much for your patience and for being such a killer moderator. I really appreciate it. You're the best. You are the best. Give it up for Gemini Princess, you guys. Who where would we be without Gemini Princess in our lives? Honestly. Um, so yeah, I know we are going to have a celebration in 2022 for real though. For real. You're welcome, Gemini Princess. Okay, now let's come back to Babs and Kathleen Riley, see what's going on here. Babs wants to know, where are we? Where is he? Is communication connection. Okay. That's a good question, Babs. Where are you? Okay, Babs. So here's what I'm going to do. Babs, I will use this info. Please tell me the location for this date. I need a city and state. Kathleen Riley, you're next. Toronto. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Gemini Princess. I appreciate that. I really do. Okay, so March 5th, you said we have March 5th, 1999. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Okay, where are we at in terms of this connection and communication? Give me a second to just assess what I'm seeing. Hippie love, it was so good to see you here, honey. Thank you for coming by to say hi. I look forward to seeing you on the next live and in Marie's live next time she's live. Thank you for stopping by. All right. Well, my dear Babs. Well. Um, when I look at what's going on here in this chart, I don't know, it's hard to say. You guys have known each other for a long time, Babs, a long time. And when I see people who've known each other for a long time, that means you've been through a lot of cycles together and cycles within cycles. Like this has been, at this point, a 21-year journey, hun. I don't have to tell you, you've been on it. He is going through a restructuring this year. The restructuring for him has to do with his finances, and how he's financially situated in the world, and the way he is setting up his finances to be able to greet the next chapter of his life. Um, and this may have something to do with home and where he's living. He may be needing to either sell off a piece of property or refinance a mortgage. Um, there also may be a work change that's happening before he was ready to, because I'm seeing a bit of ego disruption. It's like a getting put out to pasture energy where it's like, I wasn't ready to stop working, but I have to now. So I need to rethink my entire life. For you, there's a call to divine service and mission work at this time. You're hanging out up here in the 10th house and the 11th house, needing to think about how you get your work into the world, get your message into the world, how you serve the world in honorable and beautiful ways, um, how you shine your light on the planet. That's what you're being asked to do at this time. And so, um, these are very different energies that you both are focused on. His stuff has to do with an emotional reckoning based on the crumbling of external world structures. Your stuff has to do with mm, a spiritual embodiment. It's like an embodiment of your spiritual wisdom, your spiritual truths, and what it is that you really want to bring into the planet at this time. And so, there's a little bit of needing to not get caught up in each other's drama or storyline at this time, Babs. A little bit of needing to focus on yourselves going on at this time. The next window of harmonious energy opens for you guys when December hits, and it stays open for about a year, but it's a little fraught. The communication looks edgy. It looks like it comes at a distance. It's a bit patchy. There's a lot of misunderstandings that come with it. And what's going on there is you're just going to be asked to clean up in your communication with one another. You're going to be asked to clean up your assumptions about what the other person is saying and meaning. You're also going to be asked to clean up the wounds that cloud your hearing. Sometimes there's wounding that can occur when we hear things in a way that other people didn't intend them, and everybody else in the room understood that person didn't mean that. They meant something else. Why are you offended? But we heard something that hurt our feelings. And so the next chapter in this connection is about really cleaning up a lot of the hurt feelings via for in your own listening, recognizing where your wounding is distorting somebody else's intentions. Because sometimes though their words may not come out right, but that's not because they meant to wound. It's because we have a wound that caught, it caught that. So there's a lot of energy here for you, Babs, of needing to really focus in, at least for now, on your divine light work and mission work, and let your person deal with their money issues and work issues. And in the next chapter, which begins in 2021, it's going to be about getting some real clarity about why, when I hear you, I'm constantly getting my feelings hurt. And how, when I think about you, can I talk to you in a way that uplifts us in the connection and evolves us? Okay. So that's where I see communication headed. Right now, there's not a whole lot indicated because you guys are just on different pages. That's most DMs and DFs. What kind of pull would you like? 3-card oracle, or would you like a 3-card tarot or the oracle deck? Which one is gonna work best for you? 3-card tarot or the oracle? Kathleen Riley says, oh, that's good stuff. Yeah. Sometimes, we find, I had an old relationship mentor from ages and ages ago who had this concept of being dockable. Now, I want you to imagine how can I put this without triggering people? Okay. I want you to imagine you don't know which one you want. Okay. You want me to choose it? There's a concept called being dockable, you guys. And what being dockable is like, imagine that you've grown up with really, really huge feet. Like, I'm talking about not huge feet for, a girl, or huge feet for a guy of your size. I'm talking about like double the normal human size. For a girl or a guy, just double the size. And so you probably, as a young person, took a lot of teasing about having really, really big feet. Once you become an adult, you hear somebody just whispering about shoe sizes because, they just are trying to figure out which shoes to get, and they're trying not to disturb the rest of the room. You get upset because you now think someone's talking about your feet again. But for everyone else that hears someone whispering about shoe sizes, they're just talking about shoe sizes. Why is this a big deal? I don't get it. And you are like, no, no, they're talking about me. I hear them. Why? They had no reason to bring up feet and shoe sizes, but I was in the room. So you made that mean that they had to be talking about you? Really? And so, what that is when we're dockable around a certain thing, it's because we have a particular wounding in that place that has us look, we're on high alert for offense, on high alert for getting hurt again. We're on high alert for that kind of thing repeating itself. And it just means that, like a dock for a boat, someone can dock that boat on, or can bring that boat to our dock and park it there, and we'll just let it sit there. We'll let that offense fester and grow and then ruin the way we respond to people because we have that offense and that wounding. And so, what this next cycle, Babs, for you is really about is going to be uncovering where the two of you are dockable and have a lot of triggers that you haven't dealt with yet. Um, and it's going to be about getting undockable, cleaning up those buttons so that they can't be pressed anymore. Um, so, yeah, let's go ahead and do. Let's do a light worker oracle for your connection, because I'm curious what divine energy will come in to assist you to, and actually what divine energy is helping you to now. Because even though, you're both on different pages and very different signs, very different elements and energies working on very different things, when you're in a connection that lasts as long as yours has, Babs, there is some level of divine guidance connecting you guys and divine energy supporting you guys. There's some level of the divine here, even though you are in different places holding this together. So let's take a look and see what divine energy is standing in between for both of you. Yay! I asked for one card and one card came through. Hooray! First ray of power. This is a very good one. I've actually pulled this one several times in the last several weeks for myself. And so the energy, the divine energy that is assisting both you and your divine counterpart, Babs, is this. The first ray of power is energy of conscious destruction. It can be used in a healthy way to eliminate the past and allow for a fresh start. The first ray also carries the frequency of leadership. It can assist you to stand in the truth of your light so others can find their way by it. It helps to strengthen your willpower so you can accomplish any task you choose. The Ascended Master El Moria brings you his particular blessing and encourages you to believe in your own strength and take the initiative on what matters most to you. If you're confused about which path to take or whether to continue a certain relationship, course of action, or lifestyle choice, the first ray of power will clarify matters for you. When it moves through our lives, whatever's holding us back will be removed, either through circumstances seemingly beyond our own control or by our own actions, based on a sudden inner knowing. When the first ray of power is indicated, a long-term plan that was once important to you may suddenly seem as though it needs to change or even be released altogether. Or you may suddenly get the motivation to go for something that you've been dreaming of for a long time. The people, dreams, and opportunities that remain in your life after the first ray kind of comes through and sweeps things through that have survived are those that have survived the onslaught of divine will. And this means that the universe is confirming that they are meant to be a part of your journey at this time. The first ray also relates to matters of leadership and politics. Be open as to how your spiritual journey might be helpful in the world of politics, whether that be through aligning yourself with a cause that resonates deeply in your heart, or through being more open and discerning viewpoint into the often deceptive bringing a more open and discerning viewpoint into the often deceptive world of politics. Speaking your truth is going to be very helpful at this time, not just for you, but also for all those around you who are willing to hear your voice and make their own choices from a clearer place within. Do not be afraid to be heard. Finally, when this ray makes its way into your life, it's time to accept the loving gauntlet being thrown down by the universe and take your hands off the controls of your life. Detach and be cautious. Be curious. The universe will show you what you need to do and what you need to remove and what you don't need to. If something or someone is no longer a part of your life, it will be so that a more beautiful, truthful, and satisfying version of what you are surrendering can come into your world. Remember that the universe loves you, Babs, and wants only the best and most beautiful experience of life for you. Trust it enough to let it happen now. And that's what's happening for both you and your person. It's both of you experiencing that energy in two very different ways. Okay, Kathleen Riley, you're last, but not least. If you would paste your question, I will be happy to get through it, Miss Kathleen. What is your question, beloved? Yeah, Babs, I only hate that because when people tell me, oh, I'll leave it up to source, then they want to come back with complaints. I get pissed off. I'm like, no, you didn't want to leave it up to source. You wanted me to read your mind. I can't stand that. I'm not a mind reader. I hate that when people do that. And they get in my inbox asking for a refund. I'm still pissed off about certain people who did that. I can let it go. Whew. If you really mean to be open, then be open is how I feel about that. But some people, they think they're open and they're not, and that pisses me off. And I'm like, don't play open if you're not. That's not fair to you, to me, or to source. Okay. This life or past life purpose gifts are. You want to know about your gifts, Miss Kathleen? Let's get into it. I love it. Thanks for letting me read for you, Babs, and thanks for actually being truly open. I appreciate that when people are really open, not fake open. I need to start calling people out on that. I'm not interested in being around fake open people anymore. I want to tell me you're open and then go ahead and I know, Vent. It got me, man. It got me. I hate that. I don't hate when people say I'm open, let spirit lead. I hate when people complain when spirit does. That pisses me off. I'm like, don't say you're open if you're not. Or if you want to compare what you got to what somebody else got, that's not being open. So, yeah. Let me just relax because that's not the experience I had just now. The experience I had just now is with someone who is legitimately open. So I thank you for that, beloved. That is a gift to me to be in divine service when somebody says they are truly open to just go with it. All right, Kathleen. People know how to keep it real with themselves. I know, right? Kathleen. Okay. Spiritual gifts is what you want to know about the event. And another thing, I know that's how I feel about this. Purpose and gifts. Okay, well, the first spiritual gift that's really coming through for you is I'm seeing this lit up 12th house of Capricorn energy, which is earth energy in the realm of the unseen. So you may find that you have a real gift for connecting with the elementals, like fairies and gnomes, and like, yes, the vent. I said gnomes, like the unseen world of those kind of like, just I don't know, fairies and stuff, Kathleen. I don't know nothing about fairies. I can't see them. I know some people can, but this is telling me you can kind of see those energies or feel those energies in the physical world. Like you have a sense of like, it's not past life, it's not ghosts, it's straight up like, it's almost like you see fairies. I don't know another way to say it. I wish I did. You tell me, do you see the fairies, Kathleen? I'm really curious because this is telling me that you can see structures in the 5D as if they are manifest in the 3D, Kathleen. And that's one of your spiritual gifts is being able to intuit and have an intuitive sense of like structures and things that are happening in the etheric world as if they're happening in the physical world, and you can see them with your own eyes where other people really just can't. um you weren't even coming around the corner. So yeah, that's one of your deep spiritual gifts is the capacity to do that. You feel things. Okay, so that's the other way this manifests is clairsentience. And so that's very different than empathy. Clairsentience is when you have the ability to, with your body, be a method of communication for another body, where you could get around someone, your back starts hurting, you don't even realize it's because their back is hurting, and then you leave and then your back feels fine, and later you found out they were in back pain. um, you're working on seeing the things. Okay, cool. Yeah, because that gift is here. You can see the things. If you want to see the things, you could see the things. But your body is kind of like a miracle worker healing instrument where you have the capacity to almost take in another person's pain or discomfort, is what I'm seeing. And you have the ability to heal it. It's like you can heal it in your body once you've taken it in, and then re emit that healing back to their body as if their body is completely healed. So that's another one of your spiritual gifts. You make me laugh, the vent. It wasn't even coming around a corner. Um, Yep. Another spiritual gift. What else do you have going on here? Yeah. You do have a lot of empathy. Like you can emotionally feel things when you are working in service with people. So it is going to be really important for you to do what you have to do to clear your energy consistently and regularly. Sage, Palo Santo, saltwater bath, saltwater spray, like keep that in a bottle around you because you can mist that through your physical aura, salt water. And it cleans up your aura like it if you don't have time to like take a saltwater bath, it can help clean up your aura in between meeting with clients or meeting with people. And in addition to that, you also, because you're so sensitive, you're very sensitive with your physical body. It's hard to let go and not own it sometimes. Yeah. Um, you definitely want to give yourself as much permission as you can to not overextend yourself when it comes to your healing work. Um, like I was chilling. In Aries, we just be hyped to be hype. Um, so I love this because, on the one hand, Kathleen, part of why it's hard to let it go is because you are, as a gifted healer, able to take it in, shift it, and then feed that person's energy back out to them and then come back to your own. It's almost like you're a host for a channeled energy to come through. But what's important as you learn to use this as a gift, um, is to practice it in a contained and controlled setting and to be getting permission from people to do it first. Um, so, Epsom salt, sea salt. Sea salt is really good. If you can't find but I wouldn't use table salt. Epsom if you have to, but I would use sea salt if you can. Um, but yeah, that's the way the gift works with so much heavy earth and heavy water on the houses that you have earth and water and the way you're set up is it's really about you staying in that clear channel, that clear state of peace. Um, and then coming into someone's space from that clear state. And once you're in that space, you can absorb their field, heal it in your own field, and then resend that field back to them. And you'll know you've resent it back to them because you are back to your clear state that you started with. Um, but it's important to set etheric boundaries for yourself, work with crystals to protect yourself from other people's energy. I was looking at amber last night. It was probably for you and topaz. Look at amber and topaz as spiritual protectors from psychic energy that's not yours. So that you can kind of block that out without weighing yourself down. Because some of the heavier protective stones and crystals may be too much for you, like obsidian, onyx. Um, they're those are heavy duty protectors. But you don't, given how much earth energy you have in your chart, something that heavy can kind of weigh you down a little bit. And kind of anchor your energy. You need lighter protectors for you, but you also need to be learning how to psychically protect yourself. You have lots of crystals and you love amber. Okay, yeah, good, Kathleen. I'm getting the sense that you probably need to use it even more often, carry it more on your person, have more amber jewelry, cleanse it, charge it, lace it around your bed, stick it between your mattress and your box spring, in the car that you drive, shove it in the little seat, like in the seat, where the back of the chair meets the seat so that it rests at your tailbone. Like just have it everywhere all the time. Um, but yeah, I would kind of steer clear of some of the heavier protectors because you need protection, but not that much. Like you came in with a lot of protection. Mostly what you need to do is just learn how to um, set your energy so that other people can't invade it. Without your permission. And you need to start working with commands and permission quite a lot more because you do have, with Jupiter here in the third, is the capacity to command what happens with your body, with your words. Um, like literally, you could probably stop a migraine headache in its tracks by saying, I now heal and clear the need to have this migraine 100% completely and absolutely and all times, timelines and dimensions here and now. I release the need. I accept that it's here. I forgive myself for having it and I allow it to return back to source for a full transmutation to love. I release, I release, I release. And then just placing your attention on where there's not pain, where you are feeling fine, could actually make a migraine completely go away as it's coming on for you. Um, you have a really good capacity to use your words to heal your physical body and then to use that same skill set and tool to command the healing of other people's bodies. It's a very similar skill set that's was talked about in the Bible that Jesus had in the New Testament, where he could command a lame person to walk and they would walk. A very similar capacity and energy here. You just need to learn how to cultivate that and develop that. Um, I mean, as that's cute, the event, but Kathleen will tell you that her gift comes with a price. I mean, Kathleen experiences a lot of fatigue. She needs ample rest. She's very sensitive. There's times when she, finds herself in the grocery store and needing to exit immediately because she's picking up someone else's disease in their body and it's ailing her, it's hurting her, or someone else's grief and emotions from their body that they haven't learned how to let go of. So the price of a gift like Kathleen's is very high, but with, great power, great responsibility, great gifting, great prices. So that's what I see when I see your spiritual gifts, Kathleen. Would you like me to pull a Lightworker Oracle deck card for you? Um, yeah, your words really can shift the physical world. Like you're the kind of person, again, biblical reference, they talk about people who would say, um, to, if you just had the faith of a mustard seed, if you say to a mountain, move, the mountain will move. And all it takes is the faith of a mustard seed. And as you know, mustard seeds, they're like tiny, 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 tiny little things. All you have to have is tiny faith and big things will happen in your case. Um, so let me know. You want Lightworker Oracle? Okay, Kathleen. Yeah, very, very powerful physical healing ability for you here. Extremely powerful healing ability. If you haven't already started to take classes in healership and like healing with the hands, I recommend it. I highly, highly recommend it. Okay. Wisdom of the Divine Feminine, card number 9. And is Kylie still here? Yeah, because she asked me to pull a card for the collective that's with us tonight. So I'm going to do that as soon as I'm done with this. Wisdom of the Divine Feminine, number 9. Kathleen, divine feminine wisdom empowers you to grow into your vision, your dreams, and the fulfillment of your life purpose. Perhaps you envision a very different life for yourself to what you're experiencing now. The wisdom reminds you that you can experience even the most extraordinary dreams as reality if you are willing to grow into what you desire, to become what you seek. Surrender any plans about how you can best manifest your dreams, and instead, Kathleen, allow life to flow and nourish you through your experiences each day. The universe supports your divine destiny and is helping you become all you are meant to be. When the wisdom of the divine feminine reaches for you, the message is clear. You're in the process of becoming more of heaven on earth. Ooh, I just got the truth chills. Sometimes there are growing pains alongside the joy such growth brings. You may feel concerned, Kathleen, thinking your pain is an indication that you are failing in some way, and you may judge your suffering as a sign that you are not operating at a high enough frequency. Yet, how many spiritual masters upon this planet have endured great suffering as well as experiencing tremendous love and joy in the fulfillment of their divine destiny? Growing pains are just a part of the feminine path of creation, of breaking through what has become too small for you. There is joy in the eventual freedom, but the act of breaking through can feel painful at times. When things are difficult or you're feeling doubt, you are experiencing growing pains. These pains will pass and you'll benefit from the growth. This oracle also brings you a message about how much the divine feminine loves you and wants to help you grow with the least struggle and the most peace, Kathleen. If you don't listen to her, instead choosing to believe in fear, you may be terrified of your growing pains and you won't be sure if they're ever going to end. You may lose faith instead of trusting that life has your best interest at heart and that you are capable of meeting any challenges that arise. Well, okay. Instead of trusting, you may believe that the world isn't safe, and this can keep you paralyzed in self-defeating, self-harming patterns. Yeah, I'm definitely getting a stuck vibration, Kathleen. It's not your fault. It's just there's a heavy earth energy here, so it's easy to get stuck. But what this is saying, Kathleen, is while Staying stuck may give you temporary familiar satisfaction because it's in your comfort zone. Ultimately, those patterns will mean that you continue to struggle and suffer under the weight of addiction or emotional pain. Kathleen, it says, you deserve so much better than that. The Divine Feminine speaks to you now and promises that if you are willing to show up to your life each day and trust in the circumstances before you, she'll guide you to your most beautiful divine destiny, and it's safe to trust her. She only wants what's best for you and the most beautiful things for your life journey. Your heart beats in perfect rhythm with the heart of love at the center of the universe. Trust your heart and trust your life. All is progressing beautifully as you're guided ever deeper into your divine fulfillment. So that's what I have for you, Miss Kathleen. I hope that resonated and brought you some clarity. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the Lightworker Oracle deck for those of us who are here. Lightworker Oracle message for those who are here. What is the message that this little group needs to know and needs to hear most at this time? What would allow them peace, growth, harmony, love, and what's going to help them for this coming week, given what they're dealing with? You know what we're all dealing with, Source, Spirit. You know why we're all here together for hours. You're welcome, Kathleen. What would help every single person here, the 14 of us, 15 of us, including me? What would help the 15 of us? What do we need to know, the 15 of us who are gathered here? What would help our hearts? Okay, 2 cards came out. Go figure. Those of you who have been watching the channel for a long time have seen these 2 cards before, so these are not new. But listen for what resonates for you for this week, because there will be a singular line that, or more, that is really what you're being called to. Card number 27, Cosmic Heart, Cosmic Christ. You are elevating your vibration, guys, towards the frequency of limitless supply and unconditional love. Spiritually, you are reaching for a high level of attainment. Past pain and self-defeating behavior shall no longer have a place in your heart, you guys. Christ consciousness is an expansion of divine love that comes straight from the universal heart. It triggers a transmutation and evolution so absolute that we are irrevocably changed. We increasingly become an embodied expression of pure divine will and an unwavering expression of divine love for all who are in need. You guys, it's saying here, this process takes lifetimes to complete. As you proceed, you will receive countless blessings to support your journey and fulfill your soul purpose of serving love. There will also be tests. These give the spirit a chance to develop mastery. There will be tests of forgiveness. It's easier to forgive when you don't harbor resentment at natural limitations, which is like being angry at the sun for not shining at night. Natural law prevails. So whether we are speaking of the sun, a child, our twin flame, ourselves as we grow, compassion allows forgiveness to flow more easily. There will also be tests of power. As you grow, you will become more powerful, you guys, and you can use that power to help or hinder others, to manipulate them through fear or encourage them with love. You can nurture yourself on your path, or you can relentlessly criticize yourself for your errors with this power. You can claim your power comes from some superiority you possess, or you can see yourself as a surrendered vehicle animated in purposeful action through the grace of the divine. You may feel you need to sacrifice yourself for others, but you are just as much in need of love as any other being on this planet. When you are full and overflowing, what you share with others can enhance you and them. It is not a choice between what nurtures you and what nurtures others, as if those were two competing needs. In the realm of the Christ, what nurtures you is actually nurturing for everyone. When you are feeling diminished or drained, you have been pulled out of the higher frequencies of peace and kindness to yourself. Become trapped in unforgiveness or power games. Kylie, the vent, what are you doing over here? The vent. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. Oh, man, you got me with that one. Whoo, you saw an opportunity. You took that. Oh, man. I said she could heal bodies, not change your whole life, woman. Oh, Lord. Okay, let me get back to the topic at hand. Wow, that really got me. Whoo, that got me. When you're feeling diminished or drained, you have been pulled out of the higher frequencies of peace and kindness to yourself. You've become trapped in unforgiveness or power games, or seduced by the lesser truths of another rather than the truth of your own heart. Christ calls you to now receive his love for you and allow your own heart to feel the grace and healing of this. It can be a challenge to learn to love another way, in a way that does not harm you. Perhaps you learned that love was about making yourself less in order to help another feel like more. This is not love, nor is rejecting love in order to get the love of another person. That's not love either. Nor is it consciously chosen sacrifice. It is a heart acting out its scars from the past, and your heart deserves to experience real love. As you gently claim this for yourself, that you deserve to experience real love, you will find much strength within, much respect for yourself, and a willingness to receive much good in your life. It is time for you to embrace the higher expression of the Christ love within you. You have as much right to experience love, respect, and forgiveness as another. Sharing love in any way brings you closer to your spiritual mission this lifetime. It also attracts prosperity and abundance. Let the love in, you guys. You do not have to suffer to grow now. You just need to let love flow. Okay, so all of these come with an invocation, which I never share, but I'll share it today because I just try to keep these from getting too long. But this invocation says, I call on the unconditional love of the Christ in the form of Christ consciousness, the sacred, peaceful, kind, and generous nature of my own heart. I open to receive an abundance of loving kindness from the universe in unlimited forms of blessing. I allow myself to give and receive freely. All that I want and need comes to me in accordance with the loving intelligence of divine timing, including your apartment event. All right. I feel much gratitude in my heart for the loving blessings and grace of the universe. May the light and love of the true Christ bless the hearts of all living beings, bringing peace, joy, and divine love through our own free will. So be it. All right. So that was the first one that came through. Oh my gosh. You said I need help. I'm soliciting the help from the powers that be in this chat. Kathleen, I'm glad you owned it. You are magical, beloved. You are. Okay. So the last card of the evening is the Star Child, and if you've been hanging out on the channel for a while, you have seen the Star Child come through for us in the past. It's a beautiful card, and it's a card about getting grounded in our divine light and service work. The event I can't, honey. I'm gonna be laughing about that tomorrow. I cannot stop laughing. That really got me. Star Child says the light of the stars the light of the stars exists in you. The earth wants you to share the light with humanity. You are asked to understand that you are meant to be here, you guys, that you have spiritual work to accomplish. Give up the idea that you belong somewhere else to another home in the stars. Instead, let the starlight of your inner being shine here on earth, where it shall make such a positive difference in the world. Fall in love with Earth's beauty. She can and will support you in all ways. Have you been dreaming of other places you would prefer to be? Are you wondering if there is more life on this planet, more to life on this planet than suffering and struggle? Perhaps you. Oh my God, the vent, stop! I believe in her and I'm going to come back with my testimony. Wow, the vent, my love, girl, really? Okay. Let me just focus on what I'm trying to do. Perhaps you know you have a mission, yet you doubt that you can succeed. Perhaps you love your life here, but yearn to experience the spiritual purity that exists in the higher vibrational fields of the stars. You may feel like a tourist in need of a fix of your home language to endure adapting to a very different world. Grounding yourself here on earth enables you to fulfill your life mission. You cannot accomplish this without feeling that you belong here. Your feet need to be planted on the earth. Relax and trust that you are meant to be here. You have a special light to share and a particular spiritual vibration to live, so that the quotient of embodied spiritual light on the earth increases. You, my dear 14 people, you are part of an important team of spiritual beings working to assist humanity to grow spiritually. The challenge for a star seeded soul is to accept human beings as they are without despairing over their darker side. The violence may frighten you, but your love will help humanity learn to use that violence to dismantle the old structures and create new ways of being. It can be channeled to energize humanity with a can do attitude toward creating a more loving and functional world. Remember, you came to this planet to learn and to help heal others. You agreed to take this journey because you can assist both the earth and humanity to evolve their frequency. It is possible, guys, and we are helping make it so. There are three truths that are going to help us embrace our journey on this planet. First thing we need to remember is that we carry the purity of our star ancestry in our heart, and we can return there through meditation or relaxation at any time. You often return to your star-born home during your sleep. The loved ones from that place are very aware of our journey here, and they're helping us every step of the way. They send us their frequencies from home like divine care packages, which fuel us for our earthly work. Secondly, we are all so filled with love that we are capable of loving everyone on this planet. We have compassion even for those who are very wounded and fearful, and at times act out in ways of violence, cruelty, and ignorance. Now, the human capacity for courage, compassion, and light is increasing, and our work as part of the team of light loving beings is already having an effect. The third thing that we have to remember as star seeded beings is that we have special resources for our journey here on earth. Our every spiritual request and need will be met by a loving team of helpers. We get to have a lot of fun in our healing mission if we choose. It doesn't only have to be hard work, though, of course, sometimes it's gonna be. Just remember that the stars shine with joy in the sky, and we can shine as a star with joy upon the earth. This is our nature. This is how we can best fulfill our life mission. So, the invocation, say it with me, people. I call upon the star wisdom of my own spirit and ask that my love, light, power, presence, protection, and assistance shine forth for the highest good. May I shine divine beauty and joy in my life now and always. I feel a deep and true connection to my spirit, to the earth and the universe. May love flow through me, according to its own intelligence and healing wisdom, to all beings upon the earth. Through divine grace and my own free will, so be it. And now that the Vent comedy show is complete, we can all go to bed. I thank you guys so much. It was such a pleasure to be here with you tonight. It was a real treat. What a beautiful energy that you guys brought together. The 14 of you who have stayed and who have been here from the beginning, I deeply appreciate you guys' energy. You've been high energy, high compassion, high support for one another and for me. And you truly make it a pleasure and a joy to do the work that I get to do. It's such a treasure to be able to share this earth energy with you at this time. Go out and shine, people. I love you guys. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.